Chapter 2302. The next day, in the city lord's mansion, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Sky Crane City's city Lord Luo Jin's concubine marriage ceremony, and guests from all over the world had come to congratulate him. Carriages filled with congratulatory gifts streamed into the city lord's mansion's backyard under the guidance of the city lord's mansion's servants, where they would be recorded and categorized into different categories before being stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was beaming with joy, as if they had just gotten married. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, 2 rows of handsome servants and beautiful maids welcomed the guests, all of whom wore smiles on their faces and behaved courteously. Whenever a guest arrived, the master of ceremonies would announce their sect, attracting the attention of everyone present. After entering the city lord's mansion, someone would lead the guests to the inner hall, where they would be seated in different positions according to their status. The representatives of the powerful sects who were at the peak of their power were naturally seated at the front, followed by the lower-ranked sects and families. The further they were seated, the lower their status. No one dared to raise any objections to such an arrangement, as everyone was well aware of how powerful they were and how important their sects and families were. The city lord's mansion's arrangements had definitely been made long ago, so they naturally wouldn't cause any displeasure. Xianxia followed the Thousand Leaves sects group to this place and looked around curiously. This was the first time he had attended someone else's wedding, and even though it was just a concubine marriage ceremony, it was still a major event that would affect his entire life, so he found it rather novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him of Su Yin and Xianning Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shuiyu, and the others. Xianxia blamed himself in his heart. When he had left the Homeland Star's territory, he should have held a proper wedding and let them experience the happiness of being a woman. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he owed them too much. He didn't want to come here today, but Yi Jinghan had invited him several times, and Xianxia didn't want her to think too much about it, lest he left without saying goodbye. So, he simply followed the Thousand Leaves sects group. Du Xian and the others also brought some congratulatory gifts from the sect. Although they were not very precious, there were still a lot of them. Before they came in, they had already been loaded in the carriage and handed over to the servants of the city lord mansion to put them in the back hall. Then, under the guidance of another servant, they entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The inner hall was quite large, and even with over 100 tables set up, it didn't seem crowded. By the time the Thousand Leaves sect group arrived, the inside was already bustling with activity. The experts of various sects and clans were either drinking by themselves or gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to talk loudly and laugh heartily. This kind of occasion was a good opportunity for many forces to bond with each other and improve their communication. The servant leading the way led Yi Jinghan and the others to a table in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, "The master's seat is right here. Please wait for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. When the wizard heard this, his face flashed with a trace of annoyance. He grabbed the servant's collar and said in a low voice, "Our seat is here? Are you sure?" This table wasn't located at the front, but rather at the back of the middle. Aside from the Thousand Leaves sect, the rest of the dozen or so tables here were all from small families and sects. Each of these families and sects might only have a single Dao Source Realm cultivator. They were comparable in strength to the few great families in Maplewood City. Although the Thousand Leaves sect didn't have a master from the Emperor Realm, they had quite a few Dao Source Realm cultivators. It was impossible to arrange for them to be seated here. Even if they weren't seated at the front few tables, they wouldn't be far off. Such an arrangement was obviously a form of contempt and humiliation. The servant was startled by the wizard Ma and said in a panic, "This lowly one is only responsible for leading the guests to the corresponding table. I don't know anything else. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." "Wizard Ma, let go." Du Xian furrowed his brows and ordered indifferently, "Brother." The wizard Ma seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Du Xian signaled him with his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, only to see many people staring at him with wide eyes. His actions had attracted the attention of many people. Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come, Du Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the wizard Ma gritted his teeth and released the servant's collar, but he still wore an indignant look on his face. Let's sit down first. How can we let others look at us like this? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and took the lead to sit down. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples also sat down quietly, but all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The wizard Ma gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, senior sister, they're clearly trying to embarrass us. How can you endure this?" Du Xian glanced at him and said, "So what if we can't endure it? Are you going to destroy this place or kill that old fart?" The wizard Ma muttered, "I didn't say that, but there are so many people here, and they've arranged for us to sit in such a backward position. They're clearly doing this on purpose." Yi Jinghan said, "This is their territory, and it won't do us any good if we cause a ruckus here." Du Xian snorted coldly. "Luo Jin has already predicted that we'll swallow this loss. Remember the humiliation we've suffered today, and we'll pay it back double in the future." The wizard Ma wore an indignant look, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. However, the strange gazes and whispers from the surrounding cultivators made him feel as if they were mocking him and his group. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body felt uneasy. Right at this moment, Du Xian suddenly poked Yi Jinghan's arm and said in a low voice, "Someone has been watching you ever since you came in." "Who is it?" Yi Jinghan wore a puzzled look as she turned her head to look around, only to see Qiu Yu sitting at the table in the front. Sure enough, he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She hurriedly scolded, "Don't talk nonsense, he's not looking at me." Du Xian chuckled. "If he's not looking at you, then who is he looking at? Junior sister Yi is a peerless beauty, so how can that little bastard Qiu Yu resist your charm?" Yi Jinghan's face flushed red as she said in annoyance, "You're becoming more and more improper. You're the eldest brother, so you should set a good example for others." Du Xian couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Yi Jinghan looked at him with a sweet expression. How could she not know that Du Xian was jealous? At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly interrupted. "That bastard actually sent someone over." Du Xian and Yi Jinghan turned their heads to take a look, and they saw an old man who had always been by Qiu Yu's side and was protecting him, walking towards them at a moderate pace. Du Xian furrowed his brows. "What's this brat trying to do?" Yi Jinghan snorted. "Why bother with him? We'll return to the sect after this ceremony. I don't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer." As she spoke, the old man arrived in front of their table and cupped his fists, "Sorry for disturbing you." Since he was a senior, Du Xian couldn't show any displeasure. So he cupped his fists and replied, "Senior Li, you're too polite." He paused for a moment before asking, "May I know why Senior Li has come here?" The old man surnamed Li replied calmly, "I've been ordered by my young master to invite someone over." Upon hearing this, Du Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan said impatiently, "Go back and tell your young master that I don't have the time." The old man surnamed Li looked at Yi Jinghan with a strange expression and said with a faint smile, "Young sect master, you're overthinking things. My young master isn't here to invite you, but to invite this little brother over." As he spoke, he pointed at Xianxia. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red, and she asked awkwardly, "Invite him over for what?" Du Xian and the others also wore stunned expressions. Like Yi Jinghan, they all thought that the old man had come here to invite Yi Jinghan over. After all, Qiu Yu had always been interested in Yi Jinghan, but who would have thought that the situation would be so dramatic that Yi Jinghan couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation? The old man surnamed Li said, "My young master didn't say anything, so I don't know. He just asked me to invite this little brother over." Upon hearing this, everyone cast their gazes at Xianxia. The corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching when they saw him. At some point in time, Xianxia had placed a fruit platter on the table in front of him and was holding a spirit fruit in each hand, stuffing them into his mouth and eating them with relish. There were even a few spirit fruit pits on the table in front of him. No one knew when he started eating, but in just a short while, he had already eaten almost half of the spirit fruits. The way he ate and wolfed down the spirit fruit made him look like a reincarnated ghost who had been starving for hundreds of years, leaving the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples dumbfounded. Moreover, because the old man surnamed Li had suddenly come to this table, many people were looking over curiously. Upon seeing the way Xianxia was eating, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh with disdain in their eyes. They all thought that this guy was probably a country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. A plate of spirit fruits was enough to make him make a fool of himself. The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples felt uneasy. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's face was burning hot, and she poked him lightly, hinting for him to restrain himself. Xianxia turned his head and stuffed an unknown spirit fruit into his mouth. His mouth was filled with saliva as he chewed on it. He then passed the fruit platter to Yi Jinghan and said, "Do you want it? If you want it, just take it." The corners of Yi Jinghan's mouth twitched, and her face became even redder. Xianxia acted as if he didn't notice this and passed the fruit platter to the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, saying, "Don't stand on ceremony. It tastes pretty good, and you can even increase your cultivation if you eat more of it. These spirit fruits should have been picked not long ago and are very fresh and delicious." The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know Xianxia's background, and they didn't know why Yi Jinghan had brought him along with her. When they saw him acting so shamefully, they all turned their heads away and acted as if they weren't familiar with him. Cough. Du Xian coughed lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, this Senior Li is looking for you." "Where did this Senior Li come from?" Xianxia asked. "What Senior Li?" "Little brother, we meet again." The veins on the old man, surnamed Li's forehead bulged. He had been left standing there for a long time, and Xianxia had treated him as if he didn't exist. He was still a master from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so he was naturally annoyed. Xianxia raised his head and looked at him, grinning. "So it's you. What are you doing here instead of following Qiuyu?" Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old man Li suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not going." Xianxia refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Xianxia in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Qiuyu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old man Li also did not expect Xianxia to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice. "Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age." "This old man will say it again." Xianxia chuckled and interrupted him. "I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy?" As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old man Li's face sank as he said, "Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out?" His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation and reputation. Xianxia continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice. "You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog?" "Pooh!" Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. "You?" Old Man Li flew into a rage. Xianxia snorted. "Stop with the you and me. If Qiuyu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around." After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, "He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from." Then he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. "Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you." Old man Li was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today, he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Xianxia a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Xianxia a lesson. After Old Li left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Xianxia with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement, he said, "Brother Yang, I like you so much." Xianxia shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm only interested in women." Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, "Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say what you did just now was too satisfying." Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Xianxia, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Xianxia didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Xianxia had humiliated Old Man Li in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they would do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Xianxia, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Qiu Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Qiu Yu raised his head and looked in Xianxia's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Xianxia was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Qiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Qiu, this is the place where the City Lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the City Lord's master, are you?" Qiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." "Just a few words?" Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Qiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Xianxia. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all, so what kind of grudge could there be between them? Qiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Xianxia's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Xianxia a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Qiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Xianxia and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Xianxia didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Qiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your gaze is unfocused. Your lips are cracked. Your tongue is burnt. Your soul is scattered. And your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Qiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination. Xianxia glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death chi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Qiu Yu sneered. "Today is the City Lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune? It's up to you to believe it or not. Yang Kai curled his lips. Qiu Yu furrowed his brows and said, Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it? Quickly pack up your things and get out of here. Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Qiu Yu disdainfully. Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter? Qiu Yu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question. What is it? Qiu Yu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yi Jing Han, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Qiu Yu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, You didn't go back? Brother Qiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice? Qiu Yu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay. After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Qiu Yu. That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday. Are you sure about this? Qiu Yu nodded and said, I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her. Yang Kai said with a smile, The City Lord's master doesn't know about this, does he? Qiu Yu said, If the City Lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The City Lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter. He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday, Qiu Yu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, Brother Qiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing. It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture, Qiu Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, Brother Qiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves Sex people. Moreover, I just came here and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing? Really? Qiu Yu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, If someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter? Qiu Yu's expression changed, and he said, Okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful. Sure. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Farewell. Qiu Yu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. Brother Yang, what do you want? Qiu Yu asked with a frown. Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Qiu for a small favor. Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Qiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. What is it? Qiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, Brother Qiu, can you help us change seats? Qiu Yu asked doubtfully, Change seats? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place. The corners of Qiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, Then, where do you want to change seats? Yang Kai pointed and said, I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty. Qiu Yu's face darkened and he asked, Do you know who is sitting there? Yang Kai said with a smile, In short, it's a table for people to sit there. No, I can't do that. Qiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold, and he said, Brother Qiu, you aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood? Xiao Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, what code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity? Chapter 2304. Xiao Yu sighed and said, Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change? Xiao Yu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, So what if I change? So what if I don't change? Yang Kai chuckled and patted Xiao Yu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the city lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters. Enough! Xiao Yu's face turned cold, and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, You're threatening me, am I? Yang Kai blinked. Brother Xiao, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you. Xiao Yu said angrily, I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing, you despicable person. Yang Kai said with a smile, Young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body. Xiao Yu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this, and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves sex group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Xiao Yu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves sex group and cupped his fists. Master, we've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something, and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward. Thank you for your trouble. While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, what's going on? What'd you tell Xiao Yu? She knew that with Thousand Leaves Sect's current strength and relationship with Sky Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Xiao Yu. After all, Xiao Yu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's nothing. Brother Xiao and I feel like old friends at first sight, so when we meet again, we have a heart-to-heart talk. He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table. No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said, Only a fool would believe you. Yang Kai said, Brother Qiu is a pretty good person. Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City. But at this moment, Thousand Leaves Sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves Sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves Sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became strange. The members of Thousand Leaves Sect were also restless. They could feel many strange gazes directed at them from all around, making them feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by people who came later. The noisy atmosphere in the inner hall gradually returned to normal. At a certain moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The City Lord's master has arrived." As soon as this shout was heard, the entire inner hall quieted down and everyone looked in the same direction. A man wearing a red robe walked out with a joyful smile on his face and cupped his fists in all directions. Greetings, City Lord's Master. Long time no see. The City Lord's Master is even more elegant than before. I'm so envious. Congratulations to the City Lord's Master for marrying such a beautiful lady. The Master is really a role model for our generation. On this joyous occasion, I wish the City Lord's Master good health, a prosperous martial path, a continuous line of descendants, and an everlasting family. Guests from all around congratulated him with smiles plastered on their faces, trying their best to flatter him. The man wearing the red robe was also exchanging pleasantries with a carefree smile on his face. Is that Luo Jin? Xianxia opened his eyes wide and asked Yi Jinghan in a low voice. Yi Jinghan's face sank, and she nodded. That's him. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. If he didn't mention it, I would have thought that he was Luo Jin's father. This was also the first time that Xianxia had seen the City Lord of Sky Crane City. He had assumed that since this guy could take in 15 concubines, he would be full of energy and would not look too old, even if he had the cultivation of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. However, the person in front of him was an old man with sparse white hair. Although he had a good cultivation, his vitality was weak, and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years and had no hope of advancing to the Emperor realm. The crimson robe he wore accentuated his age even more. Whose girl is this? She must be blind. The wizard Ma shook his head and felt sad for the woman who was marrying Luo Jin today. Shut up. Be careful of your words. Du Xian glared fiercely at the wizard Ma and said in a low voice, It's not like you don't know that none of Luo Jin's concubines willingly married him. The wizard Ma snorted. It's because he has done so many bad things like bullying men and taking women that he has never had a child. Good and evil will be repaid in the end. You're still talking. The wizard Ma curled his lips. All right, I won't talk about it anymore. The atmosphere was lively and festive. After a long while, a voice shouted out, The auspicious time has arrived. In an instant, the sound of wind instruments rang out. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. It was as if the roof was about to be lifted. Luo Jin's face emitted a red glow as he straightened his clothes and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, all of them with smiles on their faces and eyes filled with anticipation. There seemed to be a melodious tune coming from outside, accompanied by the sound of music. A wedding procession gradually entered everyone's sight. A woman dressed as a matchmaker walked at the front, twisting her plump, bucket-like waist and wearing a sweet smile on her face. Beside a four-sedan chair, she slowly made her way over, trying her best to show off. Behind the sedan chair, there were boys and girls following behind, continuously scattering petals from the baskets in their hands. Everywhere the sedan chair passed, the petals paved the way, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. After the flower baskets, there were 2 rows of boys and girls, each carrying a lantern, following behind the sedan chair. On top of the lanterns, there were various festive words such as 100 years of bliss and a happy marriage. After that, it was the wedding procession. All of them were girls, and all of them were weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, as if they were part of the bride's family. The short journey took a full 10 minutes before the sedan chair arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Drop the sedan chair, someone shouted, and the sedan chair landed steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair, extending her hand inside. Immediately after, then a white and soft came up to him. Just this small hand alone was enough to cause the eyes of countless men to light up. Her jade-like hand was white and flawless, while her skin was as white as snow, appearing so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. It caused people's imaginations to run wild, as they secretly thought that a person with such jade-like hands would definitely be an enchanting beauty. However, this person was about to become Luo Jin's 15th concubine, causing people to wring their hands in pity, envy, and jealousy. Immediately after, A large red embroidered shoe extended out from the sedan chair, landing on the red carpet at the entrance. Only then did a dazzling and beautiful figure appear in everyone's line of sight. The bride wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her head. Her wedding dress was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings, while the phoenix coronet that was adorned with pearls and jade covered her face that caused people's imaginations to run wild. At this moment, countless people were cursing in their hearts. The phoenix coronet and red veil on the bride's head seemed to have the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. Impressively, they were extraordinary artifacts. All of the divine sense released by the cultivator who wanted to secretly check on the bride's appearance was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. Luo Jin seemed to know what everyone was thinking at this moment, as he glanced left and right. After giving a silent warning, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Xianxia also curled his lips fiercely at this moment. Just like everyone else, he had secretly released his divine sense in an attempt to see what the bride looked like. However, he did not expect to be obstructed by the artifact. The artifact's power was extraordinary. If he had forcefully activated his divine sense, he would have been able to break it open and see what the bride looked like. However, this was a concubine ceremony after all. If he really did so, he would definitely attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, only gave it a try and did not try again, instead choosing to quietly observe. At this moment, the bride was being supported and led by the matchmaker as she walked step by step towards the inner hall. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her figure was faintly discernible under the wedding dress. This woman had a beautiful figure and was definitely a graceful person. As Xianxia observed her, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. More importantly, the palpitations and irritability from yesterday suddenly surged up again, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and the others, only to see that they did not seem to have noticed anything. However, the scene before him seemed to have stimulated some kind of desire deep in Yi Jinghan's heart. At this moment, she looked at the bride walking step by step towards them with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes, as if she was fantasizing about the day when she would be able to wear such a phoenix coronet and red veil and marry the person she loved the most. She stole a glance at Du Xian, her small face turning slightly red. Not long after, the group finally arrived at the inner hall. The matchmaker handed the ribbon in her hand to Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Master, I'm handing the bride over to you. You must treat her well in the future." Luo Jin laughed heartily. "I definitely won't let her be bullied in the slightest." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why is my life so hard? I haven't met a man like Master." The group burst into laughter, causing the lively atmosphere to reach its peak in an instant. Chapter 23:05. Within the inner hall, Luo Jin held onto the bride's ribbon as he gave a faint smile, before turning around and walking inside. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the table to the left of Xianxia and the others. With a faint smile, he walked towards the two of them and stood in front of them. The sound of the wind instruments and the silence of the gongs and drums made the scene solemn and dignified. The old man smiled. This old man is extremely honored to be able to witness this marriage for the city lord's master. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "On such a beautiful day, the two of you have tied the knot and brought about the union of Qin and Jin. I hope that the two of you will love each other dearly in the future and live a long and happy life together. Do the two of you agree?" Luo Jin smiled. "This Luo agrees." The old man nodded, before turning towards the bride and asking, "What about you?" The bride's body trembled slightly, before a sweet-sounding voice rang out from within the phoenix crown. As those words rang out, Xianxia's expression changed slightly, as the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart grew even more intense. He felt that he should be extremely familiar with that voice. Before he could continue trying to figure out exactly who that voice belonged to, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from somewhere within the inner hall. "I don't agree." As those words rang out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice, wondering which reckless person actually dared to embarrass the city lord's master in front of so many experts. Anger filled Luo Jin's face as he turned his head and roared, "Who dares to do such a thing?" His face was so malevolent that it was practically distorted. Today was the day of his marriage ceremony, a joyous occasion. However, he never expected that it would be ruined at such a crucial moment. Dense killing intent involuntarily rose in his heart. A chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Carefully examining the source of the voice, he snorted coldly. "What's wrong? You have the guts to ruin this king's plans, yet you don't have the guts to stand up and admit it?" A guest immediately shouted from the side, "Obediently stand up and apologize to the city lord's master, and perhaps we can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Luo Jin replied, "Today is this king's wedding day, and this king doesn't want to take anyone's life. Obediently stand up, and this king won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from somewhere in the crowd. That person's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see her true appearance. However, judging from her tall figure, she was clearly a woman. "Take him down." Seeing this person stand up, Luo Jin waved his hand fiercely. "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." Several city lord residents, cultivator, immediately charged towards that person. The woman stood there. She didn't seem to panic at all. Just as those people were about to rush in front of her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black veil on her head, revealing her true appearance. Under everyone's gaze, all of them suddenly widened their eyes and were flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. This young miss." The cultivator from the city lord's mansion, who was rushing towards the woman, was originally aggressive. They were prepared to capture this woman and bring her to a secret place to punish her. However, when they saw her appearance, their expressions changed drastically. They withdrew their attacks in midair and landed on the ground in a sorry state. They were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the person who had ruined the concubine ceremony at such a crucial moment was none other than the city lord's mansion's young miss, Luo Bing. Xiaoyu suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Bing with a stunned expression. He never expected that Luo Bing had been in the inner hall all this time and had even ruined the city lord's master ceremony. He had just separated from Luo Bing yesterday, and she was still fine at that time, no matter how he thought about it. He couldn't understand why Luo Bing would do such a thing in just one night. For a moment, the inner hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at Luo Bing with strange expressions, not knowing what she was up to. Luo Jin's body shook as he stared at Luo Bing with his eyes wide open. "Why did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, "Who bullied you?" He saw that his precious daughter's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. Furthermore, her voice was hoarse, so he didn't immediately recognize Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Xiaoyu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Luo Bing would say his name. He thought that Luo Bing was acting like this because of him. "No one bullied me." Luo Bing pursed her red lips. "Is there really no one?" Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "There really isn't anyone." Luo Bing shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "Father, I have something to ask of you." Luo Jin sighed and said, "We'll talk about it later. You should go back to your room and rest first." He was furious in the depths of his heart, blaming Luo Bing for not seeing the big picture and damaging his dignity and face in front of so many powerful people. He just wanted to finish the ceremony quickly and ask Luo Bing what was going on. However, Luo Bing didn't seem to want to listen to him obediently. She just shook her head and said, "No, I have to ask you for this now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." Binger. Luo Jin shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Luo Bing's body trembled instinctively, as if she was afraid. However, her gaze was firm as she continued to look at her father with a pleading look. Luo Jin looked at her and immediately knew that he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and smile at the guests. Everyone, please don't make a fool of yourself. My daughter has been spoiled too much by this king. So, she was a little mischievous. I hope she didn't spoil everyone's mood. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but relax. They had long heard that Luo Bing was doted on by the City Lord Master, but they didn't expect that it was to the extent that she dared to cause trouble during the ceremony. They all expressed that they didn't mind, looking very considerate of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Luo Bing and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me? You chose this time. If it's too difficult, let's see how I'll deal with you later." Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, it wasn't a real threat, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the City Lord Master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. "Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father." When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while, Luo Jin said, "Bing, go and rest. You're probably too tired." He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. "Father, promise me," Luo Bing begged. "Impudent!" Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. "It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission." "Father," Luo Bing cried, "I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go." Hiss! The sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves, as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. "If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient." Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Bing said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go." Luo Jin said angrily, "What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her." Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck. Looking around at everyone with his white eyes, he snorted coldly, "I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over." The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed over turned pale with fright. They fell from air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. "It's him. A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. He still remembered that he had bumped into this brawny man in the restaurant yesterday. That fellow seemed to be called Chai Hu. At that time, he had left the restaurant early because he had gotten into a conflict with another group of people. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this Chai Hu fellow would actually sneak into the ceremony and even dare to hold the city lord's mansion's young lady hostage in front of everyone. However, this person's cultivation was only at the third-order Origin King realm. Even if he had Luo Bing in his hands, his fate would still be worrying. Thinking about this, Yang Kai turned to look at the bride standing beside Luo Jin. Ever since he saw this bride, he had a strange feeling. At this moment, he saw the bride's tender body trembling, as if she was struggling against something. Chapter 23:06. One-eyed Chai, who had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Chi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. Old man Luo Jin, if you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves. Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered, before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Bing Er's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so," Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted. "Father, I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed brawny man, and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath before speaking out in a deep voice, "Binger, don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked toward Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions?" Chai Hu gave a cold laugh before replying, "Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price." He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chai Hu, "Friend, you're being too impulsive." The city lord master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young Lady Luo Bing is also innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young Lady Luo Bing, and the city lord master will definitely not make things difficult for you. That's right. Release young Lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the city lord master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson. A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people try to persuade Chai Hu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chai Hu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. "Shut up, all of you!" Chai Hu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. "If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word." Chai Hu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luo Bing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, "Speak. What exactly do you want this king to do?" Chai Hu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin. "Release that person beside you. Who are you referring to?" Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chai Hu roared, "If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life." Luo Jin's face changed slightly. "Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride?" Chai Hu sneered. "She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her." Luo Jin said, "You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you?" Chai Hu said, "How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming." Luo Jin smiled. "You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this? You ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that?" Hearing this, Chai Hu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you serious?" Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily." Someone replied, "That's right, we're all willing to testify for the city master. Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable." Chai Hu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded, "Fine, I'll believe you this once." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice, "Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or are you being threatened by him? Don't worry, if you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife." Luo Jin gave a faint smile, his expression calm. "Shut up," Chai Hu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side and had not said a single word even when Chai Hu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment before Yu Er's voice rang out from behind the red veil. "I am willing." "What?" Chai Hu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, he was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her. Big brother Chai. Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chai Hu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chai Hu had said. After all, Chai Hu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chai Hu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted. This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do. That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise, it won't look good for everyone. That's right. If you let young Lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the City Lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know and stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way. The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chai Hu was extremely bad. That's impossible. Chai Hu continued to nag. It's impossible for Fifth Sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, It must be Big Brother, Second Brother, and the others, right? Brat, what exactly are you talking about? The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chai Hu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth. You're really sinister, old man. You actually used Big Brother and Second Brother to force Fifth Sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, You dare to go back on your word? Chai Hu sneered. What's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take Fifth Sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die. As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, Wait, are you going to let her go or not? Chai Hu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, Since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail. As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chai Hu's face as he shouted, Fifth Sister, come here first. After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked toward Chai Hu, step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chai Hu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, City Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations? Du Xian's expression changed slightly, as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice. Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to... Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai Hu. Looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai Hu's single eye as he spoke out. Fifth Sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, will fly far away and never return to Sky Crane City. Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai-Hu's side and stood there. Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave? Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. Where there's a will, there's a way. Chai-Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile. This king feels that it's better for you to stay. Chai-Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in midair, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, his eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai-Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. He seemed to have suffered a serious injury, so the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, swish, swish. The experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the city lord master's wedding ceremony, so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chai-Hu would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chai-Hu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister!" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chai-Hu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic chi? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from Origin Energy. It carried a pure, demonic Yuan Qi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic Yuan Qi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary. It was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races, so it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yi Jinghan, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. "Young Master Yang, what's wrong?" Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few city lords' mansion guards nodded their heads before taking action to seal Chai-Hu's cultivation and detain him. "Don't!" Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chai-Hu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chai-Hu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might. Opening her arms wide, she stood in front of Chai-Hu, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chai-Hu caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chaihu using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chaihu? Why had she walked right into their trap? Binger, what nonsense are you making? Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him. Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, Benefactor? Luo Bing replied, That's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me. Yesterday? Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, Didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you? Luo Bing shook her head. I'll explain everything to Father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him for now. Let him go. Upon hearing her words, Chiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash, he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm. Little Sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the City Lord's master say not to hurt him? Be obedient. Luo Bing shook her head and said, Then let him go now. A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Chiu Yu, Young Master Chiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest. Chiu Yu nodded. I'll obey the master's orders. As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Chiu Yu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Chaihu appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only eye red, Fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart? Luo Jin sneered. This king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite. A guest at the side shouted out, City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable. That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chaihu roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before roaring. Then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king. After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, Are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer. Today he had been disrupted by someone, causing him to lose face. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face before raising his hand. I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry. Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury. That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jinghan, Du Xian, and the others? This is going to be interesting. Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chai, who was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Qiuyu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms. But when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up, while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Du Xian's expression also changed slightly, as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter. Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while, he asked, "Is Your Excellency also from Thousand Leaves sect? Why have I never seen you before?" What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Then, how should I address Your Excellency?" Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that. Instead, focusing on the reaction of the bride, he said in a clear voice, "High Heaven sect." Yang Kai, High Heaven sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory? Why haven't I heard of it before? Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before. The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yi Jinghan and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai, who earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now, his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven sect, so he frowned and asked, "Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king?" Yang Kai grinned. "Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face? As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom. This was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Yang Kai say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Yang Kai. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions. As he spoke, he cupped his fists slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if Yang Kai continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Kai smiled. City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like. The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, everyone knows that the City Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the City Lord wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the City Lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the City Lord Master's prestige. Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. You flatter me, little brother. He secretly thought to himself, so this brat isn't looking for trouble, but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th City Lord's wife. City Lord Master can't keep hiding her and keep everyone in suspense, right? Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows? We might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so, everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king. So don't blame this king for getting angry. All right, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Yang Kai took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Yang Kai, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Yang Kai would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. "Young Master Yang, please come back. Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them, before replying in an indifferent tone, "This is my personal matter. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me." Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she waved her hand. "That's not what I meant. It's just that." Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, "City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine? Has this brat gone mad?" On the other side, Qiuyu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the City Lord's Mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, "Little brother, help me take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away." "Impudent!" Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose." While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself." Luo Jin roared out furiously, "Take him down." Following his order, a dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the City Lord's Master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Qi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. "What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the 3rd-order Dao Source realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. "What are you all in a daze for? Attack together." Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more City Lord's mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 2309. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the point of collision, wanting to know how Yang Kai was going to deal with such a dangerous situation. However, to their great disappointment, Yang Kai did not manage to escape, nor did he move in the slightest. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's expression changed drastically as she cried out. With his second-order Dao Source Realm cultivation, it was impossible for Yang Kai to defend against such a ferocious attack. She felt that Yang Kai was most likely dead. Luo Jin sneered as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. After a short while, the energy dissipated, revealing a gigantic crater where Yang Kai had been standing. However, there was not a single trace of Yang Kai. Where is he? Where did he go? Is he dead? Had they been reduced to ashes? That makes sense. This little brat is here to make people laugh, right? He's all bark and no bite. With so many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion taking action together, even the third-order Dao Source Realm cultivators would die without a doubt. How could this little brat block them at such a young age? He's definitely going to die without a burial ground. Seeing this, everyone could not help but start to discuss amongst themselves. Some felt pity for Yang Kai's untimely death. Some mocked Yang Kai for overestimating himself, while some immediately started to flatter Luo Jin and flatter him endlessly. A faint smile hung on Luo Jin's face, but a faint feeling of uneasiness was growing in his heart, causing his entire body to feel uneasy. On the other hand, Chaihu's face had turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long while. At the other table, Du Xian's face had also turned deathly pale as he continuously swallowed his saliva, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Only after a long while did he wake up from his stupor, did he roar, "We have to hurry up and leave, before it's too late." Yang Kai was already dead. Although Yang Kai had no relationship with Thousand Leaves sect, he was still sitting at the table with them. However, he had been sitting at the same table as them just now, so it was inevitable that some people would misunderstand. This was especially true for Luo Jin, as he might take this opportunity to cause trouble for the Thousand Leaves sect and forcefully detain them here. If Luo Jin really did so, he would have a good reason to do so, and would not be blamed by others. Thinking of this, Du Xian immediately panicked. As he spoke, he hurriedly grabbed hold of Yi Jinghan, intending to sneak away while everyone's attention was on them. However, Yi Jinghan didn't move at all and just kept looking around with her beautiful eyes. "Yi, what are you doing?" Du Xian panicked. Yi Jinghan replied, "Young Master Yang won't die. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily." Du Xian didn't know where her confidence came from. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "He is already dead. What are you still looking for?" Yi Jinghan replied, "I've seen young Master Yang's abilities before. How could he possibly die just like that?" After all, Yang Kai had promised her that he would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the Trans-Realm spatial array, as this was related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How could Yi Jinghan not be attentive? Before seeing Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was definitely not dead. So what if he's powerful? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, Yi. Du Xian tried his best to persuade him. "I believe in him." Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and continued to search the void. All of a sudden, she seemed to have discovered something and stared intently in a certain direction. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Du Xian and the others were stunned. Following her gaze, they saw a master from the city lord's mansion standing there. He seemed to be a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and was one of the people who had participated in the attack on Xianxia. However, at this very moment, a faint phantom image had appeared behind this person's back. This phantom image gradually solidified into Xianxia's appearance. Du Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he said in a trembling voice, "He's really not dead?" The depths of his heart throbbed. Just how strong was this person? How could he escape from such an attack without anyone noticing? Not only was he not dead, he was completely unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Many divine senses cover the hall. The few masters from the third order Dao Source realm seemed to have not let down their guard. As soon as Xianxia appeared, they detected him. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Upon seeing Xianxia's figure, Luo Jin's face changed drastically as he roared, "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Xianxia poked his head out from behind the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Looking at Luo Jin with a sinister smile, he waved his hand in front of him, causing a concealed space principal fluctuation to appear before quickly dissipating. After doing that, he spoke, "I've already said it. If anyone dares to take action against me, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he said those words, Luo Jin inexplicably shivered as an extremely uneasy feeling started to spread in his heart. Right at that moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in front of Xianxia suddenly fell forward. Before his body landed on the ground, blood spurted out from his neck as his head flew high into the air. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions as countless people looked at Xianxia in horror, retreating continuously to put some distance between them. The person who had just died was a famous master in Sky Crane City. He had always been Luo Jin's right-hand man and was a Vice City Lord-level master who governed Sky Crane City together with Luo Jin. However, such a master had been silently killed by Xianxia. From the blank look in his eyes before he died, it seemed that he did not realize what had happened until the moment of his death. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was this young man to be able to kill a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator so stealthily? Even the person who had been killed did not notice it. Xianxia looked at Luo Jin and said calmly, "I'm sorry to let City Lord Master see blood on such a big day, so I hope that no one will stop me." After saying that, he walked towards the bride, who had been standing motionless all this time. Along the way, everyone unconsciously opened up a path for him, while the cultivator from the City Lord's mansion slowly retreated with ugly expressions. No one dared to disturb him. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water as he stared at Xianxia's back, his eyes flickering with thick, murderous intent. This young man named Xianxia had caused a huge commotion during today's ceremony, so his prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. If he could not save his face, how could he establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future? However, several second-order Dao Source Realm Masters were unable to do anything to him, so he was afraid that only he could subdue him. Thinking of this, Luo Jin glanced at a certain spot in the crowd without anyone noticing. Over there, Xianxia had already arrived in front of the bride with a complicated look on his face. He reached out to grab the bride's red veil and said, "Excuse me." The surrounding guests all opened their eyes wide. On one hand, they wanted to know how the situation would develop, but on the other hand, they were also curious about the bride's appearance. Xianxia had caused such commotion because he wanted to see what the bride looked like. He had even not hesitated to offend the City Lord's mansion and kill a Vice City Lord. Because of this, even those who were not curious about the bride's appearance became interested. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths, waiting to witness this crucial moment. Just as Xianxia's hand was about to grab the red veil, the bride in front of him suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Xianxia's arm. At the same time, monster chi surged from her delicate body, and she sent a palm strike towards Xianxia's chest. The palm contained an extremely powerful energy. "Be careful!" Chaihu roared out fiercely. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the bride just now. If not for that, how could he have been captured so easily with a hostage in his hands? Seeing this unforeseen event, Yi Jinghan cried out in alarm. The palm strike was extremely powerful, and Yangkai did not dare to block it due to his apprehension for fear of injuring the bride. As such, he allowed the jade-like hand to strike his chest. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying backwards. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew through the air, while his internal organs churned. At this moment, Luo Jin had already arrived behind Yang Kai without anyone noticing. Suddenly, he summoned a jade, scepter-like artifact and sent it smashing down heavily towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a malevolent grin appeared on his face. "This king will send you on your way." As his words rang out, the jade scepter smashed into Yang Kai's body. Radiance blossomed from the scepter as it radiated with an extremely mysterious power. In an instant, a black hole appeared in the air and devoured Yang Kai's body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body was torn apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Luo Jin laughed heartily. This is the result of disobeying this king. The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the jade scepter in Luo Jin's hand. It was as if this artifact was an extremely powerful artifact. However, in the next instant, the smile on Luo Jin's face froze as he suddenly discovered that not a single drop of blood flowed out from Yang Kai's shattered body. Instead, it started to distort under his gaze before dissipating like smoke. An afterimage, Luo Jin's expression changed greatly, as he never expected that such a foolproof sneak attack would actually fail. "So, it was you who messed around." Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, causing the surrounding guests to jump in fright. Their expressions changed greatly as they retreated backwards. By the time they turned their heads to take a look, they saw Yang Kai reaching out to grab a middle-aged man by the neck with a sneer on his face. The crowd did not seem to recognize this middle-aged man, and upon seeing his misfortune, they could not help but reveal looks of sympathy, as they did not know why Yang Kai had targeted him. This middle-aged man had a cultivation of the first-order Dao Source Realm, and his strength was pretty good. However, after personally witnessing Yang Kai killing the Vice City Lord, how could he dare to resist? His body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Little brother, let's talk things over properly. What's the meaning of this?" Yang Kai exerted a bit of force, causing creaking sounds to ring out from the middle-aged man's neck as he sneered. "Stop acting in front of me. Tell me, exactly how did you manage to control the bride?" Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and panic filled his eyes as he tried his best to cover it up. I don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about in your heart. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to obediently dispel that secret technique. If not, you'll never be able to dispel it." The middle-aged man instantly panicked as he shot a pleading look towards Luo Jin. Upon hearing those words, the despairing Chai, who seemed to have realized something, struggling to crawl up, he looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 23:10. A faint smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Chai, who with some sympathy. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Are you feeling very sad and desperate? The person that you risked your life to save actually attacked you from behind. How's that feel?" Chai, whose face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with his single eye. Yang Kai replied, "She didn't take action of her own accord." Chai, who was shocked as he clenched his teeth. "Are you saying that she was controlled by someone?" As he spoke, he shot a hateful look at the middle-aged man that Yang Kai was holding in his hand, killing intent surging from his face as he asked, "Could it be that person?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You finally understand." A vexed look appeared on Chai, whose face as he replied, "I should have understood long ago. I should have understood long ago. How could Fifth Sister attack me from behind?" Damn it. I should have understood long ago. Why am I so stupid? I, Chai Hu, am the stupidest person under the heavens. As he shouted, a look of guilt and self-blame appeared on his face. Big Brother Chai. Luo Bing's face was covered in tears. It was unknown whether it was due to the shock or something else, but she rushed forward and pushed away the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was holding Chai Hu down. She then opened her arms and stood in front of Chai Hu like a mother hen, shouting, "Big Brother Chai, leave. I'll stop them." She didn't know why she would do such a thing. Before she met Chai Hu, she was still the princess of the city lord's mansion. She was pampered and cared for, living a carefree and happy life every day. However, in just a single night, she felt as though she had matured a lot. When she saw Chai Hu's heartbroken and self-blaming expression, she felt an indescribable heartache. Her body couldn't help but take action. She simply didn't think too much about it. Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes spewing flames of fury as he glared fiercely at his daughter. He never expected that his obedient and well-behaved daughter would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. She had even gone as far as to protect the evildoer who had ruined his marriage ceremony. He felt as though the world was spinning as a raging inferno started to burn in the depths of his heart. "Father, let Big Brother Chai leave. I beg you, he is my savior. You can't hurt him." Luo Bing knelt on the ground, weeping and begging bitterly. A complicated emotion surfaced in Chai Hu's single eye as he stared blankly at the delicate figure before him, while his heart was filled with complex feelings. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed as they stared at the weeping Luo Bing. His heart was filled with respect. "Lady Bing, well done." Yang Kai laughed from the side and gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light as he shouted, "Don't worry, your Big Brother Chai won't be hurt today. I guarantee it with my life." Luo Bing heard this. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Really? Are you sure?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I promise." Luo Bing wiped her tears and said happily, "Thank you. Thank you. Take him away quickly. Big Brother Chai's cultivation has been sealed by them, so he can't leave by himself. You are so powerful, so you can definitely take him away." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That won't do. I still have things to do. I'll take him away once I'm done." He paused for a moment before continuing with a faint smile, "Of course. If Lady Bing wants to leave with us, you can come with us." "Me?" Luo Bing was startled upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her father before looking at Chai, who behind her. With a sad smile, she said, "Forget about me. I have to stay by my father's side." Luo Jin closed his eyes and said in a pained voice, "Bing, if you don't return to your room and continue to spout nonsense here, your father won't have a daughter like you anymore." He had had enough. He felt that he had spoiled Luo Bing too much, which had led her to do such a disgraceful thing today. The pain in his heart was far greater than the anger he felt when Yang Kai and Chai Hu disrupted the ceremony. Luo Bing's tender body started to tremble as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked pitifully at her father, tears flowing down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Luo Jin had never been so strict with her, nor had he ever said such heartless words to her. This caused her to be unable to accept it for a moment, causing her to become completely dumbfounded. As for you two, although Luo Jin was furious at his daughter's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to look at Luo Bing when he saw her in such a state. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said fiercely, "None of you can leave today. Activate the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's mansion suddenly buzzed and a surge of energy surged. A layer of solid light curtain suddenly appeared outside the entire city lord's mansion. Clearly, some kind of array had been activated, sealing off the entire city lord's mansion. "That's exactly what I wanted." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Now, before this matter is resolved, none of you can think of escaping. This brat is crazy. He's really crazy. He actually dares to offend the city lord's mansion by himself. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. He's still young and full of vigor." It looks like he's going to die here. Why do you care so much? Just watch the show. A flurry of discussions rang out as the surrounding guests retreated far away from the scene, leaving a large empty space in the center, leaving only Yang Kai and the middle-aged man he had subdued. Tell me, what method did you use to control the bride? I don't have much patience, so if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you right away. Yang Kai's palm pulsed with source chi as he stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the first-order Tao source realm, which was one level lower than Yang Kai's. When he heard this, his expression changed greatly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, "Little brother, you must have misunderstood." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and made a small cut on his arm. A soft sound rang out as the man watched his arm fly out from his body, exploding into a bloody mist in midair. In the next moment, dark red blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. "On my arm!" The middle-aged man cried out miserably. Due to the pain, his face seemed to have twisted together. "This is just a small warning. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer next time, your head will fly out." A chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said coldly, "No matter what method you use to control the bride, I believe that as long as you die, the bride will be able to escape, right?" The middle-aged man's body trembled, his face filled with fear and shock. As he shouted out, he shot a look in Luo Jin's direction, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly. Clenching his teeth, he shouted out, "Kill me. It's useless even if you kill me. If I die, the bride will definitely die as well." As his words rang out, the surrounding guests instantly went into an uproar, while Luo Jin's face sank and turned incomparably ashen. Although the middle-aged man did not directly reveal any information, his words were enough to explain some things. If not for the bride not agreeing to this marriage, why would Luo Jin want to control her? If she was truly willing, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. In other words, she was truly being forced to marry Luo Jin. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chai Hu's single eye suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance as he grinned foolishly, appearing as though the knot in his heart had been untied. Seeing him so happy, Luo Bing could not help but giggle, causing her to look extremely beautiful. "You want to lie to me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly before speaking out in a sinister voice. "Do you know the price of lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you." The middle-aged man shouted out, "Everything I've said is true." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, but was unable to see any trace of lying in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, "Good. Since that's the case, remove that secret technique." Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he shook his head continuously. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai roared out fiercely. The middle-aged man replied, "If I don't remove it, you won't dare to kill me. However, if I remove it, I'll definitely die." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. If he did not remove the secret technique, Yang Kai would naturally not take his life out of fear of harming the innocent. However, if he removed it, not to mention whether Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river, even Luo Jin would definitely not let him off. Today, Luo Jin had already lost all of his face. If the middle-aged man's actions were not to his liking, how could Luo Jin take things lying down? He had a heart of tolerance for Luo Bing and was helpless against Yang Kai. However, he would definitely turn this middle-aged man into ashes. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "What a good plan you've made." The middle-aged man gave a miserable laugh. "I was forced by the circumstances. I hope that little brother will not blame me." "Then tell me, exactly what kind of secret technique is that?" Yang Kai asked once again. The middle-aged man timidly glanced at Luo Jin, only to see the cold expression on Luo Jin's face, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. "It looks like you're determined not to cooperate with me. Fine, I won't take your life, but I can chop off your limbs." Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand to do the same. "Wait." The middle-aged man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he shouted out loudly upon hearing this. "What else do you have to say?" Xianxia asked in a stern voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before clenching his teeth and saying, "That wasn't a secret technique." "It wasn't a secret technique?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Then, what method did you use to control the bride?" The middle-aged man cried out, "I can't tell you. Little brother, please let me go. I can only tell you this much. I have elders and children in my family, and I also live in Sky Crane City. Little brother, please be magnanimous." Xianxia stared coldly at him, knowing that he wouldn't get any results even if he continued to force him. Thus, he threw the middle-aged man towards the Thousand Leaves Sex-eyed and said through clenched teeth, "Miss Yi, help me keep an eye on him. If he dares to play any tricks, just kill him." Oh, hearing this, Yi Jinghan came back to her senses and hurriedly reached out to grab the middle-aged man, restraining him by her side. Only then did Xianxia turn around and come to the bride's side. This time, the bride didn't attack him, instead standing in place like a statue. However, as Xianxia approached her, her breathing started to become rapid, as if she was extremely excited. Even her delicate body started to tremble slightly. Chapter 23:11. After a short while, Xianxia finally arrived before the bride and extended his hand to grab her red veil. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly, though he continued to restrain himself from taking action. No one knew what he was planning. At this moment, the surrounding guests opened their eyes wide as they focused their attention on the bride, quietly waiting for the exciting moment to arrive. With a whoosh, the red veil flew up, revealing a charming and absolutely beautiful face, causing the eyes of the numerous guests to light up as they felt endless envy in their hearts. In the instant that the bride regained her vision, her beautiful eyes shot towards Xianxia, filled with excitement and rebuke, as though she was blaming Xianxia for taking so long to lift her veil. Xianxia also took a deep breath, as though a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Sending a grin towards the bride, he said, "Senior, it's really you, fifth sister," Chai called out in a soft voice. Rolling her eyes, the bride shot a look towards Chai, who, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Although she had no choice today, she had witnessed everything that Chai had done. Being controlled by the middle-aged man, she had secretly taken action against Chai, causing her to feel endless self-reproach, wishing that she could take his place. "Can't Senior speak?" Xianxia asked with a grin towards the bride. The bride shot a fierce glare towards Xianxia, as though she was asking the obvious. Xianxia replied with embarrassment, "Can I move even then?" The bride blinked her eyes. Hearing Xianxia's words, many of the guests revealed looks of suspicion, as they could sense that Xianxia was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the bride was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Yet, Xianxia had actually addressed her as senior. What was going on? Chai also looked towards Xianxia with a blank look on his face. He asked, "Little brother, do you know my fifth sister?" Although he had guessed that Xianxia was extremely familiar with his fifth sister, Chai was still somewhat astonished. According to his knowledge, his fifth sister and big brother did not have any acquaintances in the Star Boundary. Xianxia smiled and said with a strange expression, "Of course I know him. Senior Qiyu is my master mother-in-law." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Countless guests opened their mouths wide and stared at Xianxia blankly. It was as if he was hallucinating. There were also quite a few people who had peculiar expressions on their faces as they glanced at Qiyu, before glancing back at Luo Jin, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Xianxia addressed the bride as master mother-in-law. Didn't this mean that the bride in front of him had already given birth to a child? However, the famous Sky Crane City's city lord didn't know about this, and even wanted to take her as his concubine. After understanding this point, many of the cultivator who had a problem with the city lord's mansion revealed gloating expressions as they looked at the ashen-faced Luo Jin. It was as if there was a huge green hat on his head that was radiating with an enchanting brilliance. After saying those words, Yang Kai's surging emotions finally calmed down. The bride in front of him was shockingly the monster King Qiyu, who had broken the seal on Shadowed Star and arrived in the star boundary together with Yang Kai. She was also Shanqing Luo's adoptive mother. When he first saw the bride, he did not pay much attention to her and only felt that something was amiss. However, when the bride used her strength to launch a sneak attack on Qiyu, he discovered that the monster chi fluctuations were somewhat familiar to him, and secretly guessed that he definitely knew this bride. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was a possibility that she was Qiyu, which was why he insisted on seeing her face. He had deliberately mentioned the words High Heaven Sect in order to test the new bride's reaction, and the new bride's reaction was indeed as he had expected. It was at that moment that he confirmed the guess in his heart, though he was stopped by Luo Jin. It was just some trouble. Now that he saw Qiyu's face, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt excited in his heart. That day in the Starlight Corridor, he and the other 5 third-order Origin Kings were separated due to some unforeseen circumstances. Even Lu Yin and the stone mongoose Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. After such a long time, he was only able to find Lu Yin by chance and let her return to his side. However, he did not know where Xiao and the others were. Yang Kai had always been worried about them and did not know how they would survive in this unfamiliar star boundary. However, the star boundary was vast, and he had no connections or backing, so he was powerless to inquire about anything. This time, it was simply a miracle that he was able to meet Qiyu in Sky Crane City. If he hadn't promised Yi Jinghan that he would make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect, he definitely wouldn't have shown himself in Sky Crane City. If Yi Jinghan hadn't received a message from Yi Hin asking her to attend the ceremony, he would have missed out on Qiyu. All kinds of coincidences had led to today's coincidental meeting. Life was really unpredictable, and the heavenly way was constant. For a moment, Yang Kai sighed. "Brat, what are you calling her for?" Luo Jin could not bear such an insult, and after a moment of indifference, he suddenly roared. Qiyu was also shocked and looked at Qiyu in astonishment. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, "Fifth sister, she has a son?" Qiyu stood there quietly, unable to move, but her cheeks flushed red. She glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if she was blaming him for speaking without thinking and ruining her reputation. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Chai, you've misunderstood. Senior Qiyu has an adopted daughter. An adopted daughter." Upon hearing this, Qiyu smiled and said in a carefree manner, "It doesn't matter whether she's an adopted daughter or a biological daughter. In any case, you're a family with us." Yang Kai said, "This Yang has seen Brother Chai's actions. On behalf of mother-in-law and master, this Yang thanks Brother Chai for your assistance." After saying that, he cupped his fists and bowed. Waving his hand, Qiyu said, "Fifth sister is imprisoned, so this is something this Chai should do. Little brother, you should take a look at how to remove the seal on fifth sister's body." Nodding his head, Yang Kai shot a look at Qiyu and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, senior." As he said that, he grabbed Qiyu's white and tender wrist before sending the source chi in his body into her meridians. Qiyu's tender body trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Previously, she had been covered by the red veil and was unable to see what had happened outside. She could only sense that Yang Kai had fought with quite a few people. At this moment, upon sensing the purity and density of Yang Kai's source chi, shock could not help but appear on her face as she secretly admired him. She was now a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so she naturally knew the disparity in strength between two realms. She could clearly sense that the source chi in Yang Kai's body had already been completely transformed and was no longer something that she could compare to. Thinking back to the time when they had first arrived in the star boundary, her cultivation was still higher than his by a small realm. However, when they met again today, he was already far ahead of her. Only a short span of 2 to 3 years had passed since then. Qiyu was extremely curious as to exactly what Yang Kai had experienced in such a short period of time, to actually be able to grow to such an extent. Just as Qi Yu was secretly shocked, Yang Kai had already sunk his consciousness into investigating. After a short while, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. Sure enough, it's not a secret technique, nor are there any traces of seal. Hearing that, Qi Yu continuously shot glances at Yang Kai, as though she wanted to tell him something. However, she was unable to release her divine sense, nor was she able to open her mouth to speak. She was completely powerless to do anything, causing her to become as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Jin observed all of this from afar, sneering without the slightest intention of interfering. It was as though he had complete confidence in the methods used by the middle-aged man and felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to dispel them with his current abilities. What the hell is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined it, not letting go of even the slightest bit of suspicion. The other guests also looked around curiously, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of dread towards the middle-aged man. They had all personally witnessed how powerful Yang Kai was. However, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still unable to find a way to control the middle-aged man. From this, one could see how strange the middle-aged man's methods were. If one were to interact with such a person, one would definitely have to be on their guard. If not, once the middle-aged man used such a strange method to control them, they would turn into walking corpses. Exactly what method did you use to control the bride? Seeing that Yang Kai was unable to figure out anything after busying himself for so long, Yi Jinghan could not help but ask out of curiosity. Hearing that, the middle-aged man shook his head continuously. Don't ask me, I don't know anything. How could he dare to reveal any clues? His entire family was in Sky Crane City, and once he revealed this secret, it would bring disaster to his family. Luo Jin would definitely not let him off so easily. What a coward! Yi Jinghan spat out. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to refute and could only remain silent as he looked towards Yang Kai with fear and dread. All of a sudden, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something, and his expression changed. His divine sense sank into a certain part of the dantian on Qi Yu's abdomen and carefully investigated it. After a short while, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Puppet sprout? It's actually a puppet sprout?" As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man's mouth fell open as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and exclaimed, "How can you recognize this thing? This thing has long gone extinct, so it's impossible for anyone to recognize it." So it really is a puppet sprout? Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at the middle-aged man. I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but after hearing this friend's words, I'm certain that it is a puppet sprout. The middle-aged man's expression froze for a moment before he shouted furiously, "You tricked me!" Du Xian slapped the middle-aged man's head, causing him to stagger as he sneered. "Your IQ is so low, Heis." Yang Kai laughed. "Thanks." The middle-aged man felt as if he had lost his soul, his entire being feeling unwell, as he felt that the world was filled with evil intentions. Turning his head to look at Luo Jin in horror, he said, "Sir City Lord, I wasn't the one who told him about this. I didn't reveal any information to him." "Trash!" Luo Jin snorted coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned stiff as he fell weakly to the ground, completely without any strength left in his body. However, in the next instant, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted towards Yang Kai. "So what if you know about it? Without my unique secret technique, it's impossible for you to expel it. If you want your mother-in-law to be safe and sound, then obediently ask them to let me go and apologize to the City Lord Master." Even at this moment, he still wanted to hug Luo Jin's thigh and hoped that he would be forgiven. "Shut him up!" Yang Kai roared impatiently. In response, Yi Jinghan chopped down with her palm, knocking the middle-aged man unconscious. Chapter 23:12. Puppet Sprout, ranked 52nd on the Earth ranking. Thin and hairy, it was born in a dark place 30,000 meters underground and was extremely difficult to find. After connecting with its owner, it could control others for its own use. Some information he had read in the exotic insect scripture flashed across Xianxia's mind, and he quickly recalled how to restrain it. This was all thanks to the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the insect emperor, which contained the exotic insect scripture. If not, with Xianxia's knowledge and experience, he would definitely be helpless in this situation. The puppet sprout wasn't ranked high on the exotic insect rankings and was almost at the bottom of the rankings. Although it had thin and hairy, making it hard to detect, and the person it planted with would become like a puppet that would obey orders, it had some other drawbacks that caused its ranking to not be high. After knowing how to deal with it, Xianxia hurriedly immersed himself in searching through his space ring, and after a short while, he found a few herbs. Many guests looked at him curiously, not knowing what exactly he was planning to do. Even the crowd was confused about what the puppet sprout was that he had mentioned earlier. Seeing him take out these herbs, they were all secretly guessing whether or not they could restrain the puppet sprout. Miss Yi, do you have the monster core of an Earth attribute monster beast of Dao source grade or above? Lend it to me. Xianxia suddenly turned his head and asked Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan gawked for a moment, before hurriedly searching through her space ring. However, before she could find it, Du Xian had already taken out a rolling yellow monster core. Looking at Xianxia, he said, "This dude just happens to have one. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, feel free to take it." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Jin suddenly roared out, "Du Xian, if you still care about the friendship between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves Sect, then leave. Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place. This king will not pursue the matter from before." Hearing this, Du Xian frowned and shot a look at Yi Jinghan. Seeing her nod her head slightly towards him, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang is a friend of my Thousand Leaves Sect. This dude naturally can't sit by and do nothing when a friend has a request." Luo Jin's face turned ashen. He nodded repeatedly, "Good, very good. This king will remember today's matter and will definitely visit Thousand Leaves Sect in the future to discuss it with Yihen." Du Xian frowned slightly, but still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "As long as Master of the City is happy." As he spoke, he tossed the Earth attribute monster beast's monster core to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and checked its grade and color. He was very satisfied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he waved his hand and a pill furnace suddenly appeared in front of him. The alchemy furnace expanded in the wind and soon grew to the height of a person. The exterior of the alchemy furnace was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Is this kid also an alchemist? Oh my god, this pill furnace seems to be Dao source grade high rank. Being able to use such a pill furnace, doesn't that mean he's a Dao source grade alchemist? What did he say his name was? Xianxia. High Heaven Sect's Xianxia. Xianxia. That name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Everyone started to discuss among themselves, with quite a few people revealing shocked expressions. They had already witnessed the powerful strength Xianxia had displayed before, but now that he had taken out a Dao source grade high-rank alchemy furnace, they were still shocked and started to make guesses. There were already quite a few people who had spread rumors about him and the previous incident. The person who had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm was connected to him. After all, the two of them shared the same name, had Dao Source realm cultivation, and seemed to be proficient in alchemy. Although the world was big, there weren't many people who had so many similarities. Under everyone's gazes, Xianxia pushed the flames of the furnace, causing the temperature of the entire inner hall to rise by quite a bit. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and paid attention, not showing any intention of rushing to take action. He seemed to be very interested in Xianxia's next move. Xianxia was very happy as he continued to form hand seals and engrave spirit arrays, throwing the herbs and earth attribute monster core into the pill furnace one after another, controlling the temperature of the flames. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Xianxia suddenly extended his hand to the side. Source Qi surged from his palm and sucked a bowl over. Immediately after, he leapt up and arrived in front of the black jade furnace. Patting the pill furnace, he sent the lid flying before reaching out and sucking the contents of the furnace out. It was a green-colored medicinal liquid that looked extremely strange and sticky, appearing to be in a semi-solidified state. From an alchemist's point of view, opening the furnace at this moment meant that the refinement had failed. However, this was exactly what was needed to expel the puppet bud. Placing the strange medicinal liquid that was emitting a strange smell into the bowl, he carefully brought it in front of Qiyu and said in a serious tone, "Senior, drink this." Qiyu's brows furrowed as her face turned pale. When Xianxia brought the semi-finished medicinal liquid in front of her, she immediately smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. This odor was similar to a pair of socks that had not been washed for a few decades. Just smelling it was enough to make one feel nauseous. How could such a thing enter one's stomach? Seeing the look of disdain in her eyes, Xianxia grinned and said, "Good medicine tastes bitter. You'll feel better after drinking this." Qiyu glared at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes, giving him a look that said, "If you dare to trick me, you're dead meat." Xianxia ignored her and coaxed her like a child. "Come, drink it obediently." After saying that, he opened Qiyu's mouth with one hand and poured the contents of the bowl into her mouth with the other. At the same time, he secretly urged his source Qi to help Qiyu swallow. Gulp, gulp, gulp. All of the guests turned their gazes away, feeling their stomachs churn and their entire bodies turn unwell. Wah! At a certain moment, Qiyu suddenly vomited and half-knelt on the ground. Her expression was extremely painful, as if she wanted to vomit out all of her internal organs. Xianxia stood to the side with a smile on his face. He threw away the bowl in his hand and reached out to pat Qiyu's back. "Smelly brat, how dare you make me drink such a thing?" Qiyu turned her head and glared at Xianxia with gritted teeth. She had lived for so many years, but had never drunk such a disgusting thing. If not for the fact that her movements were restricted today, how could she have suffered such a disaster? "Senior, please calm down. This brat had no other choice." Xianxia laughed mischievously. "Fifth sister." To the side, Chaihu stared at Qiyu in a daze and said happily, "You can move now?" Qiyu was stunned, as if she had just awoken from a dream. She slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "I'm really not restricted anymore." After saying that, she turned her head and regained her dignified appearance as she said hatefully, "Since you're speaking the truth, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to make me drink such a thing again." Halfway through her words, Qiyu hurriedly covered her mouth as her face turned pale, seemingly recalling an extremely bad memory. However, she quickly turned her gaze toward Chaihu and said with a guilty look on her face, "Fourth brother, I've implicated you." Chaihu laughed heartily. "We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. I believe that if I were to encounter such a situation, you wouldn't just sit by and watch." Qiyu nodded her head, a look of gratitude on her face. Turning around, she stared coldly at the middle-aged man being restrained by Yi Jinghan and said, "He actually dared to make me suffer such a thing. I want him dead." At this moment, a blank look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he stared blankly at Qiyu, muttering incessantly, "Impossible. This is impossible. The puppet bud is almost extinct. How could there be a way to break it?" He seemed to be unable to accept the fact that his unique skill had been broken so easily, causing his mind to be greatly shaken, causing him to fall into a daze for a moment. Xianxia grinned and said, "Playing with insects in front of me? You're still a few hundred years too early, haha." His wild and complacent laughter attracted the attention of quite a few people, all of them thinking that this brat had gone crazy. After his laughter came to an end, Xianxia extended his hand and sent a blast of energy towards the ground. The energy transformed into flames that burned the vomit out of Qiyu's mouth. At the same time, the middle-aged man appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His entire body shook violently as he involuntarily spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale as his aura weakened. Although the puppet bud had been forced out, it had not died, allowing the middle-aged man to remain safe and sound. However, Yang Kai's attack had not only destroyed the puppet bud on the spot, it had also caused the middle-aged man, who was mentally connected to it, to suffer a heavy blow. The reason why the puppet bud was not ranked high on the exotic insect list was because its vitality was not as strong as other exotic insects, allowing it to be easily destroyed. However, this was not the case for the soul-devouring insect, as it was extremely difficult to completely destroy it. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to keep the puppet bud in the insect enslavement bracelet, as it might come in handy in the future. However, the puppet bud was an extremely special exotic insect. Once someone left a mark on it, it could no longer be used by a second person. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to destroy it. Seeing the middle-aged man in such a state, Qiyu frowned slightly. She no longer had any intention of finding trouble with him and instead shot a cold glare at Luo Jin. The main culprit behind everything that had happened to her today was Luo Jin. If not for Yang Kai's miraculous appearance and saving her from this predicament, not only would she not have been able to escape today, even Chai, who would have been implicated. She naturally hated a vile person like Luo Jin to the bone. Little you, it's not too late for you to come to this king's side now. This king promises you that everything that happened before will be forgotten. Luo Jin looked at Qiyu and said indifferently, "Little you." Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared dumbfoundedly. In the past, the monster king of the monster star, Qiyu, had controlled the entire stars, with billions of monster clan members obeying her orders. However, when she came to the star boundary, she was actually addressed as Little You. If the other monster clan lords of the monster star were to find out about this, who knew how they would feel? Qiyu seemed to have sensed the subtle changes in Yang Kai's expression and glared fiercely at him, before snorting coldly, "Old dog, you imprisoned my big brother and the others, forced me to marry you, and now you actually want me to come to your side? Have you not woken up from your sleep yet?" Luo Jin's face darkened as fury filled his face. He knew that after today, he would most likely lose all of his face. Originally, he wanted to use Qiyu to redeem himself, but he never expected to be rejected so bluntly by her. In that instant, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. Chapter 23:13. Have Big Brother and the others really been imprisoned by this old dog? Chaihu's expression turned furious as he asked furiously, "Yes." Qiyu gritted her teeth as a trace of sadness flashed across her face. "It's all my fault for believing this old dog's words and causing Big Brother and the others to be controlled. Despicable scum." As Chaihu cursed, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was severely injured, the mouthful of blood still shot towards Luo Jin like an arrow. Luo Jin stood there without moving, merely channeling his strength to block the blood, while his gaze turned exceedingly gloomy. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, the big brother you speak of, who is he?" Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't dare to be sure, so he could only ask. Qiyu replied, "Your High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder, Gui Zhu." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow, overjoyed. "Elder is also here." "Yes, but he is now imprisoned in a certain place in the City Lord's mansion. I don't know where he is." Qiyu sighed. "Where are the others?" "Also here?" Kai Yang asked anxiously. Qiyu said, "Alliance Master Gu and President AI are both here." Yang Kai observed her expression carefully. He was slightly surprised and said, "Then what about Master Wu Dao?" When they set off from Shadowed Star that day, there were 6 of them. In addition to Yang Kai and Qiyu, there was also AIO, President of Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union's Union Master Gu Yun, High Heaven Sect Supreme Elder Gu Zhu, and the last one was recognized as the strongest Third Order Origin King in Star Territory, Wu Dao. Of these 6, except for Yang Kai, who was only a Second Order Origin King at the time, the remaining 6 were all Third Order Origin Kings. They were the top fighting force within the territory of the Star Realm. The 6 of them used the Star Emperor tokens left behind by Yang Yan. After opening the starlight passage and overcoming all obstacles to reach the star boundary, they were ambushed in the passage. After a chaotic battle, they were separated. Xianxia had also guessed that, other than himself, there was a high chance that the others would be together. Now that he heard Qiyu mention Gue Zhu, Aio, and Gu Yun, he couldn't help but frown. He immediately knew that he was right. But she didn't say where Wu Dao was, which made Xianxia feel uneasy. Sure enough, hearing Xianxia ask like this, Crimson Moon's expression dimmed, and he said, "Master Wu Dao, he already left." What? Xianxia's expression changed greatly. He could hardly believe it. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest Origin King in the Star Territory back then, having reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm, but the world principles of the Star Territory did not allow him to do so. That was why he couldn't advance. Even Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Elder Long Tianshang was respectful to Wu Dao. Qi Yu and the others also regarded him as the strongest. But what Xianxia didn't expect was that Tyrannical was actually dead. As the strongest expert, he had actually died just like that. How did Master Wu Dao die? Xianxia's expression turned cold as he turned his head to look at Luo Jin. Did he do it? He didn't have much contact with Wu Dao, only getting to know him when he left the Star Territory and opened the Starlight Corridor. They had gone through thick and thin together for some time. But when he heard this news, he still felt incomparably furious. There were only a few people who came from the Star Territory, and now one of them had already died. Xianxia felt inexplicably stifled and uncomfortable. Crimson Moon shook her head. This has nothing to do with him. Master Wu Dao. He failed to break through to the Dao Source realm and died in the World Tribulation. Xianxia became absent-minded after hearing this, and only after a long while did he sigh. It's his fate. He originally thought that with Wu Dao's cultivation and heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Dao Source realm after coming to the star boundary. Even if he didn't have a 100% chance of success, he would at least have an 80% to 90% chance of success. But according to Crimson Moon, he actually died because he failed to break through. If this matter hadn't come from Crimson Moon, Xianxia wouldn't have believed it. That's because Crimson Moon had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. So how could Wu Dao fail? This could only be described as a world tribulation that wasn't something that a human could contend against. What about Gue Zhu and the others? Xianxia asked again. Crimson Moon replied, they were fine when we parted last time. Furthermore, they had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. I just don't know how they are now. Xianxia nodded lightly. At this moment, Chai Hu, who had been listening from the side, suddenly spoke out, "Little brother, you actually know my big brother and the others?" Xianxia smiled upon hearing that. Your big brother is the supreme elder of my High Heaven sect, while I'm the sect master of the High Heaven sect. Do you think I don't know them? Chai Hu gawked and looked at Crimson Moon. Could it be that he's also? Crimson Moon nodded gently. Chai Hu immediately felt deep veneration for Crimson Moon, cupping his fists and saying, I've been disrespectful. Clearly, Chai Hu knew that Crimson Moon and the others had come from the Star Territory of the lower planes. At this moment, he knew that Xianxia was also from the Star Boundary and had actually grown to such a level in such a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel incomparable admiration for Xianxia. With a smile, Xianxia replied, Brother Chai, you don't need to worry about it. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Oh, that's right. Senior, where's my Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao. Crimson Moon furrowed her brows. You're talking about that stone. Could it be that it's not with you? Xianxia's heart sank as he replied, I haven't found it. We haven't seen it, either. When we arrived here that day, the few of us were together. Although we had separated, we weren't too far apart. After 2 days, we gathered together. We've also looked for you, but we haven't been able to find you. So Xiao Xiao isn't with you. Xianxia felt a sense of loss and worry. Crimson Moon and the others had come to the Star Territory, and although their cultivations weren't high, they were still people who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. They were nimble and adaptable, so surviving was naturally not a problem for them. However, Xiaoxiao was different. Its intelligence wasn't high, and it was also a special kind of life form. If it was discovered, it would inevitably be captured and studied. Yankai was most worried about Xiaoxiao over the past few years. However, he didn't expect that he still wouldn't be able to find any news about it after meeting Crimson Moon. Seeing his expression, Crimson Moon comforted him. You don't need to be too worried. Although Xiaoxiao is a little special, its life won't be in danger even if it's captured. As long as we continue to search, we'll definitely find it one day. Yankai nodded. I hope so. The two of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when they spoke, so everyone in the surroundings could hear them clearly. However, they were completely unaware of what they were talking about, only knowing that the two of them had reunited after a long time. Their relationship wasn't shallow. All of a sudden, Luo Jin said with a grin, "Since the few of you are so worried about your old friend, why don't you send me over? This king will send the two of you off. How about it?" Crimson Moon replied furiously, "Old dog, if you know what's good for you, obediently release my big brother and the others. If not, I'll flip your city lord's mansion." Luo Jin replied, "Little you should restrain your temper. As a woman, it's improper for you to have such a fiery temper." Crimson Moon sneered, "That depends on who I'm talking to. Do you think that I'll be amiable towards a despicable person like you?" Luo Jin snorted coldly. "This king can give you a chance. Obediently return to this king's side, and I'll let bygones be bygones. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being impolite." Yankai gave a hearty laugh. "I really want to see how impolite the city lord's master is going to be. Could it be that you're going to rely on the 70 to 90 subordinates you've secretly placed in this area? Since you've discovered something, there's no need to say anything else. Take action." Luo Jin roared out. As his voice rang out, a dozen figures suddenly shot out from all directions, all of them possessing Dao Source Realm cultivation. Floating in the air, these cultivators' expressions turned solemn as they formed hand seals. Their hands continuously changed. As the hand seals changed, the source chi within these dozen cultivators seemed to form a unique resonance. Yankai's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in astonishment, "A spirit array?" With a single glance, he could tell that these people seemed to be using some kind of spirit array. Just like the 7 points black tortoise spirit array, it was a secret technique that used the cultivator's body as its foundation. Just as his voice rang out, the dozen cultivator took action in unison, sending their strength out in pairs. In an instant, their attacks connected together, transforming into a large net visible to the naked eye that enveloped Yankai and the others. The large net was formed purely from source chi, yet possessed an extremely powerful sealing effect. As it enveloped them, it seemed to be able to lock down an entire region. All of a sudden, Chai Hu and Chi Yu felt their shoulders sink, as though they were being pressed down by a large mountain. The circulation of their strength became sluggish, while their meridians were blocked, causing their chests to feel stifled to the point of being unable to breathe. Although Yankai was slightly better off, he still felt his body shrink. As the large net descended, it caught Yankai and the others completely off guard. "Young Master Yang," Yi Jinghan's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in shock. Du Xian's expression had also turned ugly as his mind raced. Today, he had helped Yankai in front of everyone, going against Luo Jin and completely falling out with the city lord's mansion. He was only acting according to Yi Jinghan's wishes. If not, how could he have acted so recklessly? Upon seeing Yankai being captured, he knew that the situation wasn't good. If they couldn't escape from the city lord's mansion today, they might have to stay here forever. Thinking about that, he clenched his teeth and secretly sent a message to Yi Jinghan. "Yi, wait for my signal and we'll rush out of here together." Hearing that, Yi Jinghan shook her head. "We have to save young Master Yang." Du Xian replied, "That's impossible. Once Luo Jin is done with young Master Yang, we'll be next. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late." If young Master Yang can't escape, we definitely won't be able to. If we want to live, we can only save young Master Yang. Du Xian looked at her in astonishment. You have that much confidence in him? He's just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yi Jing Han gave a bitter laugh. You'll know in the future that there are some people who can do things that others can't, even if their cultivations aren't too high. Furthermore, young Master Yang is related to the future rise and fall of our Thousand Leaves sect. Even if we have to die, we have to save him. Du Xian's expression fluctuated, and for a moment, he was at a loss. From the looks of it, Yi Jinghan was determined to take Yang Kai with her. However, how could the few of them from Thousand Leaves sect rescue him in front of so many experts from the City Lord's mansion? What's more, Yang Kai and the others had already become turtles in a jar, making it extremely difficult to rescue them. Ha ha! Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others being bound by the spirit array, Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a look of ridicule on his face, he said, "Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that this King's City Lord's mansion is a place where you can act as you please?" The expressions on the faces of many guests changed, as they knew that Luo Jin was trying to make an example out of them. Today, he had lost a lot of face, and if he wasn't able to capture Yang Kai and the others, he really wouldn't be able to establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future. Fortunately, the secret arrangements he had made earlier had finally played a crucial role, causing his mood to instantly improve. A vicious glint of hatred flickered in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly considering how to deal with Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. Chapter 23:14. In the hall, over a dozen Dao Source Realm Masters formed a spirit array, trapping Yang Kai, Chi Yu, and Chai Hu in their original positions. Luo Jin laughed heartily as he surveyed his surroundings with a smug look on his face. This king will be eternally grateful if any of you can help this king kill this brat. He had no intention of personally taking action, not because he was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, but because he didn't want to. Instead, he wanted to use this method to regain some face and consolidate his position. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his fists and volunteered. White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng is willing to help City Lord Master. Another person stood up and cupped his fists. Heart-Seeking Pavilion's Guozhe is willing to listen to your orders. A third person also stood up. This brat is despicable and shameless, using lies to deceive the masses. My soul-seizing sword sex Yuan Mo can't stand by and is willing to take his head as a warning to others. In an instant, 7 or 8 people stood up, representing 7 or 8 different forces, expressing their sincerity to Luo Jin through this method. Luo Jin's gloomy mood finally cleared up as he nodded with a faint smile. Good, then I'll have to trouble everyone. A few people said in unison, "Please rest assured, City Lord Master. We definitely won't disappoint you." As they finished speaking, they turned around and looked towards Yang Kai with sinister smiles on their faces. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was somewhat extraordinary, he was currently trapped by the spirit array set up by the City Lord's Mansion's cultivator and was completely unable to move. He was just like a piece of fatty meat on the chopping board that they couldn't kill in any way they wanted to. All of a sudden, White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng smiled. Everyone, it wouldn't be good for us to bully him with numbers. What's more, there are many guests here. Even if we win, it would be an unfair victory. Guozhe said. Then, according to Brother Mu, what should we do? Everyone looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was planning to do. With a faint smile, Mu Zheng said, "What I mean is that one person should take action, while the rest of the friends can provide support. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone smiled faintly. Knowing what he meant, they nodded in agreement. Brother Mu's words are correct. Mu Zheng said, "Then who will do it?" Yuan Mo of the Soul Snatching Sword Sect said, "Since it's Brother Mu's suggestion, we'll let Brother Mu do it." When the others heard this, they didn't have any objections. After all, They had already stood up at the crucial moment and expressed their loyalty to the city master. As for who would kill Yang Kai, it didn't matter anymore. They were going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Mu Zheng's expression was exactly what I wanted. He nodded with a smile and said, "Since everyone agrees, this Mu will not decline." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was sure he would win. Then, he walked towards Yang Kai at a moderate pace. Yang Kai, Qiyu couldn't help but become nervous. He desperately urged his own origin energy. But no matter what, she could not break free from the bindings on her body. She was so anxious that her beautiful face changed color. She said, "If you can leave, then leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Where there's life, there's hope." Chaihu chimed in, "That's right, little brother. Just remember to take revenge for us." "Ha ha, you still want to leave in this state?" Mu Zheng laughed out in ridicule, before looking at Qi Yu and saying, "Rest assured, madam, this one has always acted appropriately, so I won't hurt you by mistake." At this point in time, he did not forget to express his goodwill towards Luo Jin. Standing not far away, Luo Jin nodded his head in satisfaction upon hearing those words. "Do you think that you can kill me with your abilities?" Yang Kai stood there calmly, smiling as he looked at Mu Zheng, who was approaching him step by step. That smile imprinted itself into Mu Zheng's eyes, causing his heart to involuntarily skip a beat. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread within his heart, causing him to instantly become flustered. Clenching his teeth, he roared out fiercely, "You're still so arrogant, even in the face of death. Brat, watch carefully as I take your dog life." As he roared out, he suddenly summoned a large blade. As his origin energy surged, a blade light sparkled, and blade shadows appeared one after another. A dazzling brilliance erupted as it chopped down towards Yang Kai. Clearly, he did not want to drag this out any longer, and only wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Therefore, he used his full strength right from the start. This move of his had completely enveloped Yang Kai and Chai Hu, while excluding Qi Yu. Clearly, he had guessed Luo Jin's intentions and would only leave the newlywed madam behind, while killing everyone else. Seeing the blade light coming towards him, a chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he coldly said, "A mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master." As his words rang out, his figure flashed, before disappearing from his original location, as though he was completely unaffected by the restrictions of the spirit array. Spatial energy surged out, appearing right before Mu Zheng. Using his finger as a sword, 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his fingertips as he chopped straight towards his opponent. Mu Zheng was greatly shocked, his face instantly turning incomparably pale, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation was only at the first-order Dao Source Realm. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had been restricted by the spirit array, with Yang Kai's ferocious display, how would he dare to take the initiative to touch the tigers? However, the sudden change in the situation, with Yang Kai actually escaping from the spirit array, instantly scared the wits out of him. His entire body started to tremble, while the might of the attack he had unleashed with the artifact in his hand instantly disappeared. As the blade light and sword shadows intersected, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Mu Zheng appeared to have suffered heavy injuries as he was sent flying, vomiting blood continuously in the air. Yang Kai roared out in a stern voice, "Since you guys don't know how to write the word death, this young master will teach you guys." As he spoke, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his finger, moving like a dragon and snake. Sticking close to Mu Zheng's body, it continued to draw something in the air. Mu Zheng's miserable shrieks instantly resounded across the world, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. No one knew exactly what kind of torture he had suffered to cause him to scream in such a miserable manner. The surrounding guests all fell silent out of fear. As for Yi Jinghan, who was prepared to risk everything to rescue Yang Kai, She was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Xianxia was extraordinary, she never imagined that he would be so monstrous. The spirit array that the city Lord Master had secretly set up was actually unable to do anything to him. However, when she recalled that Xianxia possessed the Tao of Space, Yi Jinghan felt relieved. With the spatial divine technique, even if Xianxia was no match for his opponent, escaping would not be a problem, unless a powerhouse from the Emperor realm took action and suppressed him with their powerful cultivation, preventing him from using his Tao of Space. After a short while, Mu Zheng smashed heavily against the wall, spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his shattered internal organs. His entire body was motionless, and his aura was completely gone. He had actually died. Right at this moment, Xianxia suddenly snapped his fingers. With a bang, Mu Zheng exploded, his corpse turning into a bloody mist. However, miraculously, it did not disperse. Instead, it was imprinted onto the wall by a mysterious force, dyeing it blood red, as though someone had splashed a basin of red paint on it. The stench of blood rushed to the sky, causing everyone to feel nauseous. Asterisk gasps rang out, followed by gulping sounds. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Xianxia in disbelief. This unforeseen event happened in a flash, causing everyone to be dazed. Before many people could regain their senses, Mu Zheng, who had charged towards Xianxia in an aggressive manner, had actually died. What kind of strength did one need to be able to achieve such a feat? Come, 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 Xianxia shouted with all his might, pointing at the blood-red wall. Those who don't know how to read, come take a look and see how the word death is written. He smiled coldly. Don't say that this young master didn't teach you. It won't be fun if you die with your eyes open. Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked again, and suddenly, the soles of their feet cramped. On the blood-red wall, a large death character had actually appeared. Blood was still dripping from the character, making a dripping sound. Each dripping sound was like a soul-calming song, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Between the characters, there were countless pieces of flesh and organs stuck to the wall. Recalling Xianxia's previous actions, everyone was horrified to find that he had actually used his finger as a pen and Mu Zheng's body as ink to write this character on the wall. This was a blatant provocation, a demonstration of strength. However, no one dared to say anything about it. Luo Jin's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally hoped to borrow a knife, to kill someone, and intimidate the guests that had arrived today, taking the opportunity to regain some face. However, he never expected that he would end up smashing his own foot with a rock, causing his face to twitch in pain. Someone just said that I'm despicable and shameless, and that I'm trying to mislead the crowd with my lies. Xianxia's figure suddenly flashed, appearing beside Soul, snatching sword sex Yuan Mo, appearing like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time. He hooked his arm around the latter's shoulder and asked with a grin. Before Yuan Mo could react, he was still immersed in the fact that Mu Zheng had been killed, unable to extricate himself from it. Xianxia had already closed in on him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to escape. On the other hand, upon seeing this fiend appear beside them, the others jumped in fright, dodging one after another as they looked at Xianxia in fear, afraid that he would take action against them. From Xianxia's earlier performance, if he truly wanted to kill them, they would definitely not be able to put up any resistance. Each and every one of them felt extremely vexed in their hearts, regretting that they had chosen a side too early, causing them to get into trouble for no reason. Yuan Mo's entire body trembled as his legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. With a pale face, he stammered, "Young Master Yang." This one spoke without thinking and offended young Master Yang. "Young Master, Master Yang, please be magnanimous and not lower yourself to this one's level." Spoke without thinking? Xianxia raised his brow. "Then this young master will give you some time to think carefully. Tell me, who exactly is the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses?" Yuan Mo's entire body shivered as he lowered his head, not daring to raise it. With a trembling voice, he said, "It's me, it's me, it's all me. I'm the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses." Yang Kai snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Looks like you still don't know how to spell the word death. Do you want me to teach you again?" Yuan Mo was on the verge of tears as he knelt down on the ground and cried out, "It's City Lord Master. He's the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses and deceived us. Young Master Yang, please spare my life. Young Master Yang, please spare my life." Even though he knew that he would offend Luo Jin by speaking rudely in front of so many people, how could he care so much when it was a matter of life and death? Chapter 23:15. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, patting Yuan Mo's head as a reward. However, Yuan Mo thought that Yang Kai was about to kill him, causing his entire body to tremble in fright. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. "Trash!" Luo Jin scolded while clenching his teeth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the other people with a cold gaze. Before he could say anything, those people started to shout out, "Young Master Yang, we've already seen how the word death is written. It's our utmost honor to see young Master Yang's authentic handwriting. Young Master Yang is truly a miraculous person to be able to use blood as ink to write such good words. Admirable, admirable." These people were all trying their best to flatter Yang Kai. Although they were praising and flattering him, the smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Clearly, they were extremely afraid in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would kill them if he was in a bad mood. Many of the guests looked at them with disdain, feeling pained by their shamelessness. However, after thinking about it, if they were to encounter such a situation, would they be able to perform any better than them? With a blade on their necks, honor and loyalty were no longer important. Surviving was the most important thing. Thinking about this, many people sighed inwardly, knowing that it wasn't that these people were afraid of death, but rather that they were in a disadvantageous situation. Since you know how the word death is written, hurry up and scram. Don't dirty this young master's eyes. Yang Kai retracted the smile on his face as he roared impatiently. As though they had been pardoned, those people scurried back into the crowd, not daring to show their faces again. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and look at Luo Jin. He said coldly, "Hand her over. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Luo Jin remained unmoved, only snorting coldly. "Is this how your master taught you to speak to your seniors?" Yang Kai replied, "I've always respected the old and loved the young. However, if City Lord's master doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for beating you up until your mother can't recognize you." As he said that, he walked towards Luo Jin at a steady pace. Clearly, he wasn't willing to drag things out and wanted to end this quickly. A trace of nervousness flashed across Luo Jin's face. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's by a small realm, he had seen everything that Yang Kai had done just now, so he knew that this youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Luo Jin immediately looked in a certain direction and said, "Master Ku, please lend me a hand. This Luo will be eternally grateful." He knew that it was meaningless to ask for the help of those second-order Dao Source Realm Master from the first-order Dao Source Realm. So he directly invited a master from the third-order Dao Source Realm, who he was familiar with and had a close relationship with. In this situation, only the third-order Dao Source Realm could suppress Yang Kai. Just as Luo Jin finished speaking, an old man slowly walked out from the crowd. This old man had a head of white hair and a restrained aura, while his eyes were extremely bright. His face was rosy. He looked like an elder. He smiled slightly and said, "Since Master Luo has invited me, this old man will naturally comply." A trace of joy flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he nodded. "Many thanks." At this moment, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look at the old man, he asked with a grin, "Old man, are you going to intervene in this matter?" The old man with the surname Ku smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If little brother doesn't mind, why don't we sit down and have a good chat?" This old man's body isn't strong and can't be compared to you youngsters. If possible, this old man doesn't want to take action against little brother. Sure. Xianxia smiled and said, then why don't you sit by the side and watch, old man? How about you drink some wine and eat some food? The old man with the surname Ku replied, I'm afraid that won't do. Since Master Luo has spoken, this old man can't just sit by and watch. Xianxia sighed, old man, it's not easy for you to live to such an old age. Even the king of hell isn't willing to accept you. So why do you still want to charge into the gates of hell? The old man with the surname narrowed his eyes and said, young people are indeed full of vitality. Your tone is filled with confidence. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, little brother should be the rumored grandmaster who refined the extraordinary treasure pill, right? It wasn't strange for the old man with the surname Ku to be able to guess Xianxia's identity. During this period of time, Xianxia's name had spread throughout the entire Southern Territory. He had also announced his name in front of everyone before, arousing the suspicions of many people. Coupled with the fact that he had suddenly used his space force to break free from the binding spirit array, the old man with the surname Ku was naturally able to confirm his suspicions. The old man with the surname Ku wasn't the only one who had guessed Xianxia's origins. It was just that no one else had said anything. On the other hand, some of the cultivator who didn't know the truth exclaimed when they heard this, their eyes filled with shock and passion as they stared at Xianxia. No one knew what the extraordinary treasure pill was before, but with the news of the Four Seasons realm, the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill had long been known. It was a pill that had been lost for a long time and could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Besides the few pills that Xianxia had refined, there was no other pill in this world. What? He's the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Luo Jin's face changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice. The old man with the surname Ku replied, they share the same name, a second-order Tao source realm cultivation, and proficient in the Tao of alchemy. Other than that grandmaster, this old master can't think of anyone else with such capabilities. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. It's just an insignificant name, not worth mentioning. You really are one. Luo Jin's eyes suddenly burst with light, turning scorching hot in an instant, as if Xianxia had turned into a delicious piece of meat. The old man with the surname Ku continued, this old master has heard of Grandmaster Yang's name like thunder, and has admired you for a long time. Today is also the day of the City Lord's master's wedding, so it's truly not a good time to take action. Grandmaster Yang, can you give this old master some face and let today's matter end here? Xianxia smiled, give you face? Then who's going to give me face? If the City Lord's master wants to marry your mother-in-law, master, regardless of whether she's willing or not, how would you feel about that, old master? The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he spoke out in anger. This old master is already old, and my mother-in-law, master, has already passed away. Little brother, don't be too vicious with your mouth. Sorry. Xianxia had an apologetic look on his face, as if he was sincerely admitting his mistake. Changing the topic, he asked, what if the City Lord's master wants to marry your wife? The old man with the surname, Ku's body shook as his aura surged. Impudent. Xianxia sneered, he's not really marrying your wife. I'm just casually mentioning it, yet you're already so angry, looking as if you want to kill someone. Do you think that I'll let him off so easily for doing such despicable things to this young master's mother-in-law? Master? Luo Jin replied in anger. Master Ku, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's join hands and capture him first. The old man with the surname Ku replied, all right. Exchanging glances, the two of them did not wish to speak any more nonsense. Luo Jin took out his jade scepter-like artifact once again, while the old man, surnamed Ku, flipped his hand, summoning a token-like object. The token was only the size of a palm, but arcs of electricity curled around its surface, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Be careful, young Master Yang. Ku Tian is the great elder of the Sky Peak Temple, and the 9 heavens divine thunder is sealed within that heaven's thunder token. Don't take it head on, Yi Jinghan reminded loudly. Hearing that, Kutian glared at Yi Jinghan and shouted, "Shut up, little girl, or this old master will teach you a lesson." Yi Jinghan replied in disdain, "Using numbers to bully the weak. So it turns out that great Elder Ku is such a despicable and shameless person. To think that I respected you in the past. I was truly blind." Kutian felt extremely uncomfortable from her words, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. "What do you know? Scram!" As he spoke, he had already joined hands with Luo Jin. The jade scepter-like artifact in Luo Jin's hand was extremely mysterious, as it tapped lightly towards Yang Kai from a distance. Yang Kai felt as though a large mountain was smashing towards him, the ferocious force seemingly causing the surrounding space to collapse. Not daring to take it head-on, Yang Kai could only dodge. At this moment, Ku Tian leisurely took action. Forming a hand seal, large arcs of lightning surged out from the heaven's thunder token, transforming into lightning snakes that wrapped around Yang Kai. In an instant, incessant crackling sounds rang out. "Banish!" At the critical moment, Yang Kai roared out as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A black hole instantly appeared in the air, filled with nothingness and chaos. All of the lightning bolts surging out from the heaven's thunder token were devoured by the black hole, leaving Yang Kai completely unharmed. "What?" Ku Tian turned pale with fright. When he felt the might of the heaven's thunder token weaken, he hurriedly retracted his artifact, no longer daring to release lightning bolts rashly. The lightning bolts in the heaven's thunder token were all collected over the course of a stormy day, so every bit used up was a bit less. Once it was used up, it would need to be replenished. With such a large amount of lightning bolts being devoured by the void, it meant that the might of the heaven's thunder token had weakened significantly, causing him to feel extremely pained. This exchange could be said to have been as quick as lightning and earth-shattering, causing the entire Great Hall to shake and sway, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding cultivators all scattered in shock, each of them extremely terrified. Ku Tian had failed, but Luo Jin continued to tap the jade scepter in his hand a few times in the air. Streaks of formless energy surged towards Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink as he instinctively felt a chill in his heart. With a flick of his finger, a few moon blades slashed out. The jet-black moon blades brought with them an unparalleled might, causing Luo Jin to jump in fright the moment they appeared. However, in the next moment, a few bangs rang out as they collided with the formless attacks sent out by the jade scepter, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Formless thunder, formless thunder. Ku Tian let out a roar as lightning arcs appeared on the surface of his body. They danced around his body and transformed into a lightning rope that wrapped around Yang Kai, as if trying to bind him to his spot. Yang Kai dodged to the side. However, at this crucial moment, a sly smile appeared on Luo Jin's face before he tapped the jade scepter in his hand heavily once again. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's body sank, as though a large mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel as though he was unable to straighten his back. In that instant, the lightning rope had already wrapped itself around Yang Kai, instantly binding him tightly. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the smell of barbecued meat. Luo Jin gave a hearty laugh. "Young people don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You have to suffer a little before you can clearly see your own strength." He had a look of absolute confidence on his face, causing him to appear exceedingly savage. Ku Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead, secretly feeling shocked by Yang Kai's strength. One had to know that both he and Luo Jin were a minor realm above Yang Kai. Although they were able to capture Yang Kai within a dozen breaths of time after joining forces, this was already an inconceivable feat. It was simply impossible for an ordinary second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to last more than 3 moves against them. Chapter 23:16. Grandmaster Yang, victory and defeat have already been decided. This old master hopes that you will not continue to resist stubbornly. Otherwise, you might really get injured, Katian said as he looked towards Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai grinned. What's wrong? Old master, are you trying to act like a whore and erect a monument to your chastity? Katian's face sank. This old master is just trying to persuade you. Yang Kai laughed heartily. If that's the case, I also have something to say to old sir. What? Katian frowned slightly. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, if you know what's good for you, you'd quickly stop. If not, I'm afraid that old sir won't be able to protect his integrity in his later years. Katian's heart jumped upon hearing those words, while Luo Jin also felt somewhat uneasy. Both of them hurriedly sent a silent signal toward a certain direction within the crowd. In the next instant, a sword light erupted from within the crowd. Sky Illumination Palace's Xiao Yu wielded a long sword, his body wrapped within it as he transformed into a streak of light as he slashed towards Yang Kai. This sword seemed capable of shattering the sky. Clearly, Xiao Yu had used his full strength. Everyone's attention had been focused on the previous fight, so none of them had expected Xiao Yu to take action at this moment. Only when they saw the sword light did they come to a sudden realization. Clearly, Xiao Yu had already secretly discussed this with Luo Jin. Although Xiao Yu's cultivation was only at the first order Dao source realm, his sneak attack could be said to be as powerful as a thunderbolt. In an instant, he had already arrived before Yang Kai with an imposing aura. Yang Kai wasn't startled, but instead smiled. You finally can't hold back and want to take action? What? Xiao Yu's face changed greatly upon hearing those words. Raising his head, he saw Yang Kai's eyes filled with ridicule, as though he had already expected this and was looking at him with ridicule. Not good. Xiao Yu turned pale with fright as the long sword in his hand trembled. He wanted to retreat. However, how could he make it in such a short time? A series of crackling sounds rang out as a five-colored glow suddenly blossomed from Yang Kai's body. His entire body seemed to expand as an aura that far exceeded that of a second-order Dao source realm erupted from him. Kacha! The lightning chains binding Yang Kai were broken in an instant. Ku Tian's body trembled as he stared dumbfoundedly in front of him, his body involuntarily taking a few steps back. Young Master Qiao, be careful, Luo Jin shouted out. Qiao Yu's heart turned cold. He could only watch as Yang Kai swung his fist at him. At the critical moment, he turned his long sword and released a sword light in front of him, hoping that it could save him from danger. The wind from the fist met with a rumbling sound. The entire void trembled slightly as the dazzling sword light was instantly shattered by the fist force. The remaining force continued to blast toward Xiao Yu. How dare you? With a loud roar, the two old men from the third order Dao source realm who had been following Xiao Yu attacked as well. One of them stretched out a finger and pointed at Yang Kai from afar, while the other pounced toward Xiao Yu, wanting to save him. Yang Kai remained motionless, completely ignoring the power of this finger strike as he punched out with all his might. A loud sound was heard. Violent energy spread out in all directions. It was accompanied by a muffled groan and the sound of bones breaking. Xiao Yu was sent flying like a ragged sack. Even though the other old man who had been following him came to his rescue in time, Yang Kai's punch still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. While he was still in the air, he was already bleeding profusely. At this moment, Xiao Yu could not help but recall what Yang Kai had said to him before. All of the guests were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. Looking at Yang Kai's figure, it was as if they were looking at a mountain, causing immense pressure to weigh down on them. In that short period of time, Yang Kai could be said to have been attacked from both sides. He was surrounded by 4 third-order Dao Source Realm Masters. However, not only was he unharmed, he had even heavily injured one of them. Who could achieve such a feat? The corners of Du Xian's mouth twitched as he asked Yi Jinghan in a soft voice, Young Master Yang, is he really a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator? Is he some senior from the Emperor realm pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? His words seemed to represent everyone's thoughts, as no Dao Source Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat by themselves. Everyone could not help but suspect that Yang Kai was hiding his true cultivation. Yi Jing Han smiled bitterly. He had entered the Four Seasons realm before. At that time, he was only in the First Order Dao Source Realm. How could he have advanced to the Emperor realm in such a short period of time? Du Xian agreed with her. All cultivators who entered the Four Seasons realm had to be personally inspected by the masters of the various sects. If Yang Kai had really hidden his cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to hide from the eyes of those masters. Thinking of this, Du Xian became even more shocked. He discovered that his strength was basically a joke compared to Yang Kai, causing his feelings to become extremely complicated. Surnamed Yang, my Sky Illumination Palace will remember this debt and will definitely repay it in the future. The old man who was hugging Xiaoyu glared hatefully at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth in anger. Yang Kai sneered at him. It was you who launched a sneak attack, and now you have an to bite back? Are you dogs? The old man's face turned uneasy, but he did not have the confidence to refute. His face turned red, and he could only grit his teeth and say to the other old man, "Let's go." After saying that, the two of them carried the unconscious Xiaoyu and fled. The seal around the city lord's mansion had been destroyed in the previous battle, so the two of them were able to leave without much effort, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They were probably in a hurry to return to Sky Illumination Palace to treat Xiaoyu's injuries. Seeing them leave so decisively, Luo Jin's face turned ugly. Although he had only invited Katian for help, he had already secretly reached an agreement with the people from Sky Illumination Palace to launch a sneak attack. He had originally thought that with the 4 Third Order Dao Source Realm experts joining hands, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything, no matter how strong he was. However, who knew that Xiaoyu's mishap would cause the two great helpers of Sky Illumination Palace to leave? The situation had instantly turned into him, and Ku Tian joining hands to deal with Yang Kai. Luo Jin's forehead was covered in cold sweat, as the pressure he felt was immense. When the Sky Illumination Palace experts left, Yang Kai did not stop them, as he knew the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. The most important thing right now was to get Luo Jin to release Gui Zhu and the others. Everything else could be ignored. Therefore, after the two Sky Illumination Palace elders disappeared, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Katian and sneered. "Old thing, why aren't you scramming? Do you believe that this young master won't split you in half in the blink of an eye?" Anger flashed across Katian's face. If someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past, he would definitely not let it go and would teach that person a good lesson. However, it was Yang Kai who had said those words, so he did not have the confidence to get angry. Even the Sky Thunder Command was unable to do anything to Yang Kai, so Katian really could not think of any way to defeat him. Seeing the change in his expression, Luo Jin hurriedly said, "Master Ku, don't listen to his frightening words. If the two of us join hands, he will definitely die." Yang Kai sneered. "Then why is this young master still standing here? Has City Lord Luo's eyes been blinded? Why don't you look at the situation before you speak?" Luo Jin ignored him and continued to persuade Kutian. "Master Ku, if we can kill this fiend today, this Luo will give 5 years of Sky Crane City's profits to your esteemed sect." At this moment, he no longer cared about his face and directly discussed the deal with Katian in front of the countless guests. Indeed, Katian was moved. Sky Crane City was flourishing with each passing day, and 5 years of profits was definitely not a small amount. However, when he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile, his heart started to beat faster. Luo Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Master Ku, could it be that a little brat is enough to make you stop in your tracks? If that's the case, then Master Ku's martial path will end here. I'm afraid that you will never be able to pry into a higher realm in your lifetime." Once those words were said, Ku Tian's expression shook. He knew that Luo Jin was right. If he hesitated here and did not move forward, then today's matter would definitely become a demon in his heart, interfering with his cultivation. He could forget about breaking through to the Emperor realm and whatnot. If he did not do well, then he might even become the demon race due to shame in the future. Thinking of this, Cution's expression turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine, this Ku will risk his life to accompany you today and properly teach this young man how to behave." Chapter 23:17. Seeing that Cution had agreed, Luo Jin rejoiced. With Master Ku's help, this Luo can be at ease. Yang Kai sneered. "I really don't know where you get your confidence from, since you refuse to take the path to heaven and choose to enter hell instead. This young master will fulfill your wishes." As he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Cution. Cution's expression changed greatly, as he had not expected Yang Kai to be so fast. He hastily retreated. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him and simply stared at him coldly. "There are secrets in my eyes." Hearing this, Cution subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai. However, he quickly realized that he had fallen into a trap. In the instant that he looked over, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly glowed with a golden light, and a vertical pupil filled with dignity appeared, causing him to tremble in fear. He wanted to avert his gaze, but he couldn't do it. There seemed to be a mysterious force coming from the golden vertical slit that restrained his gaze, forcing him to keep staring at it. Not only that, even his soul was slightly shaken, and his sea of consciousness was tumbling. Blossoming lotus! Yang Kai snorted coldly as a pure white lotus flower bud flashed within his demon eye of annihilation. Cution looked as if he had been struck by lightning as his entire body trembled. He held his head with his hands as he screamed continuously, as if he had been greatly tortured. The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they looked at Yang Kai with gazes filled with fear. They were completely unaware of what had happened. All they saw was Yang Kai and Cution looking at each other before Cution became like this. Luo Jin, on the other hand, felt a concealed divine sense in that instant and immediately understood that Yang Kai had used some sort of soul secret technique. He shouted in panic, "Master Ku, guard your mind." As he shouted, the jade scepter-like artifact in his hand suddenly grew larger, pressing down on Yang Kai like a mountain. Yang Kai sneered and extended his hand forward to grab Cution, who was struggling in pain after being hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, before throwing him upwards. "Ah!" Luo Jin's expression changed drastically as he continuously formed hand seals with his hands. He wanted to take back his artifact. However, he had used all his strength just now, so how could he withdraw it now? He could only watch helplessly as Cution was struck by his own artifact. Rumble. The instant the sound rang out, Cution exploded into a bloody mist. Not even his bones remained. His blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating an extremely gory scene. Luo Jin was instantly dumbstruck, unable to believe his own eyes. The surrounding guests also let out cries of surprise. None of them had expected Cution, a powerhouse from the Third Order Dao Source realm, to die so easily. Previously, when he had teamed up with Luo Jin once again, preparing to launch a pincer attack on Yang Kai, everyone had assumed that Yang Kai would not be able to escape this calamity. Who would have guessed that in the blink of an eye, Cution would be the first to die? Furthermore, he had died under Luo Jin's jade scepter. No one could accept such a bizarre ending. Well, Yang Kai let out an eccentric laugh as he looked towards Luo Jin. "Master Luo sure is ruthless. You didn't even let your own ally off." Old Mr. Ku's death was truly tragic. This is what people call burning the bridge after crossing the river. His pitiful appearance made the surrounding guests feel both amused and horrified. After all, everyone had seen that Cution's death was partially due to Luo Jin not being able to retrieve his jade scepter in time. However, the main reason was that he had been struck by some kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used on him, causing him to be unable to evade. The main culprit was still Yang Kai. However, he was now pushing all the blame onto Luo Jin, as though it had nothing to do with him. Luo Jin was also dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had only been able to scare off the two elders of Sky Illumination Palace due to luck. If Qiuyu had not been severely injured, the two elders would not have been able to escape, and no one would have been injured. However, he now understood that Yang Kai's strength could not be judged by common sense. The fact that he could render Ku Tian completely powerless in an instant was enough to show how powerful he was. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Luo Jin hurriedly shouted, "Bullshit! Master Ku, it was clearly you." Yang Kai snorted heavily and said, "Old Mr. Ku was clearly killed by Master Luo's secret treasure in front of everyone's eyes. All the guests here can bear witness to this. What does this have to do with me? I really don't know what kind of enmity Master Luo has with old Mr. Ku for you to take advantage of the situation to kill him. This is truly heartbreaking." Luo Jin was so angry that his blood and qi churned, causing his face to turn red. He wanted to defend himself, but did not know where to start. Feeling extremely sullen, he roared, "This king will never forgive you." As he shouted, Luo Jin spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his jade scepter. In an instant, the jade scepter flickered with light as energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing an extremely dangerous feeling to spread out. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as his figure flashed. Using the power of space, he appeared right in front of Luo Jin. Under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, Yang Kai thrust his sword towards him. His state of mind had already been affected by Ku Tian's death, and Yang Kai's irresponsible words had caused his blood and qi to churn, making it impossible for him to remain calm. When Yang Kai's sword arrived, he was unable to react in time. A soft poochie sound rang out as Luo Jin froze on the spot, the blood in his body turning cold as he stared blankly ahead. A devilish smile hung on Yang Kai's face as he sneered, "Master Luo, it's best if you don't move. I don't have much courage. If you move recklessly, I might just stab you in the heart in a moment of panic." Luo Jin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he felt the myriad's sword stab into his body and stop half an inch away from his heart. How could he dare to make any sudden movements? He could only nervously gulp down his saliva. Don't! Luo Bing suddenly rushed over like a madwoman and stood between Yang Kai and Luo Jin. She opened her arms wide to protect her father as she cried out tearfully, "Don't kill my father. Big brother Bing begs you, don't kill my father." She shouted and cried at the same time. Her beautiful face was filled with tears. Chaihu looked at her, wanting to say something, but hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. Without exception, these three people all had cultivations in the First Order Dao Source Realm. When the three of them arrived, they clearly didn't know exactly what had happened, and were only curiously and vigilantly sizing up their surroundings. Their divine senses intertwined with one another, as if they were secretly communicating about something. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Seeing the three of them, Chaihu shouted out excitedly. Hearing this, the three of them turned to look at him, and their eyes lit up as they hurried over. The evil-looking old man in the lead said, "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" As he said that, he continuously shot glances at Chaihu, seemingly wanting him to quickly escape. Chiyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Fourth brother is here to save me." Chapter 23:18. "Fourth brother, you're being silly." The second old man frowned and scolded him. The last middle-aged man with a ferocious expression laughed and said, "Since it's already like this, then let's turn this place upside down." Saying so, he was really about to take action. Seeing that they still didn't understand the situation, Chiyu was speechless and said, "Wait, look at who this is." The three of them stared blankly for a moment before looking in the direction that she was pointing at. With a single glance, the three were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Seniors, long time no see." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. "Secmaster," Gui Zhu exclaimed. Even though he was used to seeing great storms, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this moment. "Secmaster Yang boy." Gu Yun and President AI were also speechless, as if they were dreaming. Chiyu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to him that my 3 brothers were able to escape today." Hearing what she said, the 3's expressions turned serious, and they quickly released their divine senses to check Yang Kai's cultivation. After seeing that he was already a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but gasp. They remembered very clearly that Yang Kai was only a second-order Origin King when they set off from the Star Territory, but who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 years, he would already be ahead of them? Such a speed of growth was simply embarrassing. It was one thing for him to have such a cultivation, but from Chi Yu's words, everything that happened today seemed to be because of Yang Kai. It all ended because of Yang Kai. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the word death was written in blood and flesh on the wall. It was a ghastly sight. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin was stabbed in the chest with a wide sword, so he didn't dare to move. The eyes of the surrounding guests were filled with shock and fear. The 3 were all experienced people, so they just glanced around and understood the situation. Now that he had a rough understanding of what had happened, he was even more shocked. How could a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator accomplish such a feat in someone else's territory? Gui Zhu and the others couldn't even begin to imagine. "Seniors, are you in good health?" Yang Kai asked. Gui Zhu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Secmaster. We're doing well." Yang Kai could also sense that they were fine, as Luo Jin had indeed not mistreated them. He had most likely only sealed their cultivations after capturing them and locking them up in the dungeon. At this moment, the seal had already been removed, allowing them to recover. After all, the 3 of them were only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. With Luo Jin's control over the City Lord's mansion, he did not place them in his eyes, so there was no need for him to be overly vigilant. "We'll talk about the details later. Let's leave this place first," Red Moon suggested. Gui Zhu raised his brow and revealed an evil smile as he looked towards Luo Jin, the soul of the third-order Dao Source Realm. "I'll gladly accept it." While he was speaking, as he spoke, he summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew within the City Lord's mansion, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Strands of black aura visible to the naked eye started to spread out, transforming into indistinct human figures that wandered in all directions. The faces of the numerous guests changed drastically as they sensed the evil aura radiating from this artifact. Their hearts trembled in fear as they wondered exactly what kind of evil secret art this old fellow was cultivating, for even his artifact to be so evil. Some were gloating over his misfortune, some sympathizing with him, while others were frowning as though they were pondering over something. No matter what, Luo Jin's prestige would definitely plummet after today. During his wedding ceremony, not only was the concubine he was going to marry snatched away, but such a scandal was also exposed. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and had lost all of his prestige. Who would respect such a city lord? Many people secretly felt that Sky Crane City was about to undergo a great change. Many cultivators were no longer in the mood to greet Luo Jin and left one after another after waiting for a while. The grand ceremony had gone from lively to empty in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only Luo Bing, who was crying as she took care of her old father. Luo Jin clenched his fists tightly as he stared in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. His face was filled with resentment and hatred, while his eyes burned with rage. On the ship, Du Xian arranged a room for Yang Kai and the others so that they could talk peacefully after reuniting after such a long time. All of them came from the Star Territory together, so there was no need to hide anything from each other. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned about their various encounters after they were separated from him. According to them, after the void shattered, they fell out of the starlight corridor one after another, and they just so happened to land near Sky Crane City. Even though they weren't familiar with the star boundary, they concealed themselves well, and no one discovered any flaws. 2 days later, due to various coincidences and opportunities, they reunited and began to search for Xianxia. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find any trace of Xianxia, let alone Lu Yin and Xiao. After trying for 2 months, they had no choice but to give up and start planning for their own situation. Their initial life in Sky Crane City was extremely difficult. Although they were top-notch masters in the Homestar territory and had considerable wealth, they had to start from scratch in the star boundary. A third-order Origin King's cultivation wasn't considered strong in Sky Crane City, and there were plenty of such cultivators in Maplewood City, let alone in Sky Crane City. In this strange place, they had no connections and no experience. They were like newborn babies who were learning to walk. On one hand, they carefully hid their identity as they came from the lower star territory, while on the other hand, they worked hard to earn source crystals to buy cultivation materials. Fortunately, there was a training ground 10,000 miles away from Sky Crane City. There, they could team up and kill demonic beasts. They could obtain all kinds of demonic beast body materials and sell them in Sky Crane City. They accumulated source crystals bit by bit and bought cultivation materials bit by bit. They did not dare to waste anything. It was at this time that they met Chai Hu. Although Chai Hu had a rough appearance, he was an open-minded person. After working together a few times, they became familiar with each other. Furthermore, Chai was a native cultivator in Sky Crane City. His understanding of the surrounding environment was not something that Gui Zhu and the others could compare to. With his leadership and strategizing, the speed at which they earned source crystals increased by a lot. After going through life and death together and helping each other countless times, they formed a friendship with Chai Hu. After a big battle, Wu Dao suddenly had an epiphany. His aura surged, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Naturally, the few of them did not decline to protect him. However, what they did not expect was that Wu Dao would fail at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Dao Source realm. As a result, he died under the world tribulation, causing the few of them great heartache. After that, the few of them became sworn brothers and swore to look out for each other. After 2 to 3 years of hard work, the few of them managed to break through to the first-order Dao Source realm. Gui Zhu and the others were already third-order Origin Kings when they were in the Homeland Star territory. If not for the world principles they're not allowing them, they would not have taken the trouble to come to the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao realm. Therefore, their breakthroughs were natural and there were not too many twists and turns. Wait, hearing that, Xianxia suddenly interrupted. What do you mean? Senior Chai is also a Dao Source realm cultivator? Chai had become sworn brothers with Gui Zhu and the others. Logically speaking, he could be considered as Xianxia's senior. Therefore, Xianxia naturally had to address him as senior. As he spoke, his divine sense continued to sweep Chai Hu's body. That was because he had clearly sensed that Chai, who was only a third-order Origin King. Why did Gui Zhu and the others say otherwise? This caused him to feel puzzled. However, no matter how Xianxia probed, he found that Chai Hu was still just a third-order Origin King and not a Dao Source realm cultivator. However, he quickly realized something and raised his head to look at Qiyu, saying, "Fifth sister, turn around." Qiyu curled her lips in disdain, saying, "What's the big deal about taking a look? Don't be so hesitant." Chai Hu's face was covered in sweat as he said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other." Qiyu's charming face turned stiff as she snorted. "Are you going to lift it up or not? If not, I'll take action." Okay. I'll do it myself." Chai Hu was truly afraid of her fiery temper. He knew that if he continued to dilly-dally, she would really take action. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and lifted up his clothes. In a split second, several pairs of eyes looked towards his abdomen. Eh, what's this? Chiyu suddenly cried out, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chai-Hu's dantian. What? Chai-Hu gawked and lowered his head to take a look. In the next instant, his eyes widened as he said in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" A few dark red stripes had appeared on his abdomen, crisscrossing with each other, seemingly concealing some profound mysteries. Clearly, these stripes weren't innate, but had appeared due to some unknown reason. "You don't know about this, old five?" Guizhu looked at Chai-Hu in astonishment. Chai-Hu shook his head, a blank look appearing on his face. Chiyu immediately looked at him in disdain and said, "How long has it been since you bathed? You don't even know what's on your body. No wonder your body smells so bad." Chai-Hu gave an embarrassed smile and said, "I'll take a shower in a while. Yang Kai said thoughtfully from the side. Sure enough, hearing his words, Ai-O immediately looked towards him and said excitedly, "Young boy, do you know something? Hurry up and tell us." Everyone else also looked towards Yang Kai with eager looks on their faces. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai's fall in cultivation shouldn't be caused by the Dantian's injuries." "Then what's the cause?" everyone asked in unison. "He's poisoned," Yang Kai replied. Chai, who was stunned, and said in astonishment, "Poisoned? How did I get poisoned?" He had an ignorant look on his face. Clearly, he didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's words. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't come into contact with any poisonous creatures during this period of time, nor did he feel poisoned. Yang Kai said, "Was the monster beast you guys encountered a profound heavenly wolf spider?" Everyone opened their eyes wide and cried out in surprise. "How did you know?" Yang Kai looked towards Chai-Hu and said, "Senior Chai, did you drink the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood?" Chai-Hu said, "I bit one to death." Hearing his words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at Chai-Hu in disbelief. Chai-Hu said, "There were quite a few of those damned creatures. I had no choice but to bite one to death." "That's right. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood is poisonous. You can't ingest it." Shock appeared on Gu Tsang-Yun's face as he said, "Sect Master Yang, are you saying that the reason why Fourth Brother's cultivation fell was because he drank the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood?" "Yes. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood has the effect of suppressing one's cultivation. It can be used to refine pills. If it's combined with some herbs, it can be used to refine profound wolf pills. A single spirit pill is enough to cripple a Tao source realm cultivator's cultivation and destroy their foundation, making it impossible for them to cultivate ever again." As his words rang out, everyone's faces changed drastically as their faces turned pale. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Chai-Hu's fate in the future would be they didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Originally, they had assumed that Chai-Hu had only fallen to the Third Order Origin King realm, and that he might be able to find a way to regain his cultivation. However, they never imagined that it would be so serious. If that was really the case, not only would it be impossible for Chai-Hu to regain his cultivation, as time passed, his cultivation would continue to fall until it was completely destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Seeing their ugly expressions, Yang Kai said with a smile, "That's just the effect of the profound wolf pill. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood alone isn't that powerful." Ai-O asked anxiously, "Is there a way to save him?" Yang Kai turned his head and shot a look at Chiyu. "Why are you looking at me?" Chiyu asked with a confused look on her face. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chiyu's blood has a slight effect of suppressing the poison." "Huh?" Everyone became even more confused, as they didn't know the reason for that. On the other hand, Chiyu's eyes lit up as she said, "I understand." She was the monster king of the monster star, and was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, heavenly moon demon spider, with the bloodline of the heavenly moon demon spider remaining in her body. The profound heavenly wolf spider and the heavenly moon demon spider were the same species, but their grades were far from equal. The aura of the heavenly moon demon spider was enough to restrain the low-grade profound heavenly wolf spider. Saying so, Chiyu didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Using her finger as a sword, she made a vicious cut on her wrist. In an instant, dark red blood flowed out from her white wrist. Handing her wrist over to Chai-Hu, she said, "Fourth brother, drink it." Chai-Hu was dumbfounded by her actions, his face turning red as he asked, "What are you doing?" Chi-Yu chuckled. "You're still shy? Don't be long-winded. Hurry up and drink it." Saying so, she stuffed her wrist into Chai-Hu's mouth without any explanation. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai, if you want to recover your cultivation, it's best that you don't refuse." Hearing that, a conflicted expression appeared on Chai-Hu's face. In the end, he clenched his teeth and took the initiative to suck on her wrist. Yang Kai said, "Although Senior Chi-Yu's blood has some suppressive properties, you'll still need a condensation pill if you want to completely remove the poison. I'll refine the pill. Before the pill is successfully refined, Senior Chai shouldn't use any strength. Otherwise, it might become even more troublesome." While Yang Kai was speaking, Chai had already let go of Chi-Yu's hand. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, little brother." Yang Kai grinned. "Senior is sworn brothers with my sex elder, as well as my master and mother-in-law. That means that we're a family, so there's no need to be so polite." Mother-in-law and mother-in-law? A strange expression appeared on Chai-Hu's face as he turned his head to look at Chi-Yu, saying, "Fifth sister, you're married?" Chi-Yu spat at him, saying, "Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Ai-O gave a cold snort, saying, "I'm the father-in-law of this little brat. This brat looks so repulsive. I don't know what kind of despicable methods he used to actually make so many girls fall for him. Even my precious daughter didn't manage to escape from his evil hands. This is really heartbreaking." Yang Kai flipped his hair, saying proudly, "Born beautiful." Chi-Yu gave a cold snort, saying, "Now that you're in the star realm, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. You must have been quite the womanizer, right? Tell mother-in-law and master about how many innocent girls you've hooked up with in the past 2 years." Yang Kai had an embarrassed look on his face as he said, feeling wronged, "How is that possible? Ever since I came to the star realm, this brat has always kept himself clean and chaste." Chi-Yu gave him a sidelong glance, saying in a cold voice, "That better be the case. If I find out that you've been flirting with any girl, this queen will first cut that girl into 1,000 pieces before chopping you into minced meat." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, saying, "That definitely won't happen." Chapter 23:20. Over the next half a day, Gui Zhu and the others inquired about what had happened to Yang Kai after he entered the star boundary. Yang Kai did not hide too much and told them everything he had experienced, causing Gui Zhu and the others to feel uneasy. Even though they knew that Yang Kai was able to overcome all kinds of dangers, they still could not help but feel worried for him. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai had experienced much more than them over the past few years, and had faced much more dangers. However, Yang Kai's growth was much faster than theirs, and he had walked further than them. This caused them to feel ashamed, as though they were heroes in their twilight years. Half a day later, the group dispersed and found their own rooms to rest and recuperate. Yang Kai went to look for Yi Jinghan and asked her to help him find a few herbs. Refining a condensed pill was not a difficult task, and Yang Kai just did not have the necessary materials on hand. If not, he would have been able to start refining on this ship. These herbs were not too difficult to find, so Yang Kai could naturally leave them to Yi Jinghan without any worries. She agreed to such a small matter without any hesitation and immediately sent a message back to the sect. The ship continued to move forward, and in just 2 days, they entered the hinterland of Thousand Leaves mountain range. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt the hull of the ship tremble. In the next moment, a humming sound rang out as the ship slowly came to a stop. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai realized that they had arrived. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a knock came from the door, followed by Yi Jinghan's voice, "Young Master Yang, we're here." Yang Kai got up and opened the door, sending a faint smile towards Yi Jinghan, gesturing for her to lead the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived on the deck. Gui Zhu and the others had already gathered with the Thousand Leaves sect disciples. It seemed that he was the only one missing. Seeing him come out, Gui Zhu and the others turned to look at him with faint smiles on their faces. "Father!" Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out, leaping down from the ship and flying into the arms of an old man. Hugging him tightly, she raised her head and asked, "Why did you come out?" The old man looked to be very old. He had a head of white hair, and although his vitality was still quite good, his vitality had clearly begun to weaken. In other words, he had already begun to decline on the martial Tao. As time passed, his cultivation would become lower and lower, and so would his vitality. If he could not break through to the Emperor realm, they would die in less than 10 years. Furthermore, the old man's features bore some resemblance to Yi Jinghan's. Xianxia immediately understood that this old man was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, who was also Yi Jinghan's father. With a faint smile, Yi Hen gave a light pat on Yi Jinghan's shoulder and said, "I naturally have to come out and welcome an honored guest. But you're not young anymore, yet you're still playing these games with your father. You'll become a joke to the honored guests." Yi Jinghan wrinkled her nose and said, "Who said I'm not young anymore? I'm not married yet." Yi Hen laughed. "I'll marry you off tomorrow." Yi Jinghan pouted. "You dare." While speaking, Du Xian and the others also flew down from the ship and came to the front of Yi Hen. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yi Hen nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Du Xian replied, "You're too kind, Lord. It's our duty to work for the sect. We dare not claim credit for ourselves." Yi Hen nodded in satisfaction, before turning his gaze towards Xianxia and the others. Shifting his gaze slightly, he fixed his gaze on Xianxia. With a faint smile, he cupped his fists. "You should be Grandmaster Yang, right? You're indeed a dragon amongst men at such a young age." Clearly, he had already obtained quite a bit of information from Yi Jinghan, and knew why Yi Jinghan had brought Xianxia to Thousand Leaves sect this time. Therefore, when he said those words, he was clearly excited. However, he suppressed it well, so no one could see it. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "Junior Xianxia greets Sect Master Yi." He had always treated the elderly and the elders with the proper respect, and would never look down on them just because of the increase in his strength. "Grandmaster Yang, you've spared no effort to come all the way here. This he can't thank you enough," Yi Hen said in a deep voice. Du Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this, not knowing what their sect master was thanking them for. All of them thought that Yi Hen had made a slip of the tongue, causing strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yi Jinghan did not tell them the true purpose of Xianxia's visit, so they naturally did not understand. It wasn't that Yi Jinghan did not trust these people, but this matter concerned the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. "Sect Master Yi is too polite." Xianxia greeted him, before his gaze shifted slightly towards the other old man beside Yi Hen, asking suspiciously, This old man was dressed in black and had been standing beside Yi Hen without saying a single word. His gaze was sharp, and his cultivation was at the third-order Tao source realm. He did not seem to be much weaker than Yi Hen, and the source qi in his body was vigorous and pure. While Xianxia and Yi Hen were talking, this old man had been watching coldly without any intention of interrupting, nor did he have any intention of greeting Xianxia. However, in Xianxia's opinion, since this person had a cultivation at the third-order Tao source realm and was standing beside Yi Hen, his status should not be low. Out of courtesy, he naturally had to ask. Yi Hen frowned slightly, but quickly introduced him with a smile. This old man is Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master, Shi Songying." The black-robed old man interrupted Yi Hen's words as he stared gloomily at Xianxia. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling that this old man held some hostility and rejection towards him. Xianxia could not help but carefully size up the other party, confirming that he had never seen this person before, nor had he had any dealings with him. For a moment, Xianxia was puzzled, wondering how he had offended this old man. Yihen tried to smooth things over. Vice Sect Master Shi is a pillar of our sect. It is thanks to his help that Thousand Leaves sect has been able to survive all these years. So does Vice Sect Master Shi. Junior has been rude. Yangkai did not mind too much and simply cupped his fist with a smile. However, Shi Tsang-ing had no intention of giving him any face and simply snorted coldly. Turning his head to look at Yihen, "Master, this old master thought that the person you personally came out to greet would be some outstanding young talent, but it seems that he is nothing more than that. How could a mere brat make you make such a big fuss over him? Sect Master, you must have become muddle-headed." These words not only belittled Yang Kai, but also scolded Yihen as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became stifling. Although the Thousand Leaves sect disciples were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Yihen also wore an awkward expression. He obviously did not expect Shi Tsang-ing to be so ignorant as to say such things in front of Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to step down. Shi Tsang-ing continued, "What's more, these people just caused a ruckus in the City Lord's mansion 2 days ago. Not only did they offend City Lord Luo, they also offended many guests. This old master heard that even Sky Peak Temple's Master Ku was beaten to death by them, and even Sky Illumination Palace's young Palace Master Chiu was severely injured. If such vicious people were to enter our Thousand Leaves sect, what would happen?" Yihen frowned. "Brother Shi, it's not like what you said. There are some reasons," Shi Tsang-ing said. "This old master understands the whole story, so there's no need for Sect Master to explain. City Lord Luo only took in a concubine, so what crime did he commit to be humiliated in front of so many guests? Sect Master, if you allow these people to enter the sect, you will be inviting a wolf into the house. When that time comes, Sky Crane City, Sky Peak Temple, and Sky Illumination Palace will definitely not let this matter rest. Our Thousand Leaves sect will be powerless to stop them." Yihen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Obviously, he was also extremely apprehensive of these forces. Gue Zhu let out a strange cackle, looking incomparably sinister. Black chi swirled around his body as he stared at Shi Tsang-ing with a pair of ghastly eyes. "From what this friend is saying, you're saying that we're the ones in the wrong? That Luo Jin wants to take my 5th sister as a concubine, so we have to obediently cooperate with him? Are we not ashamed but proud of it?" Shi Tsang-ing looked at him coldly. "Strength is everything. Your cultivations are mediocre, so it's your fortune to be able to rely on a big tree like the City Lord's mansion. However, you don't know how to appreciate it and instead brought trouble to yourselves. How laughable. Old man, you're spouting nonsense." Chi was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her teeth and scolded. "Why don't you marry your wife and daughter to that old dog and rely on a big tree like him? Why do you have to talk about others?" Shi Tsang-ing became furious when he heard this, and the source chi in his body suddenly surged. Chiyu, a cultivator of the First Order Dao Source realm, dared to speak to him in such a manner, so he naturally couldn't tolerate it and couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. However, before he could circulate his strength, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes filled with ridicule staring at him. Under the gaze of those eyes, Shi Tsang-ing inexplicably shivered. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. Shi Tsang-ing frowned, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he proudly said, "This old master is a master of the Third Order Dao Source realm, so I don't have to act according to Luo Jin's wishes. If you have such a cultivation, you can naturally act like this old master." At this moment, Yang Kai also understood why this Shi Tsang-ing was so hostile and repulsive towards them, even though they had only met for the first time. Chapter 23-21. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Everyone understands the logic, but there are only a few who can actually do it. Shi Tsang-ing looked at him and said, "This old master sees that you're not bad. Since you're able to say those words, you're definitely a reasonable person. Since that's the case, this old master will speak frankly." At this point, his expression sank as he waved his hand. "Thousand Leaves sect does not welcome you. Everyone, return to where you came from." Vice Sect Master Sure. Yihen could not help but shout coldly, his face filled with anger. Xianxia was someone that Yi Jinghan had gone to great lengths to invite over to repair the transboundary space array. If he succeeded, Thousand Leaves sect would definitely be able to make a comeback and would no longer have to drag out an ignoble existence like before. This was a major event that concerned the future of the sect. If not for this, why would he personally come out to welcome Xianxia and the others? However, he never expected that Shi Tsongying would actually want to ruin this good thing. So how could he not be angry? Yi Jinghan's pretty face also sank as she looked at Shi Tsongying and said, "Martial uncle, young Master Yang is a friend that I invited. Please be polite to them." Shi Tsongying sneered. This old master will naturally be polite to true friends, but this old master does not wish to see people who will bring disaster to the sect. "Let them go." Yi Jinghan roared out, "Impossible." Martial uncle quickly apologized to young Master Yang. "Impudent." Shi Tsongying flew into a rage and glared at Yihen. "Sect Master, is this the good daughter that you've taught? She has no respect for her seniors and even dares to shout at her martial uncle. What scandal?" Yihen said with a sullen face. "Jinghan has always been gentle and kind. If she is angry, she must have her reasons." You. Shi Tsongying's beard trembled as he looked flustered and exasperated. "It seems that this young master's appearance has caused some displeasure. I've caused some discordant voices to appear in your noble sect." Xianxia rubbed his nose. He smiled faintly. "Little brat, stop making sarcastic remarks." Shi Tsongying shouted in a low voice as he looked at Xianxia with a displeased expression. Xianxia laughed and said, "Old mister, you're already so old. Don't get angry so easily. It's bad for your health. Stop crying crocodile tears. If you're really little Ye's friend, then you should think of her and leave Thousand Leaves sect as soon as possible." Shi Tsongying seemed to have steeled his heart to drive Xianxia away. He had no intention of concealing his thoughts at all, and every 3 sentences he spoke were all about the same thing. Xianxia grinned and said, "I told you not to get angry. A few days ago, an old fellow called Cultivation got angry in front of me, and then he died." As soon as these words came out, Shi Tsongying's expression changed abruptly as he cautiously retreated a few steps and asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" Although Xianxia's words were concise and did not contain any threat, Shi Tsongying's hairs still stood on end when he heard them. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Even Yihen's expression changed abruptly, as if he was afraid that Xianxia would make a move here. They had already received news that Xianxia had killed many people in the City Lord's mansion, including Sky Peak Temple's Cultivation. Originally, they did not dare to believe it, but now they heard it from his own mouth. They had no choice but to believe it. Xianxia sneered. "According to old Mister's previous philosophy, strength is the strongest. This young master is stronger than you, so you should know your place in front of this young master. If not, this young master doesn't mind letting you know the difference between us." Chi Yu immediately fanned the flames when she heard this. "Young boy is a big tree." "Old man, do you want to lean on him? Don't miss this opportunity. It'll be too late for regrets in the future." Gui Zhu snickered. "If you have any granddaughters or daughters, you can also marry them to young Master Yang as concubines. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune." AIO and Chi Yu immediately glared at him and said in unison, "Big brother, do you still want someone to take care of you when you're old?" Gui Zhu's face was covered in cold sweat as he said embarrassedly, "Pretend I didn't say anything." Their words were full of sarcasm, causing Shi Tsongying's old face to turn green and red. The source chi in his body surged, and he looked like he was about to take action. However, when he thought about how even Ku Tian had died at Xianxia's hands, and how this young man's true strength could not be judged by his cultivation, he panicked and did not dare to act rashly. He felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. He could only grit his teeth and shout angrily at Yi Hen. "Sect Master, are you just going to watch these outsiders humiliate our sect's vice sect master?" Yi Hen quickly said, "Brother Sure, if you're really thinking about the sect, then stop. Young Master Yang is a friend that Jing Han invited, so he's our sect's guest. Our sect does not treat our guests this way." "You!" Shirtsong Ing glared at Yi Hen angrily. Suppressing the boiling blood in his heart, he shouted, "Sect Master, since you treat this old master's good intentions as ill intent, then please take care of yourself." Saying so, he turned around, flicked his sleeves, and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Shirtsong Ing had really left, Yi Jinghan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Kai apologetically, she said, "Young Master Yang." Just as she spoke, she suddenly paused as fear filled her eyes. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was staring at her coldly with an extremely unhappy look on his face. "Miss Yi, give this young master an explanation. If you can't satisfy this young master, then this young master will return home. Forgive me for not accompanying you," Yang Kai said coldly. He was also filled with annoyance. Originally, it was because of Yi Jinghan's persistent pestering that he had no choice but to make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect to help them repair the world-crossing space array. However, he never expected that before he could even enter the sect, he would be put in his place by the other party's vice sect master. Although he did not suffer any losses, nor did he lose any face, Yang Kai was still unhappy. If not for the fact that they had coincidentally found Chi Yu and the others on this trip, which could be considered as Yi Jinghan's contribution, Yang Kai would not have bothered to waste time with them. With Song Ying's attitude and tone just now, he would have already killed him. On the other side, Yi Jinghan and Yi Hen's faces changed drastically after hearing Yang Kai's words. Yi Jinghan said in a terrified voice, "Please calm down, young Master Yang. Martial Uncle has always been at odds with Father. That's why." Yi Hen patted Yi Jinghan's shoulder and interrupted her words. Looking at Yang Kai, he sighed. This he can understand why young Master Yang is so angry. This he has not been a good host and has caused young Master Yang to feel wronged. This he apologizes to young Master Yang and everyone here. I hope that young Master Yang can give this sect another chance. As he spoke, he gave a deep bow, his attitude extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Feeling his sincerity, the anger in his heart subsided considerably. "There's no need for that, Senior Yi. I'm just curious as to why a mere vice sect master dares to order a sect master around in such an arrogant manner." Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh. "A tiger that has lost its teeth. Is there anyone who would be afraid?" "Father." Yi Jinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out softly. Yi Hen smiled as he glanced at her. "Birth, aging, illness, and death is human nature. Why do you have to be like this?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "My Thousand Leaves sect started out with the art of puppetry and shook the southern territory in the past. However, my descendants are unfilial, causing our inheritance to decline and gradually weaken. This Yi is incompetent and has been unable to lead the sect to prosperity ever since I took charge of it. Vice Sect Master Sure and the others feel that we should abandon the art of puppetry and look for other secret arts and secret techniques. Only then will we be able to restore the prestige of our Thousand Leaves sect. However, the art of puppetry was passed down by the old ancestor, so how could this Yi dare to abandon it? If I were to do so, wouldn't I be unfilial and untrustworthy? I would be too ashamed to meet my ancestors in the afterlife." Chi Yu said thoughtfully, "Sect Master and Vice Sect Master have different ideals. How will the sect develop?" Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh. "That's right. The current Thousand Leaves sect has already been divided into two factions. One is conservative, while the other is new. Although they aren't completely incompatible, there is still some friction between them. Coupled with the fact that you're already so old. Is that why he didn't give you any face? In fact, he even wanted to suppress your prestige? Gradually understood the situation. I've made a fool of myself. Yi Hen's expression dimmed. Du Xian and the others stood to the side with ashen faces and tightly clenched fists. Clearly, they weren't in a good mood. Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and said, "Young Master Yang, what happened just now wasn't Father's intention. Please don't be angry." Yi Hen said, "Although it wasn't this Ye's intention, this Yi is still the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so this Yi can't absolve himself from the blame. If young Master Yang really isn't willing to help my Thousand Leaves sect, this Yi won't force you. However, I really hope that young Master Yang can be magnanimous and give my sect another chance." Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, "Although Vice Sect Master Shi is a little annoying, what he said just now is right. I've offended quite a few people. Is Sect Master Yi not afraid of drawing fire to yourself?" Yi Hen said, "Even without young Master Yang, our sect is still a nail in the eyes of those people. It's only a matter of time before our swords are pointed at each other. What's more, so many people saw young Master Yang and my daughter together in the City Lord's mansion. Even if young Master Yang leaves now, my Thousand Leaves sect won't be able to stay out of this matter." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Sect Master Yi sees things more clearly than Vice Sect Master Shi." Yi Hen said, "If Vice Sect Master Shi thinks that you'll be fine by taking the initiative to withdraw, I can only say that he's too naive." Yang Kai said, "What if even I can't do anything about this matter?" Yi Hen pondered for a moment before replying, "Time and fate. Let nature take its course and don't force anything. At the very least, when I meet my sect ancestors in the Netherworld 100 years later, I can calmly tell them that this Yi has tried his best." "All right, then this young master will try his best," Yang Kai said with a nod. Yi Jinghan rejoiced upon hearing this and called out, "Young Master Yang, are you going to stay?" Yi Hen laughed heartily. "Silly girl, why are you still asking?" Saying so, he stepped aside and said, "Young Master Yang, and everyone else, please." Yang Kai no longer acted as overbearing as before and said politely, "Please follow me, Sect Master Yi." Yi Hen hesitated for a moment before walking into Thousand Leaves sect with Yang Kai. Along the way, Gui Zhu and the others looked around curiously, their eyes flickering with shock. Although they had already been in the Star Boundary for 2 to 3 years, they had always been active in the vicinity of Sky Crane City. This was the first time they had entered sect. Thousand Leaves sect might be in decline now, but it was still one of the top sects in the Southern Territory a long time ago. The heritage it had left behind was not something those small sects could compare with. The ancient and desolate buildings and the winding paths seemed to be able to pierce through space and time, connecting the past to the present, allowing one to experience the many wonders of the past. It was obvious that this was an extremely important place for Thousand Leaves sect. At the top of this peak, there was an ancient hall that stood tall. The desolate aura of the flowing time great emperor rushed towards them. The group landed in front of the hall. The other members of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to have received the news long ago and had been waiting here. When they saw Yi Hen, Yang Kai, and the others, they all bowed and paid their respects. However, Shi Tsong Ing was nowhere to be seen. Yi Hen introduced Yang Kai to the higher-ups of Thousand Leaves sect one by one. After the two sides exchanged some pleasantries, Yi Hen led Kai Yang and the others into the main hall to hold a welcoming dinner for them. Outside the hall, there were 2 cultivators wearing black armor and holding long halberds standing on both sides. Not only that, but there were also some monster beasts of various shapes and sizes lying motionless on the ground. When Yang Kai and the others walked past these guards, they didn't move at all, not even blinking their eyes, nor did they show any intention of taking the initiative to salute them. This made Yang Kai feel a little strange. After taking a few more glances at these guards, he suddenly trembled and stopped in his tracks, releasing his divine sense in surprise. Yihen also stopped when he saw this and looked at Yongkai with a smile. Sect Master Yang, what's wrong? Gu Zhangyan didn't know what Yongkai had discovered and asked curiously. Yongkai looked left and right for a moment. Before taking a deep breath and looking at Yihen, he asked, Sect Master Yi, these guards are all puppets? What? Qiyu and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the guards standing on both sides of the hall in disbelief and released their divine senses to investigate. After a short while, all of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to it and only felt that these guards gave off a strange feeling. But after Yongkai's reminder, they discovered that these black-armored, weapon-wielding guards were not living creatures, but rather extremely lifelike puppets. They looked no different from real people, and even the skin exposed outside of their armor was that of a normal person's. Qiyu and the others turned their heads and looked around. They discovered that the various demonic beasts on the ground also seemed to be puppets. This time, they were completely shocked. Yihen smiled. These are one of the few Earth-grade puppets in our sect. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of young Master Yang and everyone. Although he said so, there was a proud look on his face. Obviously, he was quite proud of his sect's heritage. The other elders of Thousand Leaves sect also had proud expressions on their faces. Yongkai raised his brow. Puppets are also divided into grades. Yihen replied, Of course. In our Thousand Leaves sect, all puppets are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks, and the higher the grade, the stronger the puppet. Then these Earth-grade puppets. Qiyu pointed at the 30 or so puppets around them and asked curiously, How strong can they be? Yihen replied solemnly, The strongest can be in the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, while the weakest can be in the 1st Order Dao Source Realm. A series of gasps sounded out. Everyone looked at Yihen in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the 30 or so puppets here were equivalent to 30 or so Dao Source Realm Masters, and there was no lack of 3rd Order existences among them. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? Furthermore, this was only the strength of the puppets, and it did not take into account the strength of the cultivator who controlled the puppets. If a cultivator in the 1st Order Dao Source Realm could control a puppet from the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, they should be able to fight even against a peak Dao Source Realm opponent. Gu Zhu said with a look of shock, Your noble sect's Dao of puppets is so amazing, yet there are still people who want to seek other secret arts and secret techniques to replace them. They are simply short-sighted and don't know how lucky they are. Yihen said sadly, Our sect no longer has the methods and secret techniques to control these puppets, so they can only be placed here now. The group of Thousand Leaves sect elders also fell silent, their previous arrogance gone, and their mood was downcast. Let's not waste time on idle chatter. Young Master Yang and all our honored guests have come from afar, so our sect has prepared some wine to welcome you all. Please don't refuse. This way, please. Yihen quickly changed the topic, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this sad topic. Yongkai and the others naturally did not refuse. The other party had good intentions, so it would not be good to refuse, so they followed Yihen into the main hall. Although the cultivator in Thousand Leaves sect did not know why the sect master valued Yongkai and the others so much that he did not hesitate to personally come out of seclusion to welcome them, they did not dare to ask too much. They were very polite during the banquet, frequently toasting each other, and for a time, both guests and hosts were very happy. Yongkai and Yihen sat together, not seeming to be reserved at all, and were extremely forthright. As long as someone toasted him, he would happily drink, giving others the impression that he was an open-minded person who could be made friends with him. After 3 rounds of wine, the song ended and everyone dispersed. Yongkai and the others were arranged to rest in one of the main halls on the main peak. The few of them occupied the entire hall, and aside from a few servants and maids, the rest of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already left. Qiyu and the others all went to rest, and Yongkai was also led to his room by the maid. After instructing the maid not to disturb him without his orders, Yongkai placed a barrier around his room. Immediately after, He waved his hand, and a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face appeared out of thin air in front of him. Xianxia turned her head to take a look and said in dissatisfaction, "I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Why did you call me out?" Currently, the small sealed world was extremely rich in world energy, and aside from the imperfect world principles, the cultivation environment here was even better than the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in Star Soul Palace. During this time, Xianxia and Zhang Ruo, she had been cultivating happily inside. This was especially true for Zhang Ruo, whose strength was rising steadily and had already broken through to the Origin King realm, which really made Xianxia have a whole new level of respect for her. After the mysterious bloodline power in her body awakened, it was as if Zhang Ruo, she had become a completely different person. Although Xianxia had not broken through, her source qi had become much purer during this period of time, which could be considered as laying a good foundation for her breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future. Naturally, she was a little unhappy that Xianxia had suddenly interrupted her cultivation. "How is Sister Hua's cultivation?" Xianxia asked with interest. The stronger Xianxia was, the more help she would be to him. So naturally, he hoped that Xianxia could break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. If that was the case, then it would be equivalent to having a hired thug from the Emperor realm by his side, and he could beat up whoever he wanted. Xianxia frowned and said, "I'm still a little bit away, just a little bit away. Maybe the opportunity hasn't come yet." Her tone was a little annoyed. After all, Xianxia had given her a precious, extraordinary treasure pill, so it would be unreasonable if she still couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. Chapter 23:23. Cultivating too quickly is not worth the loss. Xianxia smiled faintly. He could also see Xianxia's eagerness. How could I not understand this principle? But if you've reached my level, you'll understand how I feel. Xianxia sighed and waved her hand. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Where is this place, and why did you call me out?" "This is Thousand Leaves Sect." "Thousand Leaves Sect?" Xianxia raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you talking about the Thousand Leaves Sect famous for their puppet techniques?" "Does Sister Hua know about this sect?" Xianxia asked in surprise. Xianxia replied, "Although Thousand Leaves Sect isn't a first-rate sect, it's still quite famous in the Southern Territory. So how could I not have heard of it? I was quite interested in their puppet techniques and studied them for a while, but unfortunately, I heard that their inheritance has been broken and they've declined for many years. Now, they can't even control the puppets left in the sect." "That's true." Xianxia immediately understood that Xianxia knew a lot about Thousand Leaves Sect. "Why did you come to Thousand Leaves Sect? Are you also coveting their puppet techniques?" Xianxia asked curiously. "I was asked by someone to help you with something." Xianxia smiled lightly and explained the whole story a little. Xianxia was surprised. Thousand Leaves Sect actually has an independent sealed world? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's no wonder that Thousand Leaves Sect has declined. If the entrance to the sealed world had been sealed, it would be quite possible. With your divine ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to repair that entrance. "I'll do my best," Xianxia shrugged. Xianxia suddenly smiled slyly. She said, "Young Master Yang, if you can find Thousand Leaves Sect's inheritance in that sealed world, can you make a copy for me to take a look?" "That's not very good." Xianxia cast a sidelong glance at her. "After all, it's someone else's inheritance. What's the point of you secretly observing and comprehending it?" Xianxia curled her lips and said, "You make it sound like you're not interested in it at all. I'm going to break through to the Emperor realm soon anyway. I don't have the time to comprehend those things now." Xianxia grinned and said, "Let me try." Xianxia said, "That's right. I heard that Thousand Leaves Sect's puppets are divided into Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow grades. Currently, the members of Thousand Leaves Sect can only control puppets below the Profound grade. The method to control puppets above the Earth grade has long been lost." "That's right. On this main peak, there are more than 30 Earth-level puppets, but Yi Hin and the others can't control them at all. There also seem to be quite a number of heaven-level puppets. Xianxia's face was full of emotion as he recalled the many strange little peaks he had seen before. His heart was shaken. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, do you know that there are spirit-grade puppets above the heaven-grade puppets? Xianxia's eyes widened, and he said in shock, Spirit-grade puppets? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, I don't know if these puppets really exist. I've only read about them from some ancient books in Star Soul Palace. The records aren't comprehensive. You also know that Star Soul Palace is a big organization, so they have done some research on the secret techniques of the Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. Tell me about it. Xianxia immediately became interested. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, each of Thousand Leaves Sect's heaven-grade puppets can display the strength of a master in the Emperor Realm. If it's a peak heaven-grade puppet, it won't be inferior to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This is the reason why they were able to become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As for the spirit-grade puppets, they seem to have gained sentience. They can think independently and have their own consciousness. They can also cultivate various secret arts and secret techniques. They can constantly improve their strength, just like that big rock of yours. What she was referring to was naturally the embodiment. Xianxia was shocked, and he stared at Hua Qingxi in shock. The reason why puppets were called puppets was because they had no consciousness and could only act under someone's command. If they could think independently and have their own consciousness, they could even improve their strength through cultivation. How could they still be called puppets? That was clearly a right that only living beings had. Hua Qingxi chuckled. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I read in the ancient books. It's just that although Thousand Leaves Sect was famous for their puppet techniques back then, they didn't have many spirit-grade puppets, and no one knows where these spirit-grade puppets went. Xianxia remained silent for a long time. Puppets gaining sentience sounded a little unbelievable at first, but it wasn't completely impossible upon careful consideration. This world was vast and filled with countless strange things. Even Liu Yan was an artifact spirit, so why couldn't puppets gain sentience? It was just that too many opportunities were required to achieve this. By the way, why did you call me out? If there's nothing else, I'm going back to cultivate. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask after seeing Xianxia in a daze for a long time. Xianxia came back to his senses and said, Sister Hua, don't go back for now. I need you to help me with something. What is it? I found a few old friends on my way to Thousand Leaves Sect, but the Vice Sect Master of Thousand Leaves Sect doesn't seem to have a good impression of us. I'm afraid that if I'm not here, that old man will do something to them. He needed to repair Thousand Leaves Sect Space Array, and if he had the chance, he wanted to enter the sealed world to take a look and see if he could find any opportunities. Naturally, he couldn't accompany Qi Yu and the others at all times. Qi Yu and the others were only in the first-order Dao Source realm, while Shi Tsongying was in the third-order Dao Source realm, so the difference between their cultivations wasn't small. If Shi Tsongying secretly attacked them while he was away, Qi Yu and the others definitely wouldn't be able to resist. The reason he called Hua Qingxi out was to protect Qi Yu and the others in secret. After explaining his thoughts to Hua Qingxi, she immediately agreed. That's not a problem. Young Master Yang, you should just mind your own business. It's just a third-order Dao Source realm. If he really wants to seek his own death, I don't mind sending him on his way. As she spoke, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. Raising his head to look at Xianxia, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, After neutralizing the monster poison, my cultivation, you'll still be a third-order origin king. Xianxia gave a faint smile. Hearing his words, Chaihu's face couldn't help but turn gloomy, while the hearts of the others also turned heavy. All of them believed that Chaihu would remain at this level for the rest of his life, without the slightest possibility of improving. Xianxia continued, However, as long as you continue to cultivate, you'll quickly recover. Chaihu's eyes abruptly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Young Master Yang means to say that I can still recover to my previous state? Yang Kai replied, naturally. Senior Chai's cultivation has only been suppressed due to the monster poison. It hasn't been that long, so your foundation hasn't been damaged. As long as you continue to cultivate diligently, you'll definitely recover. Guizhu asked nervously. Are you sure, Secmaster? With a smile, Yang Kai replied, why would I joke about such a matter? That's great. Chiyu instantly relaxed, as though a large stone had been lifted from her heart. If Chaihu's cultivation really stopped progressing, everyone, including her, would definitely feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. After all, Chaihu had only stayed behind to defend against the danger for the sake of buying time for them. However, now that Yang Kai had said that Chaihu's cultivation wouldn't be hindered in the future, they were naturally happy. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chaihu no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Chiyu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. Thousand Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak, approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while, he spoke. You're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall? The disciple respectfully replied, reporting to Vice Sect Master. That is indeed the case. Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days? No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there. Have you managed to find out why they're here? Xianxia asked again. The disciple replied, this disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues. However, what? However, I've heard that guy called Yang Kai is proficient in alchemy and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source grade alchemy grandmaster. This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy. Alchemy. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he nodded lightly. That's possible. Yi Hen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yi Hen value that little brat so much to the point of disregarding this old master's face? The disciple asked, is it possible that little brat, surnamed Yang, still has extraordinary treasure pills on him? He was just casually making a guess, but those words caused Xianxia's entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective, Yi Hen currently had a cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Yang Kai truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Hen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Xianxia himself. Thinking about it, Xianxia's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. Vice Sect Master, there's another matter. The disciple spoke up again after seeing Xianxia remain silent for a long time. What is it? Xianxia asked. I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves sect. Xianxia's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, is this news true? The disciple replied, it's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details. Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately. Xianxia said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves Sect, Thousand Leaves Sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves Sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. It was said that Sky Illumination Palace's palace master, Xianxia, had been trying to break through to the Emperor realm for the past few years, but he had never been able to do so. If he was allowed to ascend to the Emperor realm, the division of forces within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers would be reshuffled, and all sects would have to depend on Sky Illumination Palace for their survival. Hearing that these two sects were going to harm Thousand Leaves Sect, Xianxia immediately panicked. After the disciple left, he continued to pace anxiously in his room. After a long time, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Yi Hen, oh Yi Hen, you've really gone senile. Since you're willing to lead a wolf into the house and refuse to listen to this old master's advice, then don't blame this old master for ignoring our many years of friendship. This old master also needs to plan for the future of Thousand Leaves Sect. The foundation of our ancestors cannot be destroyed by your hands. Otherwise, how will we face our sect ancestors in the underworld?" As he spoke, he seemed to have made up his mind, and his eyes became resolute. After a short while, with a slight movement of his divine sense, he summoned a few of his trusted disciples and secretly gave them some instructions. These disciples quickly left after receiving their orders. On the third day after Xianxia and the others moved into Thousand Leaves Sect, Chaihu's situation had improved significantly. After taking the condensed pill, although the monster poison in his body had not been completely removed, it was no longer constantly corroding his dantian and meridians. As long as he continued to take the condensed pill according to Xianxia's instructions, the poison in his body would be completely removed in half a month's time. Chaihu was naturally extremely grateful to Xianxia. On the other hand, Qi Yu and the others did not say anything. Everyone had come from the same star territory, so they had long been inseparable from each other. Chaihu was their sworn brother, which made him Xianxia's senior, so it was only natural for him to lend a helping hand. Xianxia was also very happy that Qi Yu and the others were able to befriend Chaihu in the star boundary. According to what they had told him, if not for Chaihu's constant help during the past 2 years, their lives in the star boundary would definitely not have been so smooth. For the sake of rescuing Qi Yu, Chaihu had not hesitated to put himself in danger. Despite knowing that the chances of success were not high, he had still snuck into the city lord's mansion without any hesitation, without the slightest bit of apprehension about the various dangers he would encounter. Facts had also proven that if not for Xianxia's coincidental presence, Chaihu would definitely have died without a burial place. He was clearly a person who placed great importance on relationships. There is no need to have too many of such friends and brothers in one's life. One was enough. Xianxia was truly happy for Qi Yu and the others. On the third day, while Xianxia was meditating, light footsteps rang out from outside his door. The footsteps quickly stopped at the door. Without waiting for anyone to knock on the door, Xianxia waved his hand and opened the door, only to see Yi Jinghan standing outside. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan softly called out, "Young Master Yang, come in and talk." Xianxia invited her in. Yi Jinghan nodded her head and walked in. After entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair and sat down before asking, "Has young Master Yang been well these past few days?" Xianxia gave a faint smile and replied, "Miss Yi, you didn't come here to ask about this, right?" Seeing that Xianxia seemed to have already guessed her intentions for coming here, Yi Jinghan could not help but blush, not knowing how to reply. Xianxia said, "Please lead the way, Miss Yi." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan rejoiced and asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other matters to attend to?" Xianxia replied, "What other matters do you have? I've come here for that sealed world. Could it be that Thousand Leaves Sect hasn't finished their preparations?" No. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands. "Thousand Leaves Sect is ready at any time. My father has been waiting for you." Please follow me, young Master Yang. As she spoke, she immediately led the way in front. Following Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai flew through the Thousand Leaves mountain range. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mountain valley. The scenery in this mountain valley was extraordinary and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. After arriving here, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared at the scenery in the mountain valley, a strange glint flashing across his eyes. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this mountain valley, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain, "There's an illusory array here that was set up by an ancestor of my Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang. I'll send a message to my father and have him remove the restriction." So, it was an illusory array. Only now did Yang Kai understand why he felt that something was amiss. His current strength was not bad, and his divine sense was incomparably powerful. However, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusory array with a single glance. From this, it could be seen how profound this array was. The person who set up this illusory array was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm. Only a powerhouse from the Emperor Realm would be able to do something like this. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. His divine sense continued to shuttle back and forth within the mountain valley in an attempt to pry into its mysteries. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pry into anything. The illusory array in this mountain valley seemed to be formed naturally, with not a single flaw to be found. This caused Yang Kai to sigh in amazement. Thousand Leaves sect had been in decline for many years, so this illusory array should have been around for countless years as well. However, even after experiencing so many changes, this illusory array was still standing here. From this, one could see that not only did the person who set up this array have an extraordinary cultivation, their comprehension of the Tao of arrays was also not something that others could compare to. On the other side, Yi Jinghan carefully released her divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yihen. After a short while, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air in front of her, as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan hurriedly said with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yang, please follow me closely. Don't take a single wrong step, or you'll trigger the killing array in this mountain valley." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded his head. Yi Jinghan took a step forward, and her entire body seemed to melt into the wall of air, quickly disappearing from sight. Yang Kai followed her and took a step forward. In the next instant, the scenery before his eyes changed. This place was still a mountain valley, but it was different from the beautiful scenery he had seen before. This place was extremely desolate, with not even a single blade of grass growing. It was a completely barren land. Yi Jinghan stood in front of him and waited quietly. Seeing Yang Kai enter the array, she nodded her head lightly towards him, before leading the way in front with light steps. Clearly, she had entered this place countless times, so she knew the safe routes in this array like the back of her hand. Step by step, she walked forward in an extremely orderly and efficient manner. Originally, she was worried that Yang Kai might not be able to keep up, so she had slowed down her pace. However, after walking forward for a while, she discovered that Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely relaxed state. Immediately, she knew that her worries were unnecessary, causing her speed to increase by quite a bit. Yang Kai continued to follow closely behind Yi Jinghan, not leaving her by even a single step, like a shadow following her. The two of them walked for an entire incense stick's worth of time within the illusion array, before the area before them suddenly opened up, revealing a gigantic platform. This platform was clearly man-made, as there were traces of carvings on it. However, it gave off an ancient aura, clearly having been passed down for a long time. At this very moment, the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yihen, was standing beside this platform, with a lonely and ashamed expression on his face. Hearing a sound, Yihen turned his head and looked over. Seeing that his daughter had brought Xianxia here, he hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted young Master Yang. After the sound rang out, Yi Jinghan's beautiful face instantly turned pale as she discovered that the space around her had completely frozen in an instant. It was as if she was wrapped in a block of ice. Not only was it difficult for her to breathe, even the circulation of the source qi in her body had started to become intermittent. Turning her head to look, Yi Jinghan discovered that her father seemed to be in the same situation, with a difficult expression on his face as he resisted the suppression of the Tao of space. Just as her mind was in a state of panic, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. With a solemn expression on his face, he extended his hands into the void before him. Under Yi Jinghan's gaze, the two hands strangely disappeared, as if they had been isolated into another space. Xianxia put on an extremely difficult expression as he spread his hands apart, while letting out a loud roar. Chi 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 chi. Following Xianxia's actions, a jet-black crack suddenly appeared in front of him. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate and panic spread out from the crack, as if it could even devour one's vision. Avoid crack! Yihen cried out in alarm, his gaze fixed on the jet-black crack as he felt incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic void crack, and he could clearly sense how dangerous it was, causing him to stare blankly at it. Under Xianxia's continuous efforts, the crack continued to expand, quickly turning into a passageway large enough for one person to pass through. The passageway was filled with chaos and nothingness, seemingly extending to the end of the world. Chapter 23-26. This is the Void Corridor? Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and exclaimed softly. Although she had used space arrays to travel between two places and knew that there were void corridors connecting space arrays, she had never seen one with her own eyes. This was her first time seeing one. Although Yihen was also extremely shocked, he stared at the void corridor without blinking, seemingly trying to comprehend something from it. There weren't many opportunities to see a void corridor, especially one that had been opened by someone, leaving obvious traces. If he could really gain something from it, he would definitely benefit immensely. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to grasp the traces of Space Force, causing him to feel extremely vexed. As for Xianxia, he had already stood up. With a flash, he entered the void corridor. At the same time his figure disappeared, the void corridor seemed to have lost its support and closed up in an instant. Yihen and his daughter had worried looks on their faces. They did not know if Xianxia's trip would be smooth, or if he would get lost in the void corridor and never find his way back. Within the void corridor, Xianxia walked forward leisurely. The surrounding void turbulence rushed towards him, but was pulled aside by a mysterious force from his body, causing him to be completely unharmed. Xianxia was no longer the ignorant person he used to be in terms of Space Force. The Space Force had already penetrated deep into his bones. Therefore, the mere void turbulence could not hinder him at all. At this moment, the only thing that made it difficult for him was how to find the exit of the sealed world. Although there were two array bases that were connected, the one in the sealed world had been damaged for countless years. Xianxia could only vaguely grasp the connection coming from the other side. However, he was not completely sure. In this void corridor, he could only follow the direction of the weak connection and move forward quickly. Fortunately, as time passed, the subtle connection became clearer and clearer, allowing Xianxia to be certain that he was not going in the wrong direction. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia suddenly stopped at a certain place and released his divine sense to investigate. After releasing his divine sense, he muttered to himself, "It should be here." Saying so, Xianxia used his space force again and slowly stretched out his hands towards the turbulent void in front of him. Wherever his hands passed, ripples spread out and the turbulent void was smoothed out like a crumpled piece of paper. As Xianxia opened his hands, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, knowing that his senses were right. He increased his strength. After a short while, Xianxia once again tore open a crack in the tunnel. From the inside of the crack, Xianxia vaguely saw some unique scenery. He was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He directly jumped out of the crack. There was a slight feeling of weightlessness. Kaiyong quickly stabilized his body, and when his vision was restored, he found that he had arrived in another world. The world energy here was extremely rich, no worse than his own sealed world bead. The stagnant world energy even showed signs of turning into mist, a breathtaking sight. With such rich world energy, the vegetation here was also growing extremely well, with dense grasses. The place he was standing on just happened to be an array-based platform. This array-based platform was exactly the same as the one Xianxia saw in the Thousand Leaves Sex Illusion Array Mountain Valley. It was obvious that they were all made by the same person, and they were the other part of the formation-based platform that was connected to each other. Could it be that he wanted to comprehend some secret technique and did not want to be disturbed? A blank look appeared on Xianxia's face. If that was the case, then it did make sense. The sword mark on the array base was not deep and was just enough to obstruct the transfer between the two arrays. If one had the right materials, a slightly stronger person should be able to repair it. The sect master of that generation of Thousand Leaves sect was at least a cultivator from the Emperor realm, possibly even a third-order Emperor realm master. Since he had damaged the array base, he should not have to worry about being unable to repair it. However, what kind of secret technique did he want to cultivate that he had to come to this place? Xianxia could not figure out even after thinking about it for a long time, so he could only shake his head and sigh. He was not in a hurry to repair the crack in the array base. Instead, he took out the map Yihan had given him and gave a quick look. This map was not complicated, as this sealed world was not big, only about the size of a sealed world bead. However, the world energy here was extremely outstanding, clearly indicating the existence of an excellent earth vein. If he could repair the array base of the two arrays, he would be able to connect Thousand Leaves sect and this sealed world bead. At that time, the world energy here would also be available to Thousand Leaves sect, greatly improving the cultivation environment of Thousand Leaves sect disciples. The map was clearly marked, so Xianxia quickly found the location of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After a short while, he put away the map, summoned his wooden boat, and flew in that direction. Along the way, Xianxia was unable to contain his joy, stopping from time to fly down. That was because there were many precious herbs in this sealed world. No one had set foot in this sealed world of Thousand Leaves sect for tens of thousands of years, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Naturally, it was an excellent place for spirit grasses and spirit medicines to grow. Many precious spirit grasses grew in large patches, giving off a rich medicinal fragrance. Xianxia did not need to specifically search for them to find them, as he only needed to fly down and collect them. Furthermore, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines here were all very old. The herbs Xianxia collected were at least a few thousand years old, and there were even some that were more than 10,000 years old. Every single one of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had rich medicinal properties, making them the best ingredients for alchemy. Xianxia was extremely happy to collect them. Yihan probably did not expect that there would be so many precious herbs in her own sealed world. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely entered together with Xianxia and definitely would not have let him off so easily. Just these herbs alone were enough to double the financial resources of Thousand Leaves sect. Along the way, all the herbs were collected by Xianxia. This was only the tip of the iceberg of the sealed world. If he explored the entire place, Yangkai estimated that he would no longer need to worry about alchemy materials in the future. In just 2 days, the medicine garden in Yangkai's sealed world bead was filled to the brim. He had no choice but to collect some of the cheaper herbs and store them in his space ring for safekeeping. Thousand Leaves sect was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but they did not have access to them. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak just by relying on these herbs. Even if they could not compare to the top sects in the Southern Territory, at the very least, there were many masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so they would not be bullied by a few second-rate forces. Chapter 23-27. This Emperor Heaven Valley did not live up to its name and was of no use to Yangkai. It was impossible for Yi Jinghan to lie to him. This was something that Yangkai was confident of. Ever since he met Yi Jinghan, she had always been extremely careful and respectful towards him. How could she lie to him about such a matter? The only explanation was that the Emperor Heaven Valley did indeed possess Emperor intent, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the sea had changed into mulberry fields. Anything could happen. Yangkai stood in place and felt vexed for a while. However, when he recalled that he had collected so many spirit grasses and spirit medicines, it was not a complete waste. On the contrary, he had gained quite a lot, so he no longer felt conflicted. This valley was filled with a strange fragrance, clearly showing that there were quite a few spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Since he had already arrived at this place, Yangkai did not plan to give up and started to search within the valley. Not long after, Yangkai's harvest was huge. After he collected a dark red fruit from a fruit tree that was half the height of a person, he was about to stuff it into his space ring. All of a sudden, he seemed to have discovered something and released his divine sense to investigate the fruit. After a while, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He recognized this fruit. It was a Tao Source grade high-rank spirit fruit, the vermilion bird fruit, the main ingredient for refining the vein cleansing pill. After consuming it, it could help cleanse the meridians of a cultivator, causing their cultivation to become purer. It would have been fine if that was all, but the key point was that Yangkai could clearly detect a trace of principal strength from the vermilion bird fruit. No matter how high the grade of a Tao Source grade spirit fruit was, it was impossible for it to give birth to principal strength. This made him extremely shocked. After a while, he sensed it carefully. Yangkai discovered that the principal strength nurtured within the vermilion bird fruit had already taken shape. There was a faint feeling of emperor intent. All of a sudden, Yangkai raised his brow and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Could it be?" As though he had thought of something, he hurriedly took out the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that he had collected from his space ring and carefully examined them. After a stick of incense worth of time, a look of understanding appeared on Yangkai's face as he understood what was going on. This was the Emperor Heaven Valley. A long time ago, there was indeed a rich emperor's will, which could allow the cultivator to comprehend and cultivate within, laying the foundation for advancing to the emperor realm. However, this emperor intent had been completely absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the past tens of thousands of years. Now, the emperor intent had completely merged with the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, and could no longer be separated. Almost all of the spirit herbs he had collected in this mountain valley contained emperor intent, like the vermilion bird fruit. On the contrary, some of the medicinal herbs he had collected before coming here did not have such characteristics. It was clear at a glance. After understanding this, Yangkai couldn't help but feel excited. He had never even heard of spirit grass or spirit medicine that contained emperor intent, let alone seeing such a thing. If they were refined into elixirs, there would definitely be remnants of the emperor's will in the elixir, which would then be consumed by the cultivator. It would definitely allow the cultivator to clearly comprehend the rule power within. This method, it was much more effective than comprehending the emperor intent in the Emperor Heaven Valley. This person was definitely the main culprit behind the decline of Thousand Leaves sect. Xianxia didn't know why he had done this, but since he was already dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. What's more, Xianxia wasn't a member of Thousand Leaves sect, so he didn't need to care about this. He had only entered this sealed world to repair the array-based platform, so discovering the corpse of this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago was just an accident. Thinking of this, Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "I have mistakenly entered Senior's resting place and didn't mean to disturb. Please forgive me, Senior." He muttered to himself for a while before stepping forward. Xianxia didn't know what this Thousand Leaves sect senior was doing before he died, but he discovered a huge spirit array pattern under his buttocks that was extremely mysterious. Beside his corpse, there was also a pile of ores and other strange artifact refining materials. These materials were of extremely high grade, at least Tao source grade, and there was no lack of Emperor grade materials. If an artifact refiner was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Xianxia didn't have much of a reaction, because no matter how precious these materials were, they would be refined and devoured by his embodiment once they reached his hands. To him, it was only a matter of quantity. Without any hesitation, Xianxia walked forward and quickly collected the materials scattered on the ground, throwing them all into the sealed world bead and shoving them to his embodiment, allowing it to deal with them on its own. Next, Xianxia's gaze was attracted by the space ring on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely a master from the Emperor realm before he died, most likely a third-order Emperor realm master. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could there not be anything good in the space ring? If Xianxia's guess was right, the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect were definitely in this ring. Chapter 23-28. Xianxia was quite interested in the many secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. After all, they were all related to the Tao of puppetry, a part of the territory that he had never come into contact with before. Now that these secret arts and secret techniques were in front of him, Xianxia was naturally tempted. However, he also secretly made up his mind that he would only study them for a while before returning them to Yihan. He had no intention of taking them for himself. Thinking so, Xianxia held his breath and reached out to grab the ring on the corpse's finger. But at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he tapped his foot and floated backwards, putting some distance between him and the corpse. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as he saw a scene that made his soul fly out of his body. The spirit array under the corpses but suddenly hummed and bloomed with a dazzling light, as if it had been activated for some unknown reason. Immediately after, circles of runes appeared on the surface of the corpse's body, outlining a mysterious spirit array. The dried-up corpse's surface suddenly glowed with a metallic luster. Kong. The spirit array inexplicably activated, and a series of crackling sounds rang out from the corpse's body. A pair of eyes that had been closed for who knows how many years suddenly opened. The pair of eyes glowed with a dark green color, like two flickering will-o'-the-wisps, causing one to feel intimidated just by looking at them. The powerful aura of the Emperor realm suddenly spread out from the corpse and hit Xianxia like a tangible object. Xianxia felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, causing him to feel extremely stifled. He knew that the situation was bad. The corpse in front of him, which had been dead for who knows how many years, had most likely developed its own sentience. It had become a corpse spirit. Back on Shadowed Star, Xianxia had encountered this type of monster. At that time, the corpse spirit clan had appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. Countless cultivators were infected by corpse poison and transformed into one of them. In the end, it was Xianxia who turned the tide and killed this disaster. But at that time, the most powerful corpse spirit clan member was only a 1,000-year corpse general. Their cultivation was only at the origin returning realm, which was completely incomparable to this corpse spirit. The one in front of him was a true 10,000 years corpse king. Moreover, it was the 10,000-year-old undead king of the Emperor realm. The Emperor's will that enveloped him was definitely not fake. Thinking so, Xianxia's entire body was soaked in sweat. Knowing that the situation was not optimistic, he didn't dare hesitate, space principles swirling around his body as he tried to escape from the cave. In an instant, his figure blurred. However, before he could escape from the cave, the corpse king that had been sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened its mouth and let out an extremely sharp and ruthless howl. It was unknown what kind of strange power was contained in that howl, but it rushed out in all directions and transformed into an invisible cage that suppressed this part of the world. Xianxia's body stiffened. The blurry figure reappeared. His expression changed drastically. Knowing that his space divine technique had been easily broken by the other party, how could he dare to be careless? In a hurry, he could only rush out. The corpse king's ghostly eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at him. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark green aura. Corpse poison. Xianxia cried out in shock, finally understanding what the stench he had smelled when he entered the cave was. That stench was obviously the corpse king's corpse poison. Only a trace of it had diffused from its body, but just a trace was enough to cause him to show signs of being poisoned and dizzy. If he accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it, he was afraid he would immediately die. Trembling in fear, Xianxia didn't dare to breathe, fully urging his source qi to form a protective barrier around his body as he retreated like an arrow released from a bow. He was fast, but the corpse poison was not slow in the slightest, following closely behind him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with him and slammed into his protective source qi. With a series of crackling sounds, the source qi on the surface of Xianxia's body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, melting a large hole in it. It was completely unable to resist. The corpse poison followed the gap in his defense and entangled him. How could it have such a powerful corrosive power? Xianxia couldn't believe his eyes. At this critical moment, his eyes widened as he stretched out his hand, pushing his space force to the limit as he shouted, "Exile!" Under the effect of principle, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, swallowing all the corpse poison. Xianxia's figure flickered as he rushed out of the cave and returned to the mountain valley. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, a beast-like roar came from the cave. The violent and cruel aura belonging to the corpse king quickly approached, and the inside of the cave also shook and the gravel pattered down. What kind of enmity is this? Xianxia wore a bitter expression, knowing that he had made a fool of himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the cave to take a look and ended up provoking such a monster. There was no need to fight, as Xianxia knew that he was no match for the corpse king. The only thing he could do now was to escape to the arrayed base platform of the sealed world as soon as possible, repair it, and then teleport out. But repairing it would take time. No matter how deep his attainments in the Tao of Space were, he still needed to smelt some materials to repair the sword mark. This time would be enough for the corpse king to kill him 100 times over. This was a corpse king transformed from the corpse of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In the end, Kaiyang didn't know how strong he was. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The corpse king's figure rushed out of the cave, the spirit array on its body constantly circulating, exuding a strange light. As soon as it appeared in front of Xianxia, its pair of fangs exuding a cold light as it ruthlessly punched towards Xianxia. Xianxia's face turned pale. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this simple punch, but it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, he could only summon his myriad sword and pour his source qi into it as he shouted, "Myriad sword! One man holds the pass." This sword was the most powerful defensive sword of the myriad sword. Xianxia had used it several times before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The sword curtains spread out, leaving behind afterimages, forming a solid barrier in front of Xianxia. The countless sword chi was like an impregnable fortress, blocking any storm that came at Xianxia. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the Corpse King's fist smashed down, and the sword curtain that Xianxia had used all his strength to create was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly smashed to pieces by the fist. An indescribable power came from the front, making Xianxia feel as if a mountain was crushing down on him. In front of this power, his second-order Tao source realm cultivation was as insignificant as an ant. I'll die. This inexplicable thought appeared in Xianxia's mind. No matter how strong his physique was, no matter how powerful his source chi was, if he really took this punch, he would die without a doubt. This was an unreasonable intuition, but Kai Yang believed in it without a doubt. At this moment of life and death, Xianxia forced himself to circulate his space principles, allowing himself to teleport back slightly, avoiding the center of this punch's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport away and completely avoid this punch, but under the suppression of his opponent's emperor intent, he was powerless. This was his limit. A loud explosion rang out, as if even space itself had been shattered. Two cracking sounds rang out from Xianxia's body as two of his ribs were broken. He was sent flying backwards like a ragged sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura had also withered by quite a bit. With a thud, Xianxia landed on the ground, but quickly got up, clutching his chest with his hand as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After just one exchange of blows, Xianxia knew that this Corpse King was ridiculously strong. If his opponent were to follow up with another attack at this time, it would definitely make his situation even worse. However, what made Xianxia feel a little relieved was that after the Corpse King sent him flying, it actually stood in place and didn't move again. Its pair of ghastly eyes continued to flicker, and its dull expression began to change, becoming more and more terrifying. What is he doing? Although Xianxia was puzzled, this was what he wanted to see, so he hurriedly took out some healing pills from his space ring, threw them into his mouth, and took this opportunity to adjust his condition. He didn't dare to act rashly, lest his actions agitate the Corpse King and cause him to miss a good opportunity to rest. While adjusting his condition, Xianxia also paid close attention to the Corpse King's movements. He found that after the Corpse King left the cave, the corpse poison in its body began to spread around. The vegetation in the mountain valley, which had survived for tens of thousands of years, turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye as soon as it came into contact with the corpse poison, showing just how potent the corpse poison was. However, Xianxia also noticed something strange. That was this 10,000-year Corpse King didn't seem to have any consciousness. This made Xianxia puzzled. The corpse spirits he encountered on Shadowed Star were able to think independently after just 1,000 years. So why couldn't this Corpse King who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, the arrayed diagrams on the surface of his body were also very eye-catching. The metallic luster on his withered body was extremely strange, as if his body was really made of metal and not withered flesh and blood. Observing this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly bulged as a creepy thought involuntarily popped up in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "A corpse puppet?" Although Xianxia hadn't studied the Tao of puppetry much, after cultivating for so many years, he had heard some things about it. Ordinary puppets were naturally refined using various precious treasures and special techniques. The puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, as well as the ones Xianxia encountered in the Flowing Time Temple, were all of this type. However, there was another type of puppet that wasn't refined using precious treasures, but rather the body of a cultivator. A powerful cultivator's body was the best material for refining puppets. Their compact body structure, powerful cultivation, and willpower before death were not things that could be replaced by simple precious treasures. There were some evil cultivators who were extremely keen on refining the corpses of powerhouses into puppets and controlling these puppets to kill enemies for them. Moreover, after being refined into puppets, these cultivators could still retain a large portion of their cultivation and divine abilities from when they were alive, allowing them to display extremely powerful combat strength. Chapter 23-29. This kind of evil cultivator had a strong fondness for digging up the graves of masters, because every master's corpse could be used as a source of strength in their hands. It was also because of this that this kind of cultivator was hated by everyone, no matter where they went. The technique of refining corpse puppets was definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques, an existence that was not allowed to be touched. But even so, this kind of situation was unavoidable. No matter when and where, there would always be people who were willing to risk universal condemnation and go against the law. Xianxia never imagined that a sect like Thousand Leaves sect would actually have someone who dabbled in the technique of refining corpse puppets. The fact that the corpse king in front of him had no consciousness was one thing, but more importantly, the spirit array patterns and spirit array patterns on the surface of its body, coupled with its obviously metallic body, made it obvious that this person had been refined into a corpse puppet. Furthermore, it was a corpse puppet of the Emperor Realms level. Who could actually refine such a powerful cultivator into a corpse puppet without any consciousness? Xianxia was extremely shocked in his heart. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss. According to Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation had entered this sealed world by himself. After that, the entrance to the sealed world had been closed. In other words, there was no one else other than the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation who had entered this place over the past tens of thousands of years. Xianxia also did not find any traces of the existence of a second person. What's more, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation was a third-order Emperor Realm master. So who had the ability to refine him into a corpse puppet? Could it be that he had refined himself into a corpse puppet? Thinking of this, Kaiyang suddenly jumped in fright. If that was really the case, it could only mean that the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation's attainments in the Tao of puppetry were unparalleled. Furthermore, he had an unswerving determination and willpower that surpassed ordinary people. After all, just the thought of refining himself into a corpse puppet was horrifying. How much unbearable pain must he have endured during the entire process? But for some unknown reason, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation seemed to have failed, causing him to fall here, and his corpse gradually became like the one in front of Xianxia's eyes. This was only Xianxia's conjecture, but he felt that it was not far from the truth. Just as his mind was racing, the struggling zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction of Xianxia, its ghastly eyes bursting with cold light. Xianxia knew that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have broken free from some kind of restriction and was about to kill him. Before Xianxia could finish his thoughts, the corpse puppet had already appeared in front of him in a flash. Once again, it swung its terrifying fist at Xianxia. Xianxia was scared out of his wits, even though this corpse puppet had no intelligence. His fighting style was very monotonous, and there were no changes. He only knew how to hit people with his fists. However, as the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. With just one punch from him, Xianxia was already unable to resist. That fist intent was ferocious. It was a perfect example of the strength of the Emperor Realm. The vortex of energy was almost visible to the naked eye, as if it wanted to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Xianxia's scalp went numb as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. The golden dragon shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed into his body. With a cracking sound, Xianxia's two arms suddenly transformed into dragon claws. His exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. Not only that, but his spine also suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Pure dragon aura spread out, and his spine was like a huge dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. Xianxia had displayed his dragon transformation secret technique to the extreme. He had refined the dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon bead, 3 secret artifacts of the dragon body. Coupled with his incomparably powerful physique, his strength rose sharply. But this was not the end. At the same time as he displayed his dragon transformation, Yangkai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword chi. In an instant, a 5-colored light bloomed around his body as the power of the 5 elements surged out. His hands crossed in front of him as he assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to attack. In front of his opponent's powerful strength, Kai Yang felt like he was a small boat in a storm, swaying unsteadily. The violent winds and waves could capsize him at any time. Asterisk calm. Asterisk the corpse puppet's fist smashed down, causing Yangkai to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled as a cracking sound rang out from his arms. Both of his dragon claws were broken and twisted beyond recognition. At the same time, his body was sent flying by a powerful force, making his already unhealed injuries even worse. This was the result of him activating his dragon transformation secret technique to defend himself. If he'd been caught off guard, Yangkai estimated that he would have been reduced to dust in an instant. He thoroughly experienced the strength of this corpse puppet in front of him. Flying in the air, Yangkai endured the piercing pain, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Come out!" As soon as his words fell, a huge figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a rumbling sound, shaking the earth. The embodiment appeared. As soon as he appeared, before he could figure out where he was and what danger Yangkai had encountered, his whole body stiffened. He could feel the violent aura emanating from the corpse puppet, which was so powerful that it almost made him lose his will to fight. However, every time he appeared, it was when Yangkai was facing a strong enemy, so he recovered from the shock in an instant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yangkai, who was flying through the air, in the palm of his hand. Cough, cough. Yangkai knelt on the palm of the embodiment, constantly coughing up blood, his face pale. Master, Lu Yin also appeared with the embodiment. At first sight of Yangkai's miserable appearance, her beautiful face turned pale, and she immediately came to Yangkai's side and helped him up with concern. What the hell is this? The embodiment's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the source of the corpse puppet, who was as small as an ant, but whom he didn't dare to underestimate. His voice trembled slightly. Corpse puppet. Yangkai stood up and explained, a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet. What? The embodiment and Lu Yin both paled, their souls fluctuating violently. After a long while, the embodiment said bitterly, How did you provoke this monster? It's a long story. Yangkai's mouth twitched as he shook his wrist. With 2 crisp cracking sounds, his dislocated wrist was reconnected. Looking down, the flesh on his wrist was torn apart, and the white bones could be clearly seen. It was obvious how much damage the corpse puppet's punch had caused him. Fortunately, he had the dragon transformation secret technique and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and with the help of his strong physique and golden blood, such injuries were not enough to affect him. It's coming, the embodiment suddenly shouted. As he spoke, the corpse puppet leaped up from where he stood, rushed in front of the embodiment, and threw a punch at him. The difference between the corpse puppet and the embodiment was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was as insignificant as a blade of grass in front of a big tree. But the punch made the embodiment take it seriously. He didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. At this critical moment, he also threw a punch forward. The huge fist collided with the small figure, producing an earth-shattering sound. The force of the explosion swept out and created a violent wind. The body of the embodiment flew back like a mountain. It danced in the air for a while, looking very clumsy. After taking a direct hit from the embodiment, the corpse puppet was obviously not unscathed. It crashed into the mountain wall behind it at a speed faster than the embodiment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a short while, there was a loud bang and a human-shaped hole was smashed into the mountain wall. The corpse puppet was embedded in it. With the corpse puppet as the center, countless cracks like a spider web appeared around the mountain wall, and gravel fell down. Yangkai sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe his eyes. He was well aware of just how powerful the Avatar was. The Avatar was born by fusing with an entire floating continent. Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still possessed the power of a world and its own essence. In other words, every blow of the embodiment was the power of a world. With his current strength, he could easily kill the Emperor realm if he were hit head-on. But the corpse puppet didn't suffer much damage after taking a blow and was only knocked into the mountain wall. How tough was the corpse puppet's body? Not only that, his blow actually sent the embodiment flying. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. Lu Yan, Yang Kai shouted. Lu Yan already knew what to do without his instructions. Her delicate body swayed and turned into the form of a firebird. She spread her wings and pounced in front of the corpse puppet. After a crisp cry, she opened her mouth and spat out raging flames toward the corpse puppet. Lu Yan's flames were extremely complicated. There was her own earth core fire, heavenly thunder fire, blue eyes fire, real sun fire, and many other strange flames. There was also the Holy Spirit Luan Fang's world extinguishing black flame mixed in. Her flames were extremely dangerous. With a single mouthful, the mountain wall melted, turning into red magma. Steam rose from it as it slid downwards. The embodiment's world force punch couldn't do anything to the corpse puppet, but Lu Yan's flames seemed to have caused a lot of damage to it. Soon a series of low growls and roars came from the raging flames, as if it was in great pain. Immediately afterward, an angry roar rang out, and a dark green light emerged from the flames, pushing forward against the flames. Yang Kai was shocked. He found that the corpse puppet was spitting out corpse poison, which was on par with Lu Yan's flames. Not only that, it seemed to be even stronger. For a moment, the green corpse poison and the red flames collided in midair and were in a stalemate. But Yang Kai knew that this was just a temporary illusion. Once the corpse puppet broke free, Lu Yan would be no match for it. Although she followed him and had many adventures, she was still too weak. Even if a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet had lost its consciousness, it wasn't something she could deal with. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that this corpse puppet had lost its mind. Otherwise, with its cultivation and the divine technique it had mastered before its death, even if the three of them attacked it together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Chapter 23:30. No, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, and his expression changed slightly. A real corpse puppet should have some divine technique or secret technique from when it was alive, but Yang Kai hadn't seen the corpse puppet in front of him use any powerful techniques. All of its attacks were straightforward, and it only used its fists to attack. If it was forced into a corner, it would only spit out corpse poison. It didn't seem to have the powerful characteristics of a corpse puppet. This corpse puppet is flawed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. In other words, this corpse puppet was only a half-finished product, a failed product that hadn't been refined to its peak. Thinking about it, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, even if they were a third-order Emperor Realm Master, the pain and torture they would have to endure while refining themselves into a corpse puppet would be unbearable. The slightest mistake would result in the failure of the refinement. Yang Kai guessed that the Thousand Leaves sect master back then hadn't perfected the refinement process, resulting in him becoming a failed product. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirits rose. If it was a real third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet, he wouldn't have any chance of winning, but if it was just a failed product, a flawed one, then he might have a chance of winning. All he needed to do was find the corpse puppet's weakness and attack it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "You guys pin him down and buy me some time." After saying this, Yang Kai immediately activated his demon eye of annihilation and carefully observed the corpse puppet. A golden light blossomed from his left eye, as if it could see through the surface of an object, into its depths, and into its structure. Although Lu Yan and the embodiment didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they were able to glean some information from his tone. At that moment, Lu Yan spared no effort in urging his special flame to burn the corpse puppet. It was in a stalemate with the corpse poison he spat out. The embodiment, who had been sent flying, turned around again. This time, he didn't dare to rush towards the corpse puppet. Instead, he clenched his hand downwards, and in an instant, the principles of earth spread out. The soil under his feet seemed to have turned into a liquid, slowly flowing and rotating. It was pulled up by him. In the blink of an eye, a towering earth spear appeared in his hand. Although the earth spear was purely made of the soil here, it was not inferior to a Tao Source-grade artifact due to the world principles entwined around it. The embodiment held the earth spear and threw it forward with all his might. Boom! A vacuum visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, and it hit the corpse puppet directly. Accompanied by the dull sound of metal colliding, sparks flew from the corpse puppet's body. But this kind of attack, surprisingly, it only left a small dent on the corpse puppet's body. It didn't penetrate him completely. So hard, the embodiment turned pale with fright. He knew how powerful his attack was. It was definitely a move that could severely injure the Emperor realm, but it didn't do anything to Shirgui. It showed how tough Shirgui's body was. This corpse puppet's physical body was even better than an Emperor-grade defensive artifact. If even such an attack couldn't hurt him, how were they going to fight this battle? The Avatar could not help but have a headache. It seemed that the attack had ignited the Shir puppet's anger. When the earth spear smashed into his body and disintegrated, the corpse puppet let out a furious roar and spat out even more corpse poison. The stalemate between the corpse puppet and Lu Yin was broken in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark green corpse poison was suppressing Lu Yin at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin's flames were unable to resist at all. Seeing this, the embodiment's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and reached out to the void. In the next moment, a huge battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. A thick and dark, evil aura lingered on it, as if it could arouse the evil and negative emotions in the deepest part of one's heart. It made one shudder. The demonic battle axe. This was the ancient great demon's demon Tao battle weapon. It was filled with dense demon qi and had already developed its own sentience. After being dragged into the sealed world bead by Xianxia, it had been placed under the care of the embodiment. At some point, the embodiment had actually refined it. However, it seemed that the embodiment had not fully refined it yet. As soon as the demonic battle axe appeared, the embodiment's two eyes trembled violently and turned blood red. They were full of cruelty and violence. Obviously, he was affected by the ancient demonic qi. The dark aura wrapped around the embodiment's thick arm like a living creature and continued to spread to other parts of his body, gradually turning him black. With the battle axe in hand, the embodiment's aura suddenly swelled. At this moment, he seemed to have incarnated into the ancient great demon, standing proudly and looking down on the world. The world energy in the entire sealed world hummed and vibrated, and the world laws became chaotic. This turn of events left Kai Yang dumbfounded. He had no idea when the embodiment began to refine the battle axe. However, looking at the embodiment's appearance, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once the demonic qi completely turned the embodiment black, the embodiment would become a puppet controlled by the battle axe. With this thought in mind, Xianxia did not dare to be distracted and focused more on observing the corpse puppet's weakness. On the other side, the embodiment had raised the battle axe high and aimed it at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It struggled and roared on the mountain wall, trying to escape. Before it could do anything, the embodiment had already chopped down with the axe. The axe was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, this axe seemed to have traveled from ancient times, shattering space and time, causing the world to change color and the universe to become chaotic. The huge axe shadow chopped straight at the corpse puppet. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk the mountain wall was directly split apart, and a huge crack that was like a heavenly chasm appeared. Everywhere the axe shadow passed, a violent power raged, and the earth was plowed open. Gullies crisscrossed, and the space was in chaos. Yan had already escaped far away, but the chaotic and powerful vortex of power behind her was still pulling her in, as if it was going to swallow her. In a hurry, Yan had to transform into her human form again and shake her delicate body to get out. After this blow, the embodiment's towering momentum suddenly withered, and it stood on the spot, on the verge of collapse. It could be seen that this blow had consumed an incomparable amount of his strength. Not only that, the black chi wrapped around its arm suddenly spread to its body at an extremely fast speed. A miscalculated. The embodiment did not expect that using the demonic battle axe would consume so much of his strength. If he had known this, he would not have used the demonic weapon at this time. The price of underestimating the demonic battle axe was that the ancient demonic chi would take advantage of it. At the critical moment, Xianxia flashed and arrived in front of the embodiment. Looking at each other, there was no need for communication. They knew what each other was thinking. In the next moment, Xianxia's divine sense surged and put the embodiment and the battle axe into the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden. At this moment, the embodiment needed to use the golden and silver sealing power of the Tsang tree to suppress the demonic chi. There was no other way. Yan's delicate body shook and came to Xianxia's side. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance, and she said worriedly, "Master." Without the support of the embodiment, she was unable to restrain the powerful corpse puppet alone, so she could not help but feel a little worried. Xianxia grinned and said, "Don't worry, I have found its weakness." Hearing this, Yan relaxed a little. In front of them, in a huge gully, the corpse puppet fell on its back. Although the shocking blow drained the embodiment's strength, the corpse puppet naturally could not be left unscathed after paying such a huge price. After he stood up with difficulty, Yan found a huge wound on the corpse puppet's body. The wound directly extended from the shoulder blade down to the thigh. The flesh and blood of the wound were overturned, and the corpse poison was spreading. There was no blood, but the white bones inside could be seen. And in a certain position, there seemed to be an extremely dense spirit array, flashing with a bright light. Yan immediately understood that this was the center of all the spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body. If this place could be destroyed, the corpse puppet would no longer be able to move. Previously, because of the corpse puppet's strong body, she could not see the situation inside its body, but the embodiment's blow directly exposed this weakness. It could be said that the embodiment's blow was the greatest. Step back a little. As Xianxia spoke, he had already rushed straight towards the corpse puppet. Although the corpse puppet seemed to be seriously injured, Xianxia still did not dare to be careless. The corpse puppet was a lifeless puppet, so no matter how serious its injury was, as long as its weakness was not destroyed, it would not affect its combat strength. If Xianxia made a slight mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Halfway through, his hand moved slightly, and a light blue bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared between his two fingers. The bead looked unremarkable, but there was a thin, hair-like electric arc pulsating slightly inside it. Annihilation Thunder Bead, one of the two Emperor artifacts left behind by Yang Yan. Since coming to the star boundary, Xianxia had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Firstly, it was because he did not dare to casually expose it, and secondly, it was because there were no strong enemies that required him to use this Emperor artifact. But the corpse puppet was definitely qualified, so he was prepared to directly use this trump card to cripple the corpse puppet. Along the way, Xianxia waited solemnly, but the corpse puppet seemed to have been stunned by the embodiment's blow and was unable to get up for a long time. By the time he sat up shakily, Xianxia had already arrived at a suitable place and did not hesitate to pour his source chi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead was different from other Emperor artifacts. Xianxia could use it when he was still an origin-returning realm cultivator, but the power of this Emperor artifact was directly linked to the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of this Emperor artifact. When he was an origin-returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai could destroy an Origin King with all his strength, but now that he was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, the power he could display was no longer the same. As soon as he pushed his Source Chi, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the Annihilation Thunder Bead in his hand had suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. An extremely strong suction force came from it, as if it was finally nourished after countless years of starvation, greedily swallowing Yang Kai's Source Chi. Yang Kai was shocked, but he did not dare to interrupt and could only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 23:31. His Source Chi was rapidly draining away at a speed beyond Yang Kai's imagination. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt himself completely exhausted. I knew it would be like this. Yang Kai's face was bitter. Every time he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead before, he would exhaust himself. This was also the biggest reason why Yang Kai did not use it so easily. Using the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a one-time deal. It was either success or death. It was his final trump card. Perhaps when his cultivation increased and he could freely use the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, this situation would improve. But right now, he cannot. After draining Yang Kai of his Source Chi, the lightning arcs bouncing on the surface of the lightning bead became more agile, as if they had their own spirituality. It was extremely mysterious. And from the seemingly weak lightning arcs, a bone-chilling might could be felt. "Let's see if you die now," Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. His divine sense surged as he summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk, a soft crackling sound rang out as a thin arc of lightning suddenly appeared and struck the corpse puppet. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk, deafening sounds rang out continuously. The corpse puppet was visibly convulsing from being electrocuted. The surface of his body was filled with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a huge pool of lightning was formed where he was standing. Countless arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth on his body, destroying it. An extremely unpleasant smell spread out, making people feel nauseous. After a short while, the lightning dissipated and the corpse puppet fell on his back, a cloud of smoke rising from his body. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. His body swayed and he almost fell. A soft body leaned over from behind and supported him. It was Lu Yen. "I'm fine. I just used too much energy and need to recover." Yang Kai did not wait for Lu Yen to speak before he sat down shakily. His body was sore and weak. If someone attacked him at this time, let alone a Dao Source Realm cultivator, even an Origin returning realm cultivator would not be able to fight back. "Then I'll stand guard for Master," Lu Yen said. His body suddenly stiffened. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai noticed something was wrong and quickly asked. But before Lu Yen could answer, his eyes widened in horror. This was because he saw that the corpse puppet that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up straight. It kept roaring, and its violent aura became more and more vigorous. "He's not dead yet." Yang Kai's face changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Annihilation Lightning Bead was definitely the strongest attack he could unleash, but even that couldn't kill this corpse puppet. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Although Yang Kai still had other tricks up his sleeve, how could he use them now that he was so weak? As far as the eye could see, the surface of the corpse puppet's body was incomparably tattered. Its withered flesh was charred, and the various array diagrams inscribed on its brand had dimmed considerably. The weakness that Yang Kai found before was also completely destroyed. This should be the core of the corpse puppet's formation diagram. After it was destroyed, the corpse puppet should no longer be able to move, but why was it still able to stand up? In his panic, Yang Kai suddenly saw a strange spot on the corpse puppet's chest. His eyes trembled as he smiled bitterly. Because there was still a core array diagram emitting light. It was because of this backup core array diagram that the corpse puppet had not lost its ability to fight. "Master!" Lu Yen was also frightened. Facing such a powerful enemy, without the help of Yang Kai and the embodiment, she couldn't contend with him with her strength alone. But she soon calmed down and said with a determined expression, "Master, you go first. I'll delay him for a while." She felt that as long as she gave Yangkai some time, Yangkai should be able to repair the array base platform and leave this sealed world. As she spoke, she flashed in front of Yangkai, looking like she was going to protect Yangkai even if she had to die. Yangkai reached out and tugged at her. Lu Yin turned back and smiled sadly. This servant has been treated sincerely by Master for so many years. It's not a waste for this servant to come to this world. Please take care of yourself in the future. Don't be so sad. Yangkai's nose twitched, but he still smiled and said, "It's not certain who will live and who will die." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up. Does Master still have a trick up his sleeve? Yangkai didn't speak. Instead, he reached out and took out something that looked like a spirit pill. He stuffed it into Lu Yan's hand and said, "Activate its power. If you can't, we'll hide in the sealed world bead and conserve our strength." This is... Lu Yan looked at the spirit pill in her hand, and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she whispered, "An Emperor Authority bead?" "Yes, this is an Emperor Authority bead that seals the power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's attack. Although I don't know when the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor find it, it should be quite powerful. Give it a try." This Emperor Authority bead was something Yangkai had exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. It definitely contained the full power of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but Yangkai didn't know how powerful this attack was. An Emperor Authority bead was different from an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder bead. It was a one-time use item. Yangkai hadn't been willing to use it until now, but in this situation, he had no choice but to use it. With the Emperor Authority bead in hand, Lu Yin calmed down all of a sudden. Taking a light breath, she held the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and poured all her strength into it. On the other side, the corpse puppet seemed to be a little stiff after standing up again. It was obvious that the attack from the Annihilation Thunder bead had affected it greatly. As if it had sensed something, the corpse puppet let out a low roar and rushed towards Lu Yin like an arrow. Before it even got close, the strong stench of a corpse had already filled the air, and a cold, murderous intent wrapped around Lu Yin. Lu Yan's tender body trembled slightly, but she remained unmoved. She continued to pour her strength into the Emperor Authority bead. The distance between the two rapidly closed, and even Yangkai was sweating profusely. He held the sealed world bead in his hand, ready to take Lu Yin to hide in it at any time. Seeing the corpse puppet leaping towards Lu Yin finally made her move. She flicked the Emperor Authority bead in her hand, and it immediately turned into a stream of light that flew towards the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet threw a punch, shattering the Emperor Authority bead with a power that could shatter space. However, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from the shattered Emperor Authority bead, transforming into principal strength that instantly wrapped around the corpse puppet. Under the influence of this power, the corpse puppet seemed to have been hit by a body immobilization spell. It fell straight down from the sky and plunged into the ground. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, the mysterious principal strength suddenly spread out in all directions. In the valley, all the plants that had withered due to the corpse poison seemed to have been replenished with vitality at this moment and came back to life. In an instant, the valley was filled with lush greenery. Not only that, but this mysterious power also spread far into the distance. Wherever it passed, all the trees swayed and sent out a message of joy. Yangkai and Lu Yin were also enveloped by this power. That kind of power flowed through his limbs and bones and into his body, causing the weak Kai Yang to feel as if he had been injected with vitality. In an instant, he became full of vigor, and even the injuries he had suffered from the corpse puppet had recovered in a very short period of time. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes widened, and she cried out. The law of spring. Yangkai was also shocked to the extreme. His eyes lit up as he understood the source of this law. He did not dare to neglect, and quickly began to comprehend it. This was the principal strength comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time, great emperor. It was incomparably profound. Once the emperor authority bead appeared, it was equivalent to the flowing time, great emperor personally striking a blow. If Xianxia could use this opportunity to comprehend it, he would be able to gain a lot. At this moment, Xianxia did not even care about what would happen to the corpse puppet as he immersed himself in the mysterious principal strength. The law of spring spread out, returning the valley to a lush green, but in the blink of an eye, an unbearably hot aura enveloped the valley. It was as if one had suddenly entered the dog days of summer, and the faint sound of cicadas could be heard. Under the scorching sun, the scorching heat was unbearable. The law of summer. Xianxia understood and felt more and more that this was an opportunity that he could not miss. Inside the valley, a bleak autumn wind suddenly blew. The maple leaves were dyed red, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. The fragrance of melons and fruits were ripe, and the pleasant smell of harvest rushed out. The law of autumn. The cold wind suddenly whistled, and the surroundings suddenly became bitterly cold. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be covered in white snow, wrapped in silver. In the biting cold of winter, even the most cold-resistant, ferocious beasts shrank in their caves, not daring to go out easily. The law of winter. The four principles resonated with each other and were closely connected. Year after year, the cycle continued, forming an extremely special power that lingered in the valley, causing one to lose track of time. It felt as if it was only an instant, but also as if it was tens of thousands of years. Xianxia was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Under the influence of the four seasons, he constantly witnessed the intersection of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, completely forgetting where he was and what he was doing. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would definitely be his loss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xianxia's body shook with a crisp cracking sound. The meridians and dantian in his body suddenly expanded, and source qi gushed out like a surging river, rapidly flowing through his meridians. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions with him as the center. He had advanced. He had actually advanced to the third order Tao source realm. The commotion caused by his advancement caused Xianxia to snap back to reality. He immediately saw the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged not far away, and everything he had experienced earlier suddenly appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically as he stood up and stared warily at the motionless corpse puppet. "Master!" Luyan hurriedly called out when he saw Xianxia's expression change. "How long has it been?" Xianxia frowned and asked in surprise. "What do you mean, how long has it been?" Luyan looked confused. "How long has it been since you struck out the Emperor Authority bead?" Luyan was puzzled. "Just now, after I struck out the Emperor Authority bead, Master sat down, and then you suddenly broke through." "Just now?" Xianxia's mouth fell open. He clearly felt like a long time had passed, but why did Luyan mean that it had only been a short while? He was shocked and immediately realized that he had been affected by the power of the four seasons and was hallucinating. Chapter 2332. The Four Seasons Force was a divine technique comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time, great emperor. Once the divine technique was used, the four seasons would overlap and the sea would change into mulberry fields. This was a kind of time principle strength that was completely different from the space principle Xianxia comprehended. However, the time principle was the same as the space principle in that it was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. Any martial artist who could have some attainments in this kind of power would have great achievements. Xianxia originally thought that the flowing time great emperor of the great emperors had only comprehended the four seasons divine technique, but now it seemed that he was wrong. The great emperors had comprehended the true essence of the time principle, which had long surpassed the concept of the four seasons. The Emperor Authority bead was a treasure refined by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor when he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. A single blow from the Emperor Authority bead was equivalent to a blow from the flowing time Great Emperor of the third-order Emperor Realm. Even a real third-order Emperor Realm Master would have no chance of surviving such a blow. The time principle strength could allow one to experience the passage of an extremely long period of time in an instant. If it hit a living person, wouldn't it cause the principles of time to age instantly? For example, Xianxia felt like he had experienced several years of cultivation just now, breaking through from the second-order Dao Source realm to the third-order Dao Source realm. This was the accumulation of time. Although it was only a blink of an eye in reality, several years had passed in his consciousness. Xianxia couldn't imagine how powerful the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors were at their peak. As he thought about it, he suddenly became excited, because he had obtained 3 beads in the Four Seasons realm, the bead of spring, the bead of summer, and the bead of autumn. Based on his guess, there should be another bead of winter. But the Four Seasons realm experience ended too quickly, so he didn't know where the bead of winter was, let alone where to find it. Now, it seemed that the 3 beads all contained a trace of the principles of time. If he collected all the Four Seasons beads, he might be able to reproduce the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. The inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor was different from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the world. As for the heaven-devouring battle law, Xianxia didn't dare to cultivate it at all. After obtaining it, he handed it over to the embodiment to handle. Facts proved that this decision was correct. According to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring battle law was indeed powerful, but the side effects of cultivating it were not small. If not for the embodiment's special body that could refine all kinds of impurities and wash away the negative effects, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had already restrained him. But if he could obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor, the benefits to Xianxia would not be small. Understanding the principles of time and controlling the Four Seasons force, Xianxia would be able to reach a higher realm in a shorter time. Because under the principles of time, 1 year of cultivation for him might be equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of cultivation for others. Xianxia's heart was burning with passion. But when he thought of the missing bead of winter, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over Xianxia's heart. He didn't know when the Four Seasons realm would open again. Even if it opened again, he would definitely not be a Dao Source realm cultivator. It would be impossible for him to enter again. In other words, he probably had no hope of finding the bead of winter, gathering the Four Seasons force, and reproducing the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors. Master, that guy isn't dead yet. Lu Yan's exclamation suddenly rang in Xianxia's ears. Impossible. Xianxia was startled awake. He had used the Annihilation Thunder bead in this battle. He had used the Emperor Authority bead, 2 of his trump cards, and the embodiment had even used the Demonic Armament battle axe. Even if there was a third-order Emperor Realm Master here, there would be nothing left of him. No matter how powerful a corpse puppet was, it was impossible for it to still be alive. So when he heard Lu Yan's words, he didn't believe it at all. But when he looked over, Xianxia was stunned. Not far in front of him, the battered corpse puppet had sat down cross-legged at some point. Probably under the influence of the principles of time, the corpse puppet's body, which was already dry and devoid of water, had now become extremely pale, like flour. When Xianxia looked over, pieces of flesh were still falling from its body, turning into ashes before they could even touch the ground. In a short while, the corpse puppet had turned into a half-skeleton state, revealing its white bones. The principles of time were indeed powerful. Previously, he had used all his methods, but only the Annihilation Thunder bead could injure the corpse puppet. But when the Emperor Authority bead was used, the corpse puppet's body was damaged to such a state. This was definitely not a result of pure strength, but the influence of the principles. The principles of time flowed silently in the corpse puppet's body, allowing it to experience the passage of tens of thousands of years. No matter how strong its body was, it would still be destroyed if it wasn't nourished. Xianxia could clearly see that the various spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body had all dimmed and could no longer operate. However, Lian was right. This guy wasn't dead yet because its pair of green, ghostly fire-like eyes were constantly twitching, as if it was in a struggle. From time to time, it would growl in a low voice. Xianxia's hair stood on end, and he secretly became vigilant, afraid that the corpse puppet would suddenly attack at the last moment. He could see that even if the corpse puppet wasn't dead, it was an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he delayed for a while, the corpse puppet would definitely die. So Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had suddenly advanced to the third order Dao source realm, his source chi had been restored and his injuries had healed. Even if the corpse puppet tried to do something, he was confident that he could avoid it. Xianxia didn't move, and Lian also stood beside him without saying a word, a vigilant light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes twitched violently for a while, and it let out a fierce roar from its throat, as if it was fighting against something. Soon, the green eyes stabilized, and the corpse puppet's ferocious and terrifying expression gradually eased. The ghostly fire-like eyes flickered with a spiritual light, and it looked around blankly. When it saw Xianxia, it fixed its gaze on him. "Master!" Lian called out in a low voice and put on a fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Kai Yang furrowed his brows as he locked gazes with the corpse puppet. Suddenly, a thought that he couldn't believe emerged from the depths of his heart. Immediately, he cupped his fists and shouted, "Junior Kai Yang greets Senior." "Master, you're—" Lian looked at Xianxia in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. At first glance, this corpse puppet had no spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to fight fiercely under the control of the spirit array in its body and had no self-awareness at all. What was the point of Xianxia doing this? But what she didn't expect was that after Xianxia finished speaking, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened and closed its mouth a few times, making a few difficult sounds with difficulty. It was just that because the corpse puppet's body was badly damaged, Lian couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Even so, Lian was completely stunned, because the corpse puppet actually responded to Xianxia. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own spiritual intelligence? If that was the case, why hadn't there been any signs before? On the other side, the corpse puppet was still trying to make sound. After a long time, it finally succeeded, but the sound was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. "Are you a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect?" It was just a simple sentence, but it almost exhausted all of the corpse puppet's strength. After speaking, he actually gasped for breath. Lian didn't know what used breathing would be in his current state. Xianxia's eyes lit up, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly replied, "This junior is not." The corpse puppet asked, "If you're not, then why are you here?" Perhaps because of that one sentence, the corpse puppet's expression became smoother and clearer. Xianxia said, "This junior was entrusted by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to repair the space transmission array here." Hearing this, the corpse puppet tried hard to recall for a long time before he sadly said, "Yes, the array base platform was destroyed by this king." He paused and asked in surprise, "You can repair it? Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" "I know a little," Xianxia replied implicitly. However, the corpse puppet knew that Xianxia was being modest. Being able to enter this sealed world when the array base platform here was destroyed was not something that could be done with just a little knowledge. It was clear that Xianxia had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. The corpse puppet didn't intend to pursue the matter. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Could Senior be the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this place? Xianxia had already guessed this when he saw the spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When he heard the corpse puppet admit that he was the one who destroyed the array base platform, Xianxia was immediately certain. The corpse puppet in front of him was definitely that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. The corpse puppet gently nodded, the bones in his neck cracking. Xianxia trembled in fear, afraid that the corpse puppet's head would fall off just like that. The corpse puppet said, "This king is Yi Chong. Senior is still alive." Although he had already guessed this, Xianxia was still extremely shocked. Yi Chong was the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this sealed world, a third-order emperor realm master. Yi Chong said, "It's just a remnant soul. This king used his own body to refine a puppet and failed to enter the Tao, so this king died. Only a remnant soul was left in this body, waiting for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect to come here." Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to ask something, Yi Chong said, "I don't have much time left. The reason why I was able to wake up was because you destroyed this body. Although I'm not sure how you managed to do this with your strength, I don't have time to ask. This king needs your help. Please speak, senior. Since this generation's descendant of the Yi family has invited you here to repair the space array, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. I want you to bring this space ring to this generation's Thousand Leaves sect master." As Yi Chong spoke, he trembled as he took off the space ring on his finger. With a light flick, he shot it towards Xianxia. Xianxia reached out and caught it, immediately feeling a desolate and ancient aura lingering on his hand. This was a space ring from tens of thousands of years ago. Xianxia could faintly guess what good things were inside. The various secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect that Yi Hen and his daughter had mentioned were definitely inside the space ring. Yi Chong said, "This king has engraved his brand on this space ring. Only a member of my Yi family can refine it with the power of their bloodline and open it. Any violent method of opening it will damage this space ring." Chapter 23:33. Xianxia immediately knew that Yi Chong didn't completely trust him and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yi Chong wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Xianxia still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yi Chong had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief. Who would feel comfortable? However, Xianxia didn't show it and simply took the ring. "Rest assured, senior. I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi." "Very good, very good." Yi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Of course, this king won't let you help for free. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yi Chong was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yi Chong didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Xianxia. He just stared thoughtfully at Lu Yin beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Lu Yin was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yi Chong's stare and couldn't help but hide behind Xianxia. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yi Chong seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Xianxia hurriedly said, "Please tell me, senior." Yi Chong said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Xianxia's face darkened. Yi Chong's words were the same as not saying anything. Since Yi Chong wanted to give him some benefits, Yi Chong didn't generously point it out and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yi Chong was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Xianxia couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Xianxia, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yi Chong. Xianxia didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yi Chong hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yi Hen. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Xianxia naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yi Cheng was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the Bloodline Seal. Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yi Cheng suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years. Yi Cheng was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If Senior is a Dao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yi Cheng sighed. This king has wronged the sect. His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end, he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. He had predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, so he did his best to leave a remnant soul in the corpse puppet. Tens of thousands of years later, Yang Kai arrived. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After Yi Cheng sighed, his head suddenly drooped in front of his chest, and the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of black aura flew out of the corpse puppet's head and turned into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago had completely fallen, and now, not even a remnant soul was left. After losing the last of its remnant soul, the corpse puppet's body suddenly fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of white bones. Yang Kai sighed. Even the most powerful cultivator would eventually turn into dust. Yi Cheng had used his body to prove the heavenly way, so how could he not want to possess an immortal body? Unfortunately, even if he was a genius, he still couldn't overcome the constraints of the world principles. If even a third-order Emperor Realm Master was like this, how difficult would it be to achieve immortality? I wonder if the 10 great emperors could achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve this. Otherwise, people like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor wouldn't have fallen. Yang Kai had some hope, but of course, the prerequisite was that he had to refine the immortal tree. It was said that after refining the immortal tree, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but he didn't know if this was true or not. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Then, together with Lu Yin, he buried Yi Cheng's body on the spot. He didn't bury it too carefully, because after the transmission array here was repaired, Yi Hin would definitely come over. This kind of thing was better left to Yi Hin. In any case, Yi Hin was his ancestor, so he should hold a grand funeral. After dealing with Yi Cheng's body, Yang Kai led Lu Yin to the cave, where they met Yi Cheng. Yi Cheng said that there was an opportunity in the cave, but Yang Kai was suspicious. When he entered the cave before, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. Lu Yin was also puzzled. Following Yang Kai, she asked, "Master, when Senior Yi said that there was an opportunity, why was he staring at me?" "You're beautiful," Yang Kai answered casually. "Nonsense." Lu Yin glared at Yang Kai. Although she didn't think that her human form was ugly, how could Yi Cheng stare at her because of that? He was the sect master of a top sect, so what kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yang Kai chuckled. He must have seen your true form, so he took a second look. There's nothing strange about it. I think that's the reason. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Because Yi Cheng said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful, but he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yi Cheng had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yicheng. Since Yicheng took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yankai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Lu Yin, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. "What's wrong with it?" Yankai asked. Lu Yin said, "Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone." Yankai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it, because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yankai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge, to hurt slightly. Yankai was surprised. The opportunity Yicheng mentioned. Could it be this stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yankai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several Emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine anymore. Lu Yin was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. "Don't!" Yankai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about this stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Lu Yin had already touched the strange stone, but when she heard Yankai shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Lu Yin couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yankai's face suddenly changed. Although Lu Yin could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Lu Yin in. How can this be? Yankai didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source chi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Yankai's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone, but strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Yankai withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Yankai at all. Molten memory gold? Yankai's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. No matter how big the damage, it would gradually repair itself, but the molten memory gold he knew was definitely not like this. Yankai wanted to smash the strange stone to save Lu Yin, but after one strike, he knew that it was impossible. This strange stone wasn't hard, but it was extremely tough and couldn't be smashed. After Lu Yin was sucked into this strange stone, Yankai felt that the inexplicable connection between himself and Lu Yin had been severed for a long time. Lu Yin was an artifact spirit, and when Yankai refined her body, the artifact refining furnace, there had always been an invisible connection between the two that hadn't been broken for so many years, but now it was gone. Yankai's face turned pale, thinking that Lu Yin had died, because this was the only way to explain why the connection between the two had been severed. Yankai instantly felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, his mood extremely heavy. Chapter 23:34. Luyan had been with him for many years, and they had always looked out for each other over the years. She had helped Xianxia a lot, so if she died because of this strange rock in front of him, Xianxia would never be able to accept it. If that was the case, he would dig up Yichang's body and grind his bones to ashes to vent his hatred. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was unlikely. Yichang had asked him for help and would never leave a strange stone here to harm him. But when he said that there was an opportunity in this cave, why did he keep staring at Luyan? Xianxia's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a familiar aura suddenly came out of the strange stone. After perceiving this aura, Xianxia's expression brightened, and he hurriedly shouted, "Luyan!" That aura definitely belonged to Luyan, but it was very weak. If he hadn't been familiar with Luyan over the years, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to detect it. If there was a residual aura, it meant that Luyan hadn't died and was just sealed in the strange stone. Realizing this, Xianxia didn't dare to attack the strange stone rashly, for fear of hurting Luyan. But in the face of his call, Luyan never responded. Not only that, in Xianxia's perception, the aura emitted by Luyan was extremely stable. Although the fluctuation was extremely weak, there was no trace of injury. Some of it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Xianxia couldn't figure it out. He carefully released his divine sense to investigate again. But just like before, as soon as his divine sense entered the strange stone, it was as if it was bitten off by an invisible mouth. Not only did his investigation fail, but his divine sense was also affected. It also made his knowledge hurt slightly. He didn't know what the hell this strange stone was, but it could swallow divine sense. It was obviously of extraordinary quality. Wisps of dark red color, almost invisible to the naked eye, diffused from the inside of the strange rock and seeped into the surface of the strange rock. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with this dark red aura. It was clearly the extremely complex flame power that Luyan possessed, mixed with the power of various strange flames. But they were perfectly blended together. In the whole world, there was no other one except for Luyan. Could it be that Luyan was attacking the seal from the inside? Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but relax a lot. He forced himself to calm down and observe carefully. He wanted to know how he could help Luyan. After the dark red color spread out, the strange stone suddenly buzzed, and then it emitted an extremely strong suction force. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. All of a sudden, a gust of wind howled in the cave. The extremely rich spiritual energy in the secret realm surged into the strange rocks, but it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the spiritual energy, the dark red color on the surface of the strange rock became more and more exuberant. Luyan's aura became clearer and clearer. Spiritual energy? Xianxia's heart moved, and he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, tens of millions of source crystals scattered around the strange rock, almost filling the entire cave. These source crystals were all mid-grade and high-grade. There were no low-grade source crystals at all. All of them had been stripped from the source crystal load. Xianxia punched out again, shattering these source crystals into dust, which transformed into a sea of spiritual energy that wrapped around the strange rock. At a visible rate, the strange rock continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed to be endless. At the same time that Luyan was in danger, outside Thousand Leaves Sect, the wind howled and the crane screamed. Over 1,000 cultivators arrived in front of Thousand Leaves Sect's mountain defending array, glaring at the sect. These 1,000 people belonged to different forces, but they all seemed to be led by a blue-haired middle-aged man. It was unknown what kind of mysterious technique this middle-aged man cultivated, but his long blue hair draped over his shoulders in an unruly manner. His figure was heroic, and his expression was dignified. He sat on a roofless palanquin carried by 16 people. The palanquin was spacious and gave off strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. At this moment, the blue-haired man was leisurely sipping his tea, as if he had come here for a leisurely trip. Around him, many powerhouses had gathered. Sky Crane City's city Lord Luo Jin, whom Yang Kai had once taught a lesson to, was among them. In just a short time, Luo Jin had taken some kind of pills and his injuries had completely healed. There were no longer any traces of the injuries he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai. He was now full of energy and his complexion was rosy. The two old men who had been in charge of protecting Sky Illumination Palace's young palace master, Xiaoyu, were also standing to the side with their heads lowered. They seemed to be extremely respectful to the blue-haired man. There was also a man who attracted everyone's attention. His cultivation was not inferior to anyone here. He had a stocky build and looked extremely rough. The aura he gave off was also extremely violent, and he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. This man stood to the side and glanced at the blue-haired middle-aged man from time to time. He sneered, as if he looked down on the blue-haired man's actions. These people were all masters of the nearby sects, and their status and strength were similar. However, this blue-haired middle-aged man was acting all high and mighty, making him stand out from the crowd, which naturally made others unhappy. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that the blue-haired middle-aged man was the leader of all the cultivators here. Over 1,000 cultivators belonging to 5 or 6 sects had gathered here, but they did not say a single word, as if they were silently waiting for something. Luo Jin's face was filled with resentment and hatred as he stared straight ahead and clenched his fists tightly. A few days ago, he was holding a concubine wedding ceremony in the city lord's mansion, but it was interrupted midway. Not only was the bride snatched away in front of everyone's eyes, even he himself was seriously injured. If it wasn't for luck, he would have died long ago. Although it had only been a few days, this matter had already spread throughout the surrounding territory, and all the cultivators in Sky Crane City knew about it. His prestige in Sky Crane City had plummeted, and he could feel people pointing at him behind his back wherever he went. Not only that, there were even voices of dissatisfaction in the city, calling for him to step down. How could Luo Jin allow such a thing to happen? He had painstakingly managed Sky Crane City for so many years, and it was just about to rise up and be on equal footing with the surrounding sects. How could he be willing to fall short at the last moment? And the culprit behind all of this was that brat called Yang Kai. As long as he could kill Yang Kai and wash away his humiliation, Luo Jin believed that he would be able to stabilize Sky Crane City once again. At that time, no one would dare to say anything to him. Luo Jin hated Yang Kai, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of the Thousand Leaves sect that was shielding Yang Kai. He secretly swore in his heart that if Hen was tactful, things would be fine, but if he didn't, Luo Jin would let him know the consequences. Asterisk hoo-hoo, asterisk right at that moment, a stream of light shot over from the front. As the light fell, the figures of many of Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups appeared, with Hen at the head and the vice sect masters and elders beside him. Although they had received the news in advance, Hen and the others could not help but change their expressions when they saw so many masters gathered in front of their sect's mountain defending array. The forces gathered here were the forces of 5 or 6 great forces, and there were more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. There were even more than a dozen from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and the rest were all Origin King Realm cultivators. How could the current Thousand Leaves sect resist such a force? Hen calmed himself down and cupped his fists. Friends, your presence brings light to my humble sect. May I ask why you have come unannounced? He also knew that the other party did not come with good intentions, so there was no way for them to settle this peacefully. However, he was not too afraid of the mountain defending array. If it was an ordinary sect's mountain defending array, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of so many masters. However, Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array had been passed down for a long time, and its grade was extremely high. It was not something that ordinary sects could compare to. If it were not for Thousand Leaves sect's current strength being insufficient, The mountain defending array's defensive grade could be increased by several levels. Once it was activated, even a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm might not be able to break through it. Even so, this mountain defending array should be more than enough to withstand the attacks of these people. This was also the fundamental reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to remain standing despite its decline. If they could not break through the mountain defending array, no one would dare to completely fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. Just as Yi Hen finished speaking, Luo Jin was the first to jump out and roar, "You don't play dumb. Don't tell me you don't know why we're here. If you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over that brat Xianxia and the others. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Yi Hen frowned. "City Lord Luo, what enmity do you have with young Master Yang for you to be so angry?" Luo Jin felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger when he heard Yi Hen asking the obvious. With an ashen face, he said, "Yi Hen, are you mocking this Luo? Don't tell me you don't know what happened in my city lord's mansion a few days ago. Or are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yi Hen replied indifferently, "I know a thing or two, but I don't know the details." Luo Jin said angrily, "That brat caused a ruckus in my city lord's mansion, snatched this king's concubine, and killed and injured guests. How can this king let this matter rest?" Yi Hen said. "Why is this matter different from what this Yi has heard? This Yi heard that City Lord Luo used your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and women, imprisoning a few of young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to marry him. Young Master Yang was forced to fight City Lord Luo, and although he won at the last moment, he still mercifully spared your life. City Lord Luo, it's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days?" Luo Jin's face alternated between green and red as he roared, "Bullshit," Yi Hen said coldly. "There were countless guests that day, and everyone was watching. I believe that everyone knows whether this he is spouting nonsense or if City Lord Luo is being ungrateful." Luo Jin's blood boiled in his heart, and he almost blurted it out. This matter was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now that Yi Hen mentioned it in front of everyone, he was naturally burning with rage. If not for the mountain protecting array in front of him, he would have already fought it out with Yi Hen with bloodshot eyes. Yi Hen cupped his fists and looked around. "Everyone should know about this matter, so why don't you tell City Lord Luo in detail, lest he misunderstands something and does something that angers the gods?" None of the cultivator present had any intention of speaking up when they heard this. They had not come here to argue with Yi Hen. So what if what Yi Hen said was the truth? Xianxia had indeed killed people, and he had killed the elites of their sects. Now that they knew that Xianxia was in Thousand Leaves sect, how could they sit back and do nothing? Chapter 23:35. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, "Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person?" In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, "Forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat, surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master, Kutian, have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion?" From his tone, it was obvious that he was the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple, Ruanhongbo. Like Yi Hen, Ruanhongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Now that his Vice Temple Master had been killed by Xianxia, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Ruanhongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up, "That's right, that bastard even killed my son, Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him." Yi Hen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the Tower Master of White Cloud Tower, Muguan. Yihen had also asked Yi Jinghan about what had happened in the city lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation. The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face. As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yihen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, "Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention?" He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Xiu Zhe, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source Realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor Realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor Realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves Sect's doorstep today? Yihen did not dare to take this person lightly, because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor Realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor Realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Xiuzhe heard this. He smiled slightly and said, "My son, Qiu Yu, is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This Sikh came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Qiu Yu how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi." His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Qiu Yu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the City Lord's mansion that day. But if that was all, why would Xiu Zhe come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves Sect had been building up for a long time. One was a newly risen sect that had the potential to rule over this territory, while the other was an old and declining sect. If the former wanted to establish their might, it was naturally best to start with the latter, as long as he could eliminate Thousand Leaves Sect. The prestige of the Sky Illumination Palace would be unparalleled, and he, Xiu Zhe, would be the overlord of this land. Hand him over. Sect Master Yi, we have no enmity with Thousand Leaves Sect, so we are not willing to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang cannot be forgiven so easily, so we ask that Sect Master Yi not to shield him. The sect masters of the various great sects began to clamor, each of them trying to pressure the Thousand Leaves Sect. Yihen furrowed his brows, while the expressions of the Thousand Leaves Sect's upper echelons who had come with him changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease. Although the sect defending array was blocking them, and these people should not be able to do anything to them, the disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect had to go out sooner or later. They could not hide in the array forever. If they offended so many great forces here, how could Thousand Leaves Sect survive in the future? With this thought in mind, the Thousand Leaves Sect's upper echelons all looked towards Yihen. They did not know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Yihen was, or why he wanted to hide in Thousand Leaves Sect after causing such a huge mess, causing trouble for the sect. Moreover, why did Yihen accept him despite knowing all this? This was obviously not a wise move. Sect Master, a second-order Dao Source Realm old man, called out softly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Yang Kai had nothing to do with Thousand Leaves Sect, so there was no harm in showing weakness here and handing him over in exchange for safety. It was better than having someone blocking their door. Yihen glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, The old man sighed heavily and did not try to persuade him anymore. He was from the older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yi Hen grow up, so he understood Yi Hen's temper very well. He knew that he would not act recklessly, so even though he was worried, he still chose to believe that Yi Hen would not harm the sect. Sect Master. Thousand Leaves Sect's Vice Sect Master Xianxia suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists, quickly saying, "This sure thinks that the words of these friends are reasonable. That little brat, surnamed Yang, has no respect for his seniors and dared to act recklessly in the City Lord Mansion. This is simply outrageous. Even someone as respected as Master Cultivation was killed. He is clearly a bloodthirsty person. No matter what his purpose was before, he definitely did not come to our Thousand Leaves sect with good intentions." This sure is thinking for the sake of the sect's disciples, so I naturally have to hand him over. Rest assured, Sect Master, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if someone blames me in the future, this sure will bear the responsibility and will not ruin your good name. His righteous attitude, not hesitating to consider the sect's interests even if his reputation was tarnished, immediately attracted the goodwill of many of the Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups, who felt that Yi Hen was indeed a little arbitrary. Yi Hen seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You dare to send people to capture them?" Only at this moment did Yi Hen notice that the three trusted elders who had always been by Xianxia's side had disappeared. Those three elders were all second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. With such strength, Xianxia's friends would not be able to resist at all. The people that Xianxia had brought with him were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although there were barriers in their rooms, those elders knew them like the back of their hands, so breaking them was a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Yi Hen turned pale with fright, wishing that he could slap Xianxia to death. His daughter had painstakingly invited Xianxia to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the entrance to the sealed world, yet his own vice sect master wanted to take action against Xianxia's friends. If Xianxia found out about this, how would he explain himself? He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to offend so many sects this time, as long as Xianxia could repair the entrance and allow Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques to return, it would be worth it. At worst, Thousand Leaves sect would seal itself off for a few years and allow the sect's experts to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. As long as they could mobilize the 30 or so Dao Source grade puppets in the square, Thousand Leaves sect would no longer need to fear any other sect and would be able to take a breather. As time passed, would they still have to worry about not being able to control those Heaven grade puppets? The sect master and vice sect master were quarreling incessantly, while the disrespectful disciples took the initiative to attack. However, they were forced to retreat with injuries. From the looks of it, they did not need to do anything to take down Thousand Leaves sect. All they needed to do was stand here and watch the show. Thinking of this, each of them revealed confident expressions. Sect Master Shi's loyalty is truly admirable. Xianxia smiled at Xianxia and cupped his fists. He had already addressed Xianxia as Sect Master, obviously feeling that Yi Hen was unable to make a comeback. Hearing this, Xianxia returned the gesture. Palace Master Qiu is too kind. This sure is only thinking for the sake of the sect. Unlike some people who are blinded by a single leaf and are willing to risk universal condemnation and only bring disaster to the sect. Xianxia said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under Sect Master Shi's leadership in the future." Xianxia smiled faintly and lowered his posture. "Then I will have to ask Palace Master Qiu to take care of me in the future." With these words, he was clearly indicating that he would interact more with Sky Illumination Palace in the future, and that he would follow their lead. Yi Hen spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this, Xianxia, you will regret this. Our sect ancestors' tens of thousands of years of foundation has been lost at your hands. If you die in the future, how will you have the face to meet our ancestors? Xianxia sneered. I wonder who is the one who doesn't have the face to meet our ancestors? This sure has a clear conscience. Even if my soul returns to the underworld, the sect ancestors will not blame me. Yihen's face was pale, and his aura looked extremely weak, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He only glared hatefully at Xianxia, as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, Qiuzhe nodded in satisfaction. Sect Master Shi, you should hand them over first. We have been waiting here for quite some time. Of course, Xianxia smiled faintly. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. Saying so, he turned his head to look in a certain direction and smiled. Look, they're here. Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look in that direction. Yihen was even more anxious, secretly circulating his source qi, waiting for the moment Xianxia's mind relaxed before launching an attack. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai's friends to be handed over. However, when he glanced in that direction, Yihen's expression turned cold as he furrowed his brow. Xianxia also seemed to have noticed something wrong, and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other side, a streak of light flew towards them. After a short while, the streak of light landed in front of everyone, revealing a figure. This person appeared to be a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator and was about 50 years old. He was one of the elders who had always followed Xianxia, and was also one of the pillars of Thousand Leaves Sect's new faction. However, at this moment, this elder was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Not only that, his aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing this person, Yihen could not help but look puzzled. Xianxia's expression changed greatly as he hurried forward to support the elder, shouting in a low voice, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture them? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the elder replied in horror, "There's a master among them from the third order Dao Source Realm. We were no match for him, so 7th elder and 9th elder were captured." What? Xianxia turned pale with fright. He was detained. He could not believe his ears. He looked at the injured elder with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He naturally understood the cultivation levels of the people Kai Yang had brought with him. All of them were from the first order Dao Source Realm, and there was even an Origin King Realm cultivator among them. How could such cultivators be a match for his 3 trusted elders? However, the current situation was that 2 of his trusted aides had been captured, while the last one had fled back here with serious injuries. If not for the elder in front of him being so loyal, Xianxia would have thought that he was lying to disturb his mind. Who captured them? Xianxia asked in shock. A woman. A woman? Xianxia had a stunned expression on his face. Seemingly recalling something, he grit his teeth and said, "Are they pretending to be pigs to eat tigers?" He probably felt that Qi Yu was hiding her true cultivation. Therefore, his 3 trusted aides were not strong enough to capture her. However, the elder shook his head and said, "No, I have never seen that woman before. I don't know when she came to the sect." "You haven't seen her before?" Xianxia was even more confused before he angrily said, "Even if she is from the third order Dao Source Realm, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated so miserably." He had a look of disappointment on his face, and he was just short of calling this elder a useless piece of trash. That elder said bleakly, "She is definitely at the peak of the Dao Source Realm, and her attacks have traces of Emperor intent. If not for that, we would not have been able to defeat her. If not, we wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single move." Emperor intent? Xianxia was truly shocked this time. What did it mean to have Emperor intent in her attacks? It meant that she had comprehended a trace of the Emperor Realm's mysteries. In other words, as long as that woman was given enough time, she would be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. A master from the Emperor Realm was someone that Thousand Leaves Sect could not afford to offend. Xianxia's heart was in chaos. He glanced at Yi Hen thoughtfully. He thought that the woman must have been arranged by Yi Hen to protect those people, but he knew that he was wrong at a glance, because Yi Hen also had a blank look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know when a woman at the peak of the Tao Source realm had appeared. No one would believe that the sect master and vice sect master were completely unaware of such a master's arrival in Thousand Leaves sect. Xianxia could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a little frightened. Xiaozhe suddenly sneered. Sect master, sure. Your subordinates aren't very reliable. They can't even take down a few petty thieves. Xianxia was already feeling annoyed. Now that he heard Xiaozhe ridicule him like this, he immediately became annoyed. Palace Master Qiu, you can just watch over our sex matters. There's no need to say anything. Xiaozhe snorted and slowly stood up from the palanquin. He then walked step by step towards the Great Mountain Barrier Formation, saying originally, this Qiu didn't want to get involved in your esteemed sex matters. However, this matter concerns the surrounding great sections. As the overlord of this region, how can his seat sit idly by? Just as he finished speaking, an unimaginable aura suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and the world principles were shaken. Everyone who was enveloped by this aura felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain. Breathing became difficult, and the circulation of energy in their bodies became sluggish. Even the Thousand Leaves sect's mountain protecting array began to ripple visibly under the impact of this power. At this moment, Xiaozhe seemed to have become the master of this world. Everyone's life and death were at his mercy, and no one could resist. Emperor, realm. Mu Guan of White Cloud Tower trembled and almost knelt down. His eyes trembled violently as he looked at Xiaozhe in disbelief. Everyone else was also shocked, their faces pale. Especially Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple. His face was pale. Previously, he didn't take Xiaozhe seriously. After all, they were all from the Third Order Tao Source realm. Although it was rumored that Xiaozhe had been in seclusion for more than a decade to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, he hadn't succeeded. As long as he didn't succeed, everyone would be on equal footing. Ruan Hongbo was very unhappy when he saw Xiaozhe acting all high and mighty. He felt that this guy was taking himself too seriously. If he was already like this before breaking through to the Emperor realm, what would happen if he broke through? But now, he knew why Xiaozhe didn't even spare him a glance. It turned out that Xiaozhe had already broken through his shackles and ascended to the Emperor realm. Chapter 2337. Thinking of this, large beads of sweat rolled down Ruan Hongba's forehead. He realized that Sky Peak Temple's days in the future would not be easy. Originally, Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace were evenly matched in strength, but now that the latter had an emperor, Sky Peak Temple could only express its loyalty if it wanted to survive. Xiaozhe was now a true overlord. No wonder he was so arrogant and proud of his success this time. Inside the mountain defending array, Yi Hen and the others were also pale with despair. The sect was already in turmoil because of Xianxia, causing it to split into two factions. Now, Xiaozhe had actually advanced to the Emperor realm and was standing right outside the mountain defending array. How were they going to survive? Xianxia was also shocked and no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Xiaozhe. He said in fear, "So Palace Lord Qiu has already advanced to the Emperor realm. This sure congratulates Palace Lord Qiu." Ruan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations to Palace Lord Qiu for advancing to the Emperor realm." Xiaozhe laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Inside the cave, Yangkai stared at the strange rock, not daring to miss the slightest change. Ever since he shattered the tens of millions of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals and turned them into a sea of spirit chi, An even more powerful devouring force came from the strange rock, constantly devouring the surrounding world energy. As time passed, the crimson glow on the surface of the strange rock became more and more vigorous, and Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. A few days later, Yang Kai gradually realized that things were not as he thought. Lu Yan was not in any danger. Although she had been swallowed by the strange rock, Yang Kai could still feel it. Lu Yan was currently in a deep sleep. She was extremely peaceful, and the aura she unconsciously released was even mixed with a trace of excitement and joy. It was as if this encounter was not a bad thing for her, but an extremely good thing. Could it be that Yi Chong's words were true and there really was an opportunity here? But this opportunity was useful to Lu Yan. Recalling how Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity, Yang Kai felt that this might be the case. However, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what this opportunity was. The only thing he could do now was to stay by Lu Yan's side and wait for any changes. A day later, the spirit fog in the cave had become extremely thin. Although the spirit energy in the secret realm was extremely rich, the strange rock did not seem to have reached the point of saturation. Yang Kai tossed out tens of millions of source crystals again and did the same thing, allowing the strange rock to devour them. At this moment, the entire strange rock was completely red, as if it had just been scooped out of hot magma. The inside of the cave was also incomparably hot, and the walls of the cave had already melted. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer, but to Yang Kai's surprise and joy, Lu Yan's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and there was also another kind of charm, a kind of charm that couldn't be described clearly. As he watched, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Isn't this just an egg? Previously, he had been prejudiced. He didn't pay much attention to it. But now that he observed it carefully, he found that the oval-shaped strange rock was like an egg. Thinking of this, Yang Kai remembered that Xianxia and his embodiment had broken out of the dark rock in the past, which was a special way of birth for the stone mongoose. Could it be that Lu Yan would also break out of this strange rock? This strange rock was different from the two strange stones he had obtained in the past, so it was not a product of the stone mongoose clan. Yang Kai didn't know what this strange rock was, but after having this guess, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. If his guess was correct, Lu Yan would eventually break out of the shell, but he didn't know what it would look like. This was really an opportunity for Lu Yan. Time flew by, and another 2 days passed. The speed at which the strange rock devoured the surrounding spiritual qi had obviously slowed down a lot, and it was getting slower and slower. Yang Kai knew that the strange rock should be saturated, and Lu Yan's fate would be revealed soon. So he stared at the strange rock without blinking, his heart in turmoil. Half a day later, just as Yang Kai was feeling uneasy, a crisp sound suddenly came from the strange rock. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the sound, and quickly looked at the strange rock, only to find that there was a small crack in the middle of the strange rock. Gotcha! When the crack appeared, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and a continuous sound was heard. One crack after another appeared, covering the entire strange rock, as dense as a spider web. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he paid more attention to it, ready to help Lu Yan at any time. Crash! After a loud sound, the entire strange rock suddenly fell apart, turning into countless small fragments and falling to the ground. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that something had happened to Lu Yan, but when he saw a red light appear where the strange rock was, he relaxed. Lu Yan's aura was clearly transmitted from the light, indicating that Lu Yan was fine. The light was fierce, and the entire cave was illuminated red. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't find any clues. He released his divine sense, but it was also blurred. It seemed that the light had inherited the strange rock's ability to devour divine sense, so he couldn't investigate it clearly. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the red light suddenly disappeared, and the cave returned to darkness. Only then did Yang Kai see the scene in front of him clearly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock and amazement, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because he saw that in the place where the strange rock was originally located, there was actually the figure of a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, lying on her side on the ground, her small body curled up there, her hands folded under her face, sleeping very peacefully. Xianxia could clearly hear her breathing. If that was all, it would be fine, but what made Xianxia feel incredulous was that he actually felt Lu Yan's aura from the little girl. Was this Lu Yan? Xianxia's eyes almost popped out. Since Lu Yan could transform, she had appeared in front of Xianxia in the form of a gorgeous woman, wearing revealing clothes, full breasts and beautiful buttocks. She could arouse one's imagination. It was very elastic and wonderful to the touch. Xianxia believed that there were few people in the world who could compare with her. Xianxia couldn't help but pinch her face for a while. Lu Yan slapped his hand away in disgust and said, "It hurts." As she said this, she rubbed her cheeks. "How can it be?" Xianxia frowned. Lu Yan was a tool spirit in human form, so it was not impossible for her to have her own body. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir called the incarnation elixir, which could let a cultivator who had lost his physical body rebuild his body. However, refining the incarnation elixir required the incarnation fruit, which was extinct. If there was anyone Xiaozhe was most afraid of right now, it would undoubtedly be Hua Qingxi. He was afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't, but in this situation, he had no choice but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, once news of this spread and the sect behind that woman found out, Sky Illumination Palace would be powerless to stop them. So, he led his people to this place, but was blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays in the valley. After trying to attack a few times, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays in this valley were not something he could break. So, he could only ask the side. Hearing this, Xianxia put on a flattering smile and bowed, reporting to Palace Lord Xiao, "This is indeed our sect's forbidden area. For generations, no one other than the sect master has been able to set foot here. Not even you." Xiaozhe glanced at Xianxia indifferently. Xianxia said embarrassedly, "I've never entered." Chapter 23:39. From now on, you can come and go as you please, Xiaozhe said indifferently. Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard this, knowing that Xiaozhe was truly treating him as Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master. Of course, this was under the premise that he bowed down. If he dared to have any other thoughts, Xianxia would definitely die a miserable death. Xiaozhe's promotion to the Emperor realm wasn't good news for any sect, but for Xianxia, preserving his life was the most important thing. The masters from Sky Peak Temple and the other sects were also standing behind Xiaozhe. Seeing how arrogant he was, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. This was the authority of the Emperor realm. Just by standing here, he could make others not even dare to breathe loudly. These masters were all secretly resentful. Why wasn't it them who had been promoted to the Emperor realm? Why did it have to be Xiaozhe? At that moment, an old man suddenly rushed over and cupped his fist behind Xiaozhe. "Palace Lord, Yihen is unwilling to reveal the method to enter the mountain valley." Before Xiaozhe could speak, Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple had already started cursing. "That old man Yihen doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Palace Lord Xiao is kind enough to not take his life, yet he's still so stubborn." Mu Guan of White Cloud's Tower also said, "Indeed, Yi Hin refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Palace Lord Xiao, there's no need to be polite with him. Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't break this mountain valley's spirit array." As he spoke, he put on a posture of eagerness to give it a try. Xiao Zhe said indifferently, "Do you know that Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years? Even some of the top sects in the Southern Territory may not have existed as long as Thousand Leaves sect. This Mountain Valley Spirit Array was created by someone personally. It was personally set up by a powerful figure tens of thousands of years ago. Even I have no confidence in breaking it. Do you think you can do it with just a few of you?" He had a mocking expression on his face, but Mu Guan and the others didn't dare to refute him. They could only laugh awkwardly. What does Sect Master Shi think? Xiaozhe turned to Shi Tsang-ing and asked. Shi Tsang-ing pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice. "Yi Hin is a tough nut to crack. This Shi has worked with him for many years. I have a good understanding of his temperament and character, not to mention torturing him. Even if we killed him, he would never reveal the method to break the formation." "Oh, Sect Master Shi has such a high evaluation of Yi Hin?" Xiaozhe looked at Shi Tsang-ing with some surprise. Shi Tsang-ing said sternly, "He's just a stubborn old man. If not for that, my Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have declined to this point. That's enough. This king has no interest in your Thousand Leaves sex matters. Just tell me how to break the array." Xiaozhe interrupted him impatiently. Shi Tsang-ing said, "Since we can't do anything about Yi Hin, we might as well try to find a breakthrough from someone else." He smiled slyly and said, "Yi Hin and his daughter have depended on each other for so many years. Their relationship is not ordinary." Hearing this, Xiaozhe turned to look at him. His eyes were deep and profound. Shi Tsang-ying's heart skipped a beat, thinking that he had said something wrong. He broke out in a cold sweat from being stared at. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Xiaozhe suddenly smiled and said, "Sect Master Shi, you seem to have watched Yi Jinghan grow up. Don't you have any compassion for her?" Shi Tsang-ying's expression turned solemn. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she dared to stand in Palace Master Qiu's path to unification, she naturally has to pay a price. It is precisely because this Shi is her senior that I want her to grow up quickly. This is also a test of her temperament. So you're saying that you're doing this for her own good? Xiaozhe's lips curled into a mocking smile. Shi Tsang-ing said sternly, "This Shi hopes that she can understand this Shi's painstaking efforts." Wan Hongbo and the others listened from the side and broke out in cold sweat. They all glanced at Shi Tsang-ing, as if they had only just realized Shi Tsang-ying's true colors at this moment. At the same time, they felt sad that Yi Hin had raised such a monster by his side. However, after thinking about it, they were currently enemies with Thousand Leaves sect, so they had no reason to sympathize with him. "Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope Sect Master Shi won't disappoint this king." Xiaozhe smiled faintly. "This Shi will do his best." Shi Tsang-ing cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Immediately after, he waved his hand and shouted, "Bring them here." In the blink of an eye, Yi Hin and a few of the sect's upper echelons that had been following him were brought out of the mountain valley. Once they arrived, they naturally spat out insults at Shi Tsang-ing. Their eyes turned red as they wished they could bite Shi Tsang-ing to death. However, Shi Tsang-ying's expression didn't change, and his heart didn't skip a beat. It was as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Calmly standing in his original spot, he shouted from within the mountain valley, "Nephew Yi, open your eyes and take a good look at who these people beside me are." His voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. It had obviously reached the depths of the valley. Not long after his voice fell, the scenery in the valley suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the illusion array that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years was lifted, and the true valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking over, the figures of Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu, and the others could be clearly seen. They were only a few thousand meters away from Xianxia and the others, and there was even an array base platform beside them. Xiaozhe narrowed his eyes and stared at the platform. In the next moment, he exclaimed in a low voice, "A space array?" With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the platform was a space array. Furthermore, it was ancient and desolate, as if it had been there for a long time. However, he couldn't understand why there was such a thing in this valley. Where was this array connected to? Xiaozhe couldn't help but look at Xianxia suspiciously. Xianxia was also at a loss. Although he had always known that this valley was Thousand Leaves Sect's forbidden area, and that only the sect master could step foot into it, he didn't know what was inside this forbidden area. He had always thought that this forbidden area was the burial ground of Thousand Leaves Sect's past sect masters, which was why outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, it seemed that he was wrong. This forbidden area seemed to be connected to another place. Sensing Xiaozhe's gaze, Xianxia smiled awkwardly. This is also the first time this Shi has seen this. I wonder what mysteries are hidden within. Xiaozhe coldly snorted, obviously extremely dissatisfied, but he still said indifferently, "That space array should be damaged, otherwise these people would have already escaped." Xianxia hurriedly said, "Palace Lord Qiu's eyes are truly sharp. To think that you actually thought of this." While the two were talking, Yi Jinghan had already seen Yi Hen, who was forced to kneel on the ground outside the valley. At this moment, Yi Hen was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. Furthermore, it seemed that his cultivation had been sealed and he had no strength to resist at all. Yi Hen was already very old, and now that he was being tortured like this, it was one disaster after another. He was constantly coughing up blood, making it hard for anyone to look at him. "Father!" Yi Jinghan cried out in a trembling voice, two streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. The pain in her heart was so great that she could barely breathe. When Hua Qingxi and the others saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly and their hearts filled with sympathy. After Yi Jinghan finished shouting, she glared angrily at Xianxia. "Let go of my father." Xianxia grinned. "Martial niece, you're a big girl now, so martial uncle won't talk nonsense with you. It's not impossible for me to let your father go, but you should know what you have to do." At this point, his expression sank, and he shouted in a low voice, "Remove the spirit array in this valley, and martial uncle will spare their lives." Before Yi Jinghan could say anything, Yi Hen shouted, "Jinghan, you can't remove the spirit array no matter what." Xianxia's face sank, and he reached out to slap Yi Hen, completely imprisoning him so that he couldn't even speak. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan immediately cried out, "Don't hurt my father. Martial uncle, sure. You're also a member of Thousand Leaves Sect and the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves Sect. Why do you have to do such a thing? When has father ever mistreated you? Please let him go, I beg you." She begged with all her might, making the scene extremely miserable. However, Xianxia remained unmoved and just shook his head regretfully. "Martial uncle also wants to save your father's life, but martial uncle has no choice right now. I hope you can understand." As he spoke, he took a step forward and arrived behind a second-order Dao Source Realm Elder. Placing his hand on the elder's head, he looked towards Yi Jinghan and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Martial niece, look carefully. Before you open that spirit array, martial uncle will kill one person every 10 breaths." As he spoke, he pushed the source chi in his palm, causing the Thousand Leaves Sect elder's head to explode before he could even make a sound. His body fell to the ground stiffly. His sudden killing move not only caused Yi Jinghan's face to turn pale and despair to appear in her eyes. Even Ruan Hongbo and the others were shocked and secretly horrified. After all, the person Xianxia was killing was a Thousand Leaves Sect elder, a fellow disciple he had known for countless years and had always worked together with. Yet, Xianxia didn't even bat an eyelid when he killed him. From this, one could see just how vicious and merciless Xianxia was. Only Qiuze revealed a satisfied smile. Martial uncle doesn't have much time. Think it over carefully. After Xianxia killed one of them, he arrived behind another elder and similarly placed his hand on that elder's head. Afterwards, he did not say a single word as he silently stared at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips so hard that they were bleeding. She stared at Yi Hen, only to see Yi Hen continuously shaking her head at her. I'll open the spirit array and immediately rush out. I'll think of a way to delay you for a while. Hua Qingxi furrowed her brows and replied, Miss Yi, please come with us. She also knew that Yi Jinghan was being forced into a corner. The lives of her father and her lover were in the hands of others, so she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. As such, Hua Qingxi didn't have any intention of blaming Yi Jinghan. However, Xiaozhe was still here, so she wasn't confident that she could escape with Qi Yu and the others. If she was alone, she might have had a 70 to 80% chance of success. She might not be able to defeat Xiaozhe, but she still had a chance of escaping. However, Qi Yu and the others were only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, while Chai was only a Third Order Origin King. Escaping in front of so many masters was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Hua Qingxi secretly decided that no matter what, she would ensure the safety of Qi Yu and the others until Yang Kai came out. In the face of Hua Qingxi's invitation, Yi Jinghan could only smile bitterly and slowly shake her head. Hua Qingxi knew that she had already made up her mind, so she could only sigh and stop trying to persuade her. Why aren't you doing anything? Xianxia urged impatiently. The source qi on the giant hand above Du Xian's head was fluctuating, as if it would take Du Xian's life at any moment. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled. Not daring to delay any longer, she quickly formed a series of seals with her hands. As the seals flew out, the various trapping arrays, illusion arrays, and killing arrays in the mountain valley were dispelled layer by layer. Xiaozhe released his divine sense and paid close attention. When he sensed that all the spirit arrays in the mountain valley had been dispelled, he could not help but chuckle. Nisi, you're much wiser than your father. After the spirit arrays were dispelled, Yi Jinghan felt weak all over, as if she had completely collapsed. She could only shout softly, "Let's go." As soon as her voice fell, Hua Qingxi and the others exchanged glances and immediately tried to escape. However, before they could do anything, the array base platform buzzed and a clear and discernible space force fluctuation spread out. Immediately after, the array base platform emitted a dazzling light. What? Xianxia, who had already rushed towards Yi Jinghan and the others, froze in place as he stared at the array base platform in a daze. It seemed that he never expected the platform to operate at this moment. Furthermore, from the looks of it, someone was teleporting over. Xiaozhe's eyes also lit up as he stared at the platform without blinking. When he saw the array base platform earlier, he thought that it had been damaged. If not, why would Yi Jinghan and the others still be trapped in the mountain valley instead of escaping? However, what he saw in front of him now was not what he had imagined. Chapter 2341. A Dao Source Realm cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly, saying that he was dead for sure in front of the Emperor Realm. Had he lost his mind? Sure, Ying, Yi Hen, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Only Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai wasn't joking. Although Yang Kai wasn't from the Emperor Realm, he definitely had the strength to fight the Emperor Realm. Just his embodiment alone was enough to give Xiaozhe a headache. If she and Yang Kai fought together, they might be able to fight evenly with Qiu Zhe. So after Yang Kai appeared, Hua Qingxi's heart calmed down. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was a minor realm lower than hers, Hua Qingxi knew that she was definitely not his opponent. She had never seen a man as dazzling as Yang Kai. No, Hua Qingxi suddenly realized that Yang Kai's cultivation didn't seem to be lower than hers by a minor realm, but rather the same level as hers. When did he break through to the third order Dao source realm? Hua Qingxi was shocked. It hadn't been that long since he broke through to the second order Dao source realm. Yet he had broken through again in such a short time. How could this guy cultivate as easily as eating and drinking? Although she was shocked, she was even more delighted. Yang Kai's strength had increased, which meant that the current situation was even more advantageous to them. Huh, Qiu Zhe suddenly chuckled. Although Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, he heard it clearly. A playful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually want to take this king's life?" Luo Jin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Palace Master Qiu, this guy's the one who injured your son. He's Yang Kai." Qiu Zhe's face sank. Even Mu Zheng of White Cloud Tower, Wanhong Bo of Sky Peak Temple, and the others looked at Yang Kai angrily. Mu Guan from White Cloud Tower and Ku Tian from Heavenly Temple were both killed by Yang Kai. These two had come to the Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble because of Yang Kai. Now that their enemy was right in front of them, they were naturally enraged. "That's right, it's him," Luo Jin replied hatefully. Luo Jin's experience that day in the City Lord's mansion was the greatest humiliation of his life, something that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Although Yang Kai had spared his life at the critical juncture, Luo Jin was still unable to forget it. He didn't kill him, but this enmity was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't take revenge. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to wash away his shame. After learning of Yang Kai's identity, the experts from various sects were filled with murderous intent. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was a dead man. However, since Qiu Zhe didn't move, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Are you really Yang Kai?" Qiu Zhe shouted at Yang Kai as if he wanted to confirm it. Yang Kai had a disdainful expression as he sneered. "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for this young master's name?" His expression was extremely savage, as if he didn't put Qiu Zhe in his eyes at all. However, Qiu Zhe's expression was calm, and he didn't get angry. Instead, he gently nodded and said, "Very good. This king heard that you refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills in the Four Seasons realm?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Pensively, he said, "So you have an ulterior motive. You want the extraordinary treasure pills?" "Sorry, I don't have any left." Qiu Zhe said, "It doesn't matter. This king didn't expect to get the extraordinary treasure pills from you, but this king heard that you had taken one. After I capture you and boil you, you should have a trace of the extraordinary treasure pills' medicinal effects." As soon as he said this, even Wanhong Bo and the others who were standing on the same side as Qiu Zhe changed their expressions. They all looked at him as if they couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Boiling someone who had taken the extraordinary treasure pill and obtaining a trace of the extraordinary treasure pill's medicinal effects was something they had never thought of before. It was fortunate that Qiu Zhe could come up with such an idea. But when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. The extraordinary treasure pill had a powerful medicinal effect. After taking it, most of its medicinal effects would be immersed in one's physique and meridians and would be slowly refined by the cultivator over time. So the sooner one took the extraordinary treasure pill, the better. The woman from the octagonal door had taken the extraordinary treasure pill when she was only in the first order Dao source realm. Although she was forced to take it by Luo Yuan, she was able to perfectly display the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as her aptitude wasn't too bad and she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, her chances of reaching the Emperor realm would definitely be much higher than others. Qiu Zhe was already in the Emperor realm, so he obviously didn't need the extraordinary treasure pill. He was probably preparing it for Qiuyu. But when they remembered that in order to obtain the medicinal effects of the extraordinary treasure pill, they had to drink a pot of human meat soup first, Ruanhong Bo and the others suddenly turned pale as their stomachs churned. They began to sympathize with Qiuyu, wondering how Qiuyu would react if he learned the truth in the future. "You want to boil this, young master?" Yangkai laughed and retorted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you? Boy, you're quite arrogant." A cold light flashed in Xiaozhe's eyes as he coldly snorted. "But if you don't have the corresponding strength, your arrogance is just childish and laughable." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped towards Yangkai. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky, and a huge hand made of energy slammed down, covering a large area. Xiaozhe obviously didn't care about the life or death of others, nor did he care about Yangkai's life or death. To him, it didn't matter whether Yangkai lived or died. He just needed to take him back and boil him. When the ultimate move appeared, the sky darkened in an instant. Yi Hen, Du Xian, and the others stared at Xiaozhe, trembling uneasily, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to help. A fiery red light suddenly burst out, and a hot aura instantly filled the air. A delicate and small figure soared into the sky, heading straight for the giant energy hand. The two collided in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yin let out a cry as her entire body was slapped down. However, the giant energy hand also dissipated under her impact, and the gloomy sky suddenly regained its clarity. Asterisk Xiao Xiao. Asterisk at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. "Are you all right? Were you injured just now?" Although she felt that Lu Yan's condition was fine, Huaqing Si couldn't help but ask. She had fought with Xiaozhe before and knew how powerful he was. Even she was no match for him. Naturally, she was worried that Lu Yan had been hit. "I'm very well." Lu Yan smiled faintly, but there was no smile in his eyes. There was only a bone-chilling coldness. He glanced coldly at Xiaozhe as he spoke. When he met her gaze, Xiaozhe's heart skipped a beat for no reason. An extremely uneasy feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. He made a prompt decision and took a step forward, shouting in a low voice, "Everyone, although the scene is touching, let's end it here. This king doesn't want to start a massacre, so I'll only give you 8 words." At this point, his voice turned cold, and his killing intent surged like a tide. His voice was like the north wind from hell, causing people to shudder. "Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish." Chapter 2342. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he took a step forward, withstanding the strong emperor pressure, and said in a deep voice, "Lu Yin, take them into the sealed world. I'll deal with this old man." Xiaozhe was just an emperor who had just broken through and hadn't stabilized his realm yet, so Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Previously, in the Thousand Leaves Sect sealed world, he had even encountered a third-order emperor realm corpse puppet and had even fought it. Even though he had used all his trump cards and had the help of his embodiment, he still had some experience. How could he be afraid of a mere first-order emperor realm master? He now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source realm, so he could test his strength on Xiaozhe. The monstrous emperor pressure was almost tangible as it swept over them, making them feel as if they were drowning in water. They couldn't even breathe properly. Yi Hen and the others weren't in good condition to begin with. If Yang Kai wasn't standing in front of them, they would have fainted on the spot. "Master, if you don't mind, why don't you stall for a while and leave the rest to me?" Lu Yin suddenly whispered from behind. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know where Lu Yin got her confidence from. Although she was unscathed after taking Xiaozhe's blow head-on, and the toughness of a spirit puppet's body was clear at a glance, there were still so many masters here, not to mention Xiaozhe from the Emperor realm. How could they be so easy to deal with? Yang Kai wasn't confident that he could defeat all of them. He planned to capture the leader of the bandits. It would be best if he could kill Qiu Zhe, or at least severely injure him. As long as he defeated Qiu Zhe, the rest of them would be in a state of disunity. However, Lu Yan's calm and confident tone made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of trump card Lu Yan, who had a spirit puppet's body, had that gave her the courage to not put so many masters in her eyes. However, now is obviously not the time to ask. Yang Kai just asked indifferently, "How confident are you?" Lu Yan smiled coldly. 100%. Yang Kai turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing that she wasn't joking at all, he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait and see." 10 minutes. As Lu Yan spoke, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. None of them knew what she was going to do, and Yi Hen was even more anxious. She kept winking at Yang Kai, telling him to escape. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi pondered for a while before comforting her. "Sect Master Yi, don't worry. Young Master Yang has his own arrangements. He won't let anything happen to you." Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space, and this was where the array base platform was located. Even if they were defeated in the end, they could use this array formation to teleport to the secret realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. She was curious about Lu Yan's behavior. He didn't know what she wanted to do. Hearing her say this, Yi Hen could only helplessly compromise, secretly hoping for a miracle. "Sister Hua, keep an eye on them. If you can't handle it, just activate this space array and enter the secret territory," Yang Kai said. Then his aura suddenly soared. Wisps of clear and discernible power of laws lingered around his body. It ignored Qiu Zhe's emperor pressure as if it was nothing and cut through it like a sharp sword, instantly breaking it. "You do have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." Qiu Zhe's expression turned cold as he exclaimed in surprise. He had already advanced to the Emperor Realm, so he naturally knew the huge gap between the Emperor Realm and the Dao Source Realm. After his advancement, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that he could defeat any Dao Source Realm cultivator in 3 moves. Chapter 2343. How dare you kill someone in front of this king? How dare you, brat? Qiu Zhe was enraged as he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had personally suppressed Yang Kai, yet the latter had still killed Luo Jin. If news of this were to spread, everyone would think of him as a paper tiger. This was his first battle after advancing to the Emperor Realm. He had come here to establish his might, but he had not expected things to go against his wishes. Yang Kai killing Luo Jin was tantamount to slapping his face. How could Qiu Zhe endure such humiliation? As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Zhe flicked his wrist, and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered in dense energy fluctuations and was covered in layers of barriers. It was obviously a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Furthermore, it was connected to Qiu Zhe's mind and had been sacrificed by him. Qiu Zhe had just advanced to the Emperor Realm and did not have an Emperor artifact on hand. However, if he was given some time to refine and nurture this spear, he might be able to upgrade it to an Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to do so. He was forced to use an artifact to deal with a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Although it was a little disgraceful, Qiu Zhe could not care less right now. With the spear in hand, Qiu Zhe's aura rose again. The blood-red spear was closely connected to his own aura, as if the two had completely merged into one. Qiu Zhe roared and took the initiative to attack, hoping to kill Yang Kai in a single blow and save face. Asterisk Chi. Asterisk countless blood-red spear phantoms shot out, bombarding Yang Kai like a swarm of locusts. The entire sky suddenly turned blood-red as a thick murderous intent and violent power filled the air, causing everyone's faces to fill with shock. Xianxia's myriad sword was waiting for an opportunity. His sword intent fluctuated. Sword waves appeared as he shouted, "Myriads of swords, one man holds the pass." At this moment, he was standing between Qi Yu and Xiaozhe, so there was no way for him to dodge Xiaozhe's attack. If he dodged, Qi Yu and the others would definitely be enveloped by the spear waves. Xiaozhe's attack was not only a sneak attack, but also a clever use of Xianxia's concern for Qi Yu and the others. It was truly despicable. If it had been an ordinary third-order Dao Source realm, they wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack at all. They would have been blasted to smithereens by this attack. However, Xianxia wielded an Emperor artifact and used a defensive move to neutralize Xiaozhe's power. Boom, boom, boom. The spear and sword radiance collided in midair, and the energy tide surged uneasily. The void trembled, and heaven and earth collapsed. Xiaozhe's expression changed abruptly. He took a step back and brandished his spear. It turned a hidden crescent blade that came along with the sword ray into powder. On the opposite side, although Xianxia didn't move at all, blood splattered all over his body with a few sizzling sounds. He seemed to have suffered a small loss in this exchange. Xiaozhe was the Emperor realm after all. The fact that Xianxia was able to exchange a blow with him was already a reflection of his strength. If he was really unscathed, it would be too terrifying. "Brat, you dare to plot against me? Despicable." Xiaozhe was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He had attacked too quickly just now, so he didn't see the true appearance of the crescent blade. He only knew that the attack was very mysterious. Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Old man, don't you feel embarrassed saying that?" Xiaozhe naturally knew what he meant, but he had no intention of arguing with him. He pulled his spear and unleashed another move. It shattered the sky and headed straight for Xianxia's face. Xianxia was furious. This old man knew that he couldn't dodge at will, so every move was ruthless, forcing him to fight head-on. These black insects could actually devour his divine sense? Xiaozhe was scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly saw that the insect had pounced on his arm through several layers of clothes. Even if he was bitten, it could only have bitten his arm. But why didn't his arm hurt? Instead, a corner of his divine sense was missing. Just as he was hesitating, he felt another slight pain in his knowledge sea. His divine sense was missing again. These black insects were strange. Xiaozhe didn't dare to be careless. At this rate, if he didn't do anything, wouldn't his divine sense be completely devoured by these black insects? If that happened, he would definitely die. In his shock, he activated his source energy and the Imperial territory exploded, sending the insect flying. What he couldn't believe was that even so, the black insect didn't die. Instead, it persevered and pounced on him. However, it was blocked by the Imperial territory and couldn't get close to him at all. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, followed by countless screams. Those screams were extremely mournful, as if they were enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Xiaozhe turned his head and looked. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his heart. He saw that the cultivator of several great sects, including his own sky illumination palace, were all surrounded by these black insects. The cultivator of the third-order Dao Source realm and the second-order Dao Source realm were better off. Although they were in a sorry state, their lives weren't in danger. However, The cultivator of the First Order Tao Source Realm and the Origin King Realm were in a miserable state. They couldn't avoid the black insects at all. Many of them were covered by the black insects and could no longer be seen. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators surrounded by the black insects fell silent. When the black insects dispersed, all of them were lying motionless on the ground. Their bodies weren't damaged at all, but their scattered and frightened eyes showed that they had encountered something extremely frightening before they died. How could Xianxia not know that these cultivators' divine sense had been devoured by these black insects? He himself had suffered such an attack. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been lying on the ground by now. Swathes of cultivator fell, struggling and wriggling, but no one could escape the fate of death. In just 5 breaths, more than half of the cultivator of several great sects had died. This was simply a massacre, a one-sided massacre that was devoid of humanity. Not to mention Ruan Hongbo and the others. Even the initiator, Xianxia, showed a look of horror after seeing this scene. This was the first time he had used the soul-devouring insects against an enemy since he had completely subdued them. Although he knew that the soul-devouring insects could play a big role, he didn't expect them to be so powerful when their numbers reached a certain level. The situation in front of him stunned him. Soul-devouring insects continued to fly out of the insect enslavement bracelet. When the last soul-devouring insect flew out of the insect enslavement bracelet, there were more than 1 million soul-devouring insects in the valley. Dark clouds of insects gathered around the cultivator who was still suffering in pain, waiting for an opportunity to take a bite out of them. No matter what kind of defensive artifact these cultivators summoned, they couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from devouring them. Even the source qi in the cultivator's body was now considered delicious food by the insects. More and more cultivator fell dead on the ground. The Origin King Realm cultivator of the First Order Tao Source Realm had long since died. Under the siege of the soul-devouring insects, these weaker cultivators had no power to fight back. The disciples were proud of the sect, and the sect was proud of the disciples. The heaven-grade puppet's reappearance after tens of thousands of years was a sign of Thousand Leaves sect's prosperity. Every Thousand Leaves sect disciple's heart surged with excitement, unable to control themselves. On the other side, Xianxia, who was fleeing in panic, was dumbfounded. A wave of regret surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the leader of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction and had always felt that the sect should not be so rigid in adhering to the Tao of puppetry left behind by their ancestors. Instead, they should learn other secret arts and secret techniques to increase the strength of Thousand Leaves sect. As such, his relationship with Yihen had never been very harmonious. This time, when Xianxia brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble and revealed a bit of the Emperor Realm's cultivation, Xianxia immediately betrayed them. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure Yihen, he even activated the sect defending array. Otherwise, Thousand Leaves sect would not have suffered so many casualties. Thousand Leaves sect defending array was not that easy to break. Xianxia originally thought that after today's matter, he would be able to become Thousand Leaves sect's sect master and wield the authority of the sect, carrying out his ideals. However, to his disappointment, just a single Xianxia was enough to render them powerless. And now, even a heaven puppet had reappeared in the world. Xianxia's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known that a heaven puppet would be awakened one day, why would he have needed to scheme so insidiously? Wouldn't it have been better to just obediently be his vice sect master? He might even have been able to get a heaven puppet to play with. At that time, even Xianxia would have to act according to his wishes. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A scene that caused Shi Tsang-ing to feel even more despair appeared. After awakening the Azure Dragon Heaven puppet, Lu Yin formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards another mountain range. That mountain range also looked like a monster beast, and it was a bird-type monster beast at that. However, no one knew what it looked like. Vermilion bird. The mountain range rumbled, accompanied by the crisp cry of a bird. The celestial puppet Vermilion bird, whose entire body was covered in red flames, soared into the sky. The grass, trees, and stones that had covered its body for tens of thousands of years fell down with a crash. Its beautiful and powerful figure was clearly visible. White tiger. Lu Yin formed a seal again. A tiger's roar resounded through the forest as the third mountain peak collapsed. A huge, snow-white tiger leapt out, its fangs flickering with a cold light that caused one to shudder. Black tortoise. The fourth mountain peak shattered, and the gigantic black tortoise heavenly puppet slowly crawled out. Its sturdy and spacious shell could even carry an entire city. Yihen's entire body was shaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in excitement. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to see a heaven puppet reappear in this world in his lifetime. Not only that, 4 heaven puppets had been awakened at once. Yihen felt hot blood boiling in his heart. He felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Lu Yin glared at Xianxia hatefully, her small face filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Xianxia for slapping her into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands together, and an almost imperceptible will suddenly gushed out. Master? Servant? Qiyu looked at Yang Kai strangely and coldly snorted, I didn't know that you had such a hobby. AI also looked at Yang Kai with a sarcastic expression and said, Do Shui Yu and the others know about this? Of these two, one was his mother-in-law, and the other was his father-in-law. Although they weren't family, they were still Yang Kai's elders. When they considered things, they would think from Shanqing Luo's and Shui Yu's perspectives. They were afraid that Yang Kai would change his mind after coming to the Flower astral boundary and forget about his companions in the territory of the Homeland Star. So their tone was harsh and threatening. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Lu Yin, the mental connection between us has been broken. From now on, you're free to do whatever you want. There's no need to call me that anymore. Lu Yin wrinkled her little nose and said, Master doesn't want me anymore. Yang Kai said, Of course not. What I mean is that since you are free now, you can do whatever you want in the future. If you are willing to follow me, that would be great, but if you want to act alone, that's up to you. After Lu Yin obtained the soul puppet, the mental connection between her and Yang Kai was broken, so Lu Yin was indeed free now. She had her own thoughts and body. It could be said that she was now a living person, just that the structure of her body was different from that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Yin thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, In that case, I choose to follow Master. Master, please don't drive me away. Hua Qingxi glared at her and snorted, How dare you? When did I drive her away? Yang Kai looked wronged. After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Lu Yin, that soul puppet, as if knowing what Yang Kai was thinking. Before he could finish, Lu Yin sternly said, Controlling the heavenly puppets consumes too much energy. It's not just me, but the heavenly puppets themselves. Just now, I estimate that it consumed at least 1,000,000 source crystals. Source crystals? 1,000,000? Yonkai was dumbfounded. Lu Yin nodded and said, "Yes, there are a lot of source crystals stored in the heavenly puppets' bodies, so I can control them, and they must be high-rank source crystals." Yonkai sucked in a breath of cold air. The four beast heavenly puppets had only taken action for less than 30 breaths of time, and they had only formed the all-four beast slaughtering array. Even so, they had consumed 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, which was equivalent to 100 million low-rank source crystals. What kind of concept was that? Although the heavenly puppets are powerful, they still need to have enough capital to use them, Lu Yin added. If that's the case, aren't those heavenly puppets just decorations in Thousand Leaves sect? Yonkai estimated that Thousand Leaves sect definitely didn't have enough source crystals to make the heavenly puppets move again, so even if he gave them their secret arts and secret techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength. Of course not. Lu Yin shook his head and explained, the heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect have two sources of energy. One is the source crystals stored in their bodies, and the other is the earth veins of Thousand Leaves sect. Yonkai's expression changed. You mean the earth veins in the sealed world? Lu Yin said, that's right. Previously, you only repaired the sealed world spirit array and didn't completely open the entrance, so you couldn't use the power of the earth veins. However, if the entrance is completely opened, the heavenly puppets will be able to use the power of the earth veins to move. At that time, the amount of source crystals consumed will be greatly reduced, so Thousand Leaves sect should be able to afford it. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let young Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hen stood up and said, I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai said, since that's the case, please take care, Sect Master Yi. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Sect Master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time. Yi Hen smiled. It's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. Yi Hen had made this trip for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this, and secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hen was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Lu Yin, as if he did not see Lu Yin controlling Tianhou. He also did not ask about Lu Yan's origins or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 2348. After sending Yi Hen off, Yang Kai greeted Qi Yu and the others before entering secluded cultivation. The cultivation of Qi Yu and the others was still too low. If they wanted to cultivate, they needed pills, so Xianxia entered secluded cultivation to refine some pills for them. During this time, he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, enough to refine enough pills for Qiyu and the others to cultivate to the Emperor realm. This was especially true for source-condensing pills, which were extremely important to Qiyu and the others. Inside Xianxia's room, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the furnace. Xianxia was completely immersed in his alchemy. His level of alchemy had always been on par with his cultivation, so he rarely needed to buy pills since he started cultivating. He could refine the pills he needed and was self-sufficient. After advancing to the third order Tao source realm in the Thousand Leaves Sect sealed world, Xianxia felt that his alchemy skills were becoming more and more proficient. He could usually refine 7 or 8 source condensing pills in a single furnace. And if he was lucky, he could even refine 9 source condensing pills. One had to know that even if an Emperor-grade alchemist personally refined source condensing pills, they could only refine 9 source condensing pills in a single furnace. 9 was the limit, and it was also the maximum number of source condensing pills in a single furnace. Not only that, but the quality of the source condensing pills he refined was also extremely good. Almost 1/10 of the total number of source condensing pills had formed pill veins. This was the case for source condensing pills, and it was the same for other spirit pills. During the first month of his secluded cultivation, Xianxia still had to pay attention to the control of the flames, the carving of the spirit arrays, and the timing of the herbs when he was refining. As time went by, refining Tao source-grade spirit pills became as simple as eating and drinking for him. It was a completely subconscious action, and he didn't need to think too much about it. In his spare time, while refining pills, he even had time to cultivate. Furnace after furnace of spirit pills were refined, and Xianxia's alchemy skills rose sharply. At the same time, his newly promoted third order Tao source realm cultivation also slowly stabilized. He was no longer as superficial as before. After the second month, Xianxia consumed all the Tao source grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had on him and refined them into pills. By the third month, he had already started using Emperor-grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills. After experimenting with more than a dozen batches of herbs, he finally managed to refine a furnace of Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills. The appearance of this furnace of Emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills meant that Xianxia's alchemy level had truly entered the realm of an Emperor-grade alchemist. It was just that he was still not very skilled at the level of an Emperor-level alchemist. He needed a large amount of spirit herbs to practice. But even so, an Emperor-grade alchemist was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. As long as Xianxia leaked this news, there wouldn't be a single sect that wouldn't rush to recruit him. Xianxia naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that he was an Emperor-grade alchemist. From beginning to end, he had only studied alchemy for the sake of his own cultivation. He had never thought about how far he would go on the path of alchemy. Being able to grow to this extent could only be said to be a coincidence. If he was really roped in by a large sect, then he wouldn't have time to cultivate in the future. He would have to deal with herbs all day long and then refine pills for those large sects. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly alchemy tone he had triggered on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, was the fundamental reason why he could become an Emperor-grade alchemist. Without that heavenly alchemy tone, he would never have been able to grow to this extent. The heavenly voice of the Tao of alchemy had been taught to him by the heavenly Tao. It had taught him many of the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of alchemy that had been born since the beginning of the world. His current pill condensing technique, the Nine Heavens profound pill method, was precisely because of that opportunity that he had comprehended. After being promoted to an Emperor-grade alchemist, Xianxia began to use a batch of special spirit herbs to refine pills. This batch of special spirit herbs was the one he had obtained from Thousand Leaves Sect sealed world. It was a batch of spirit herbs obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley. Because they grew in Emperor Heaven Valley all year round, each of them had absorbed the Emperor intent and Emperor aura of Emperor Heaven Valley. Spirit pills refined from this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits would definitely perfectly inherit the Emperor intent and Emperor aura. In other words, if one took these spirit pills, they would be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of Emperor intent and Emperor aura from the inside out. It could help a cultivator in the third order Tao source realm comprehend the Emperor realm's realm. The effects of the spirit pills themselves were secondary. Whether it was himself or Xianxia, they were both cultivators in the third order Tao source realm, so they were extremely thirsty for these special spirit pills. Xianxia spent half a month refining this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits into spirit pills. He divided them into several portions, taking one portion for himself and leaving the other portions for Xianxia and the others. This was the first time Xianxia had gone into seclusion for nearly 4 months to refine spirit pills. In the past, he had always gone into seclusion to cultivate. Even if he occasionally went into seclusion to refine spirit pills, it would not be for such a long time. After coming out of seclusion, Xianxia released his divine sense and found that Xianxia and the others were nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they had gone. However, the rich world energy that filled the air made him excited. Compared to 4 months ago, the density of world energy in Thousand Leaves sect had undoubtedly risen by several levels. Although it could not compare to a sealed world bead or the world energy inside the sealed world, it had indeed improved by a lot. Xianxia guessed that this was because the entrance to the sealed world had been completely opened. Yi Jinghan had told him before that the sealed world was the source of Thousand Leaves sect's world energy. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Xianxia had repaired the world crossing space array, Yihen had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Xianxia's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Xianxia had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Xianxia could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly ho! Xianxia raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly ho before, Xianxia would have thought that it was a 13th order monster beast. But at this moment, he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly ho. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Xianxia glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips. "Little white is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Xianxia's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. Well done. He had been thinking about how to ask Yihen about getting 1 or 2 heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves sect to play with, but he did not expect Yihen to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's? Wasn't it his? But this name, why is it Little White again? Xianxia suddenly thought of Mo Xiaoqi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiao Bai, Xiao, He Xiaohong, Xiaolon, Xiaohuang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yan jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. "This isn't that white tiger, this is another one." "Huh?" Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. "Why don't you want that white tiger?" Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yin said, "The four symbols heavenly puppets are the sect guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away." Yang Kai asked, "Then how strong can this little white be?" "A first-order Emperor Realm Master. If I push myself to the limit," Lu Yin answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Isn't there anything more powerful?" Lu Yin thought for a while, then said, "There is." After a pause, she continued matter-of-factly, "But none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange. I don't like them." "What's the use of being good-looking?" Yang Kai was about to die of anger. "Strength is king." Lu Yan's face sank, and she snorted. "If I had a face full of pockmarks and disgusted you in front of you every day, how would you feel?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he was speechless. He suddenly felt that Lu Yan's words made a lot of sense. Forget it. If it's a first-order Emperor Realm Master, then so be it. It's better than nothing. Yang Kai sighed, feeling that such a great opportunity had been missed by Lu Yan. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yi Hen to exchange for another one now, and Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do so. It was already very generous of Yi Hen to give Lu Yan one. Lu Yan said, "Don't underestimate it. Little White runs very fast. Who knows, it might be able to save your life." Yang Kai chuckled. "I'd like to know why Yi Hen gave this to you." "Because I taught him how to control puppets." Lu Yan smiled faintly. Her soul puppet body was innately capable of controlling all the puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, so she was more than qualified to be Yi Hen's teacher in this regard, saving Yi Hen many years of fumbling around. Yi Hen was grateful, so he naturally gave her one. "What about the others?" "They'll be back soon. They've been helping Thousand Leaves sect rebuild." As they spoke, Yang Kai saw Chi Yu and the others flying over. After a short while, everyone landed one by one. After seeing Yang Kai, they were naturally overjoyed and came up to him to ask about his seclusion. Yang Kai answered them one by one. He found that Chai Hu's cultivation had completely recovered, rising from the Origin King realm to the Dao Source realm. It seemed that the poison in his body had been completely removed. We've thought about joining a sect before, but we lacked strength and connections. Now that Sect Master Yi has personally invited us, we don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Gu Tsang Yin said, "Sect Master Yang, you haven't joined a sect yet, so you should know the difficulties of cultivating alone." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. Although his path had been smooth, he didn't have the convenience of being a sect disciple. So it was understandable that Chi Yu and the others wanted to join Thousand Leaves sect. After pondering for a moment, he said, "This is a good thing. Sect Master Yi has personally invited you, which shows his sincerity. Since you're all interested, it's fine for you to stay." Previously, he was still thinking about how to settle Gue Zhu and the others in the future. Originally, he was wondering if he should bring them to Azure Sun Temple, but he wasn't a very important person in Azure Sun Temple, so it would be inappropriate to rashly ask Wen Zishan to take them in. Even though Yang Kai knew that Wen Zishan would definitely not refuse if he asked, joining Azure Sun Temple through the back door would definitely be looked down upon. Azure Sun Temple was not a small sect. However, Yi Hen's invitation surprised him a little. Thousand Leaves sect could be considered to have many things to do now, and it was in need of people. Moreover, the future was bright, so it was not a bad idea for Chi Yu and the others to stay here. Just by restoring the entrance to the sealed world and bringing back the lost secret arts and secret techniques, to Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen would definitely not mistreat his friends in the future. Do you agree? Chi Yu asked. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is a matter between the seniors. Why would I disagree? What about you? Where are you going?" Aio looked at him and asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I want to look for Xiao. Of his companions who came from the territory of Homeland Star, except for the fallen Wu Dao, the others have been found. Only Xiao's whereabouts were unknown." Yang Kai was very worried. Every day that he couldn't find Xiao was a day that Yang Kai couldn't rest easy. "How are you going to find him?" Chi Yu frowned slightly. "I don't know. I may have to go to Netherworld Sect and look for Yin Lusheng. Maybe he knows something." When they came out of the Starlight Corridor, Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun, who came from the territory of Great Desolate Star, landed near Blue Feather Sect and were then forced to join Blue Feather Sect together. Chi Yu and the others landed near Sky Crane City. According to this, Xiao might be with Yin Lusheng, who also came from Great Desolate Star. If he could find Yin Lusheng, he might be able to find some clues about Xiao. He still remembered that Yin Lusheng said that he was a disciple of Netherworld Sect. There was a Netherworld Sect in the territory of Great Desolate Star, and there was also a Netherworld Sect in the Star Boundary. It was just that he didn't know where the Netherworld Sect in the Star Boundary was, so he needed to make some inquiries. "You must be careful. Qing Luo and the others are still waiting for you," Chi Yu warned with a solemn expression. They had met Yin Lusheng before and knew that Netherworld Sect should be a big sect in the Star Boundary. Yang Kai and Yin Lusheng had a grudge against each other in the Starlight Corridor, so if they met again, the other party would definitely not let it go. What's more, Yin Lusheng also knew that Yang Kai was a Star Master and wanted to snatch his Star Source. Star Source was a rare thing in the Star Boundary. It could help a cultivator gain insight into principal strength, so anyone would be jealous. "I understand." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "For them, I will never put myself in danger." Afterward, Yang Kai took out the spirit pills he had refined during this period of time and handed them to Chi Yu and the others, leaving behind a large number of source crystals for them. These were all things that Chi Yu and the others urgently lacked. Although they knew that Yang Kai might be doing well, seeing him take out so many spirit pills and source crystals still surprised everyone. Thinking back to a year ago, in order to buy source condensing pills, they had entered and exited all kinds of dangerous places, killing monster beasts in exchange for source crystals, and then using source crystals to buy source condensing pills. But even so, they could only buy a few dozen at a time. These dozens of source condensing pills had to be divided equally among several people, so each person would receive less than 10 pills, which would be consumed in a few days. After that, they would have to go out again to hunt monster beasts, repeating the cycle over and over again. But now, Yang Kai had taken out more than a few thousand source condensing pills. Such a large number of spirit pills was enough for them to convert all their strength into source chi. There were also a variety of other cultivation pills, many of which had formed pill veins. Chai was especially shocked, only now realizing that Yang Kai's alchemy level was actually so high. An hour later, Yang Kai went to pay a visit to Yi Hen. Yi Hen seemed to be in seclusion, but when he heard that Yang Kai had come, he happily came out to welcome him. After the two took a seat, Yi Hen hurriedly said, "This you should have been the one to pay a visit to young Master Yang." But young Master Yang unexpectedly came by himself. "This Yi has been impolite." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Sect Master Yi is too polite." After ordering for tea to be served, Yi Hen asked, "I wonder what instructions young Master Yang has for coming to find this Yi this time?" Although Thousand Leaves sect had become the overlord of this area, and Yi Hen's status had also risen, he still did not get carried away and maintained his humble attitude in front of Yang Kai. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai knew that Yi Hen was definitely not an ungrateful person, so he was completely relieved that Chi Yu and the others had chosen to stay here. "I don't dare give you any instructions, but my seniors have told me that they wish to stay in Thousand Leaves sect. I've come here to ask Sect Master Yi to take care of us in the future," Yang Kai said warmly. Yi Hen laughed heartily. "Young Master Yang, is treating me like an outsider. The reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to rise from the brink of death was all because of young Master Yang's efforts. Not to mention taking care of them. Even if young Master Yang wanted the position of sect master, this he would not even frown. This old man still wants me to marry into his family. Yang Kai cursed in his heart before waving his hand. I won't be staying. I still have things to do. Hearing this, Yi Hin didn't show much of a reaction. Perhaps what he said just now was just a final test, so he simply laughed heartily. Then this he won't say anything else. I only hope that young Master Yang can visit Thousand Leaves sect more often in the future. Thousand Leaves sect will definitely welcome you. Since Chi Yu and the others were staying here, Yang Kai would definitely come. Yang Kai had great potential, so there was no mistake in building a good relationship with him. Although Yi Hin was old, his eyesight was very sharp, so he naturally understood this. Naturally, Yang Kai smiled slightly before changing the topic. Last time, I heard Sect Master Yi say that if you were given 10 years, you would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Yi Hin's expression turned solemn. Last time, this he misspoke. HM, Yang Kai was stunned. Yi Hin proudly declared, if this Yi had 5 more years, this Yi would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. The secret arts and secret techniques left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong are extremely useful to this Yi, and the more this Yi comprehended them, the more I felt that I gained. If I could completely comprehend them, I might not even need 5 years. Unfortunately, at this point, he sighed, I don't know if this old master can last that long with his current body. Chapter 2350. Yi Hin was already at the end of his life, and the last battle had worsened his physical condition, so what he said was not a lie. If he could break through the shackles and break through to the Emperor realm before his death, there would naturally be no need to worry about his lifespan. At that time, his lifespan would also increase, but if he could not break through, then he could only return to the earth. Right now, he only hated that time did not wait for him. However, he couldn't blame others for this, and could only sigh at his own bad luck. If he had met Yang Kai a few years earlier, perhaps he would have been an emperor of the Emperor realm by now. Yang Kai flipped his palm and took out a jade box, slowly pushing it in front of Yi Hin. This spirit pill should be of some help to sect master Yi. This is... Yi Hin looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he had suddenly taken out a spirit pill for him. But he obviously knew that Yang Kai was an alchemist, so he didn't dare neglect and quickly took it and opened the jade box. Inside the jade box, there was a Longan-sized spirit pill with an inexplicable halo flowing around it. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yi Hin's nose. Smelling this pill fragrance, Yi Hin's expression froze as she inexplicably felt that she had become much younger. He cried out involuntarily, "Young Master Yang, what kind of pill is this?" Although he had never seen this kind of spirit pill before, just the pill fragrance alone was enough to make him feel this way. So this spirit pill was definitely extraordinary. Moreover, Yang Kai could even refine a heaven-defying treasure like the extraordinary treasure pill. So how could his skills be bad? I wonder if Sect Master Yi has heard of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Yang Kai asked unhurriedly. The Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Yi Hin raised his brow, his body trembling as he exclaimed, "This is the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill?" Yang Kai looked at his reaction. Obviously, he knew about the Flowing Time Great Emperor Pill. Inside the star boundary, there were many treasures that could prolong one's life, but all of them were legendary and extinct. Not to mention Yi Hin, who was in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Even those in the Emperor realm couldn't obtain them. Yi Hin knew that he was nearing the end of his life, and had thought of looking for these life-prolonging pills. However, there were no clues about these things. Even if there were clues, it would not be up to Yi Hin to look for them. Many from the Emperor realm had already gone to fight for it. Therefore, Yi Hin had resigned himself to his fate. During this period of time, He had been in seclusion to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques that he had lost and recovered, hoping to break through his shackles and become an emperor before he died of old age. Even if he didn't manage to break through, he wanted to leave behind some insights for Yi Jinghan so that she wouldn't have to take any detours. But at this moment, there was a flowing time, great emperor pill in front of Yihen. He had a detailed understanding of what kind of pills could prolong one's life in the astral boundary, so he naturally knew the effects of the flowing time, great emperor pill. Strictly speaking, the flowing time, great emperor pill did not have the effect of prolonging one's life, as it was unable to increase a person's lifespan. Its main effect was to cause the body of the person who consumed it to regress by a few decades. In other words, after consuming this flowing time, great emperor pill, Yihen's body would regress by a few decades. This could be considered as a form of life prolonging in disguise. Of course, there was a huge limitation to this regress. It was impossible for it to completely remove the injuries of the person who consumed it. If it could cause injuries to regress by a few decades before being removed, then the effects of the flowing time, great emperor pill would be too heaven-defying. As for the flowing time, great emperor pill that Xianxia had taken out, it had the effect of at least 50 years. Yihen simply could not believe that he would encounter such a good thing. Just as he was complaining about how time did not wait for him and how he did not have enough time to fulfill his ambitions, Xianxia gave him a flowing time, great emperor pill. For a moment, he was so excited that he could not control himself. He did not suspect Xianxia at all. This was because he knew that Xianxia had gone to the Four Seasons realm and the flowing time temple. The main ingredient of the flowing time, great emperor pill, the flowing time, great emperor fruit, came from the flowing time temple. Xianxia had obviously obtained the flowing time, great emperor fruit before, which was why he was able to refine this spirit pill. Although the effects of this flowing time, great emperor pill only lasted for a few decades, for the current Yihen, this spirit pill was the best spirit pill in the world. Even if he had to give up everything he had, he would be willing to buy it. Yet, Xianxia had directly given it to him. Wasn't this the so-called timely help? With this flowing time, great emperor pill, what did he need to worry about? He only needed to enter seclusion for a few years and then break through to the emperor realm. Moreover, he was 90% sure that he would succeed. A beautiful future was slowly unfolding in front of him, and he could almost see the moment when he led Thousand Leaves sect to its former glory. After being excited for a while, Yihen slowly calmed down. After standing up, he bowed deeply to Xianxia. Yihen has repeatedly received great kindness from young Master Yang and is unable to repay it. Yihen hereby swears that Yihen and Thousand Leaves sect will treat young Master Yang as our best friend. If you have any requests in the future, Yihen will not refuse. If I violate this oath, Yihen and the descendants of the Yi family will be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Yihen made this oath very quickly and resolutely, without the slightest hesitation. Before Xianxia could react, Yihen had already finished swearing the oath. In the next moment, an invisible force seemed to pour into Yihen's body, branding his knowledge sea. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yi, there's no need to do this. He clearly knew what Yihen's oath was about. It was a great heart demon oath, and Yihen swore it with his own Tao foundation. There was no possibility of him going back on it in the future, and if he violated it, he would really be haunted by heart demons and burned to death. Moreover, this great heart demon oath was not only related to him, but also Yi Jinghan and the future descendants of the Yi family. The reason why Xianxia took out the flowing time great emperor pill and gave it to Yihen was mainly because Qi Yu and the others were here. Although Thousand Leaves sect's Tian Ho could now be used, Thousand Leaves sect's greatest weakness was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, so it was inevitable that others would underestimate them. From Qi Yu and the others' point of view, Yang Kai also hoped that Yi Hin would be able to break through to the Emperor realm and protect them. Therefore, Yang Kai had refined the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit into a Flowing Time Great Emperor pill a few days ago and made up his mind to give one to Yi Hin. How could he have imagined that Yi Hin would actually reciprocate in such a way? Yi Hin slowly shook his head. Young Master Yang has given my Yi family and Thousand Leaves sect a new lease of life. So what harm is there in making a simple oath? Rest assured, young Master Yang, this old master will take good care of Qi Yu and the others. I won't let them lose a single hair. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance. With Yi Hin's great heart demon oath, Yang Kai was completely relieved. He knew that unless Thousand Leaves sect was destroyed, Qi Yu and the others would definitely not be in any danger. With Thousand Leaves sect's current foundation, unless the top sects personally took action, no one would be able to destroy them. By the way, Sect Master Yi, I would like to ask you about something. Yang Kai suddenly changed the topic. Yi Hin replied, Young Master Yang, feel free to speak your mind. May I ask how much Sect Master Yi knows about a sect called the Netherworld Sect? 3 days later, Yang Kai set off from Thousand Leaves sect. After Yi Hin obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor fruit, he immediately went into seclusion. It was likely that he could not wait to refine the medicinal efficacies before continuing to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu, and the others sent Yang Kai off, sending him off 1,000 kilometers away. Qi Yu and the others were naturally reluctant to part with Yang Kai. After all, they had finally reunited in the star boundary, yet Yang Kai was about to leave again. However, everyone knew that Yang Kai was concerned about Xianxia, so they did not stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Yang Kai naturally kept this advice in mind. In the wilderness, Yang Kai came to a stop, glanced at the crowd, and said, Everyone, go back. I'll come to see you another day. Gue Zhu grinned meaningfully. Sect Master, you have to be well. We're all waiting for you to establish another sect in the star boundary. When that time comes, we'll all go and help you. Yang Kai nodded. That day will come. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Chai Hu, a complicated look on his face. Senior Chai Hu, do you want to do it, or should I? His question seemed to come out of nowhere. However, no one showed any astonishment on their faces, as though they knew what he meant. Chai Hu gave a faint sigh before replying, Let me do it. Have a safe journey, Sect Master Yang. Then, I'll bid you farewell here. We'll definitely meet again in the future. Yang Kai cupped his fists before summoning his wooden boat and flying off into the distance. Right at this moment, a stream of light suddenly shot out from behind a small mound nearby. Wrapped in the stream of light was a delicate figure. At a glance, one could tell that it was a woman. As soon as this person came out, she waved a long sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Yang Kai while shouting, I'll kill you. Yang Kai shot an indifferent glance at her, sighing softly in his heart. He had no intention of taking action against her. The person who had ambushed him here and wanted to kill him by surprise was Luo Bing. After not seeing her for a few months, Luo Bing no longer had her former beauty and innocence. Now, she looked exhausted, her beautiful eyes were dim, and her aura was unstable. Her clothes were no longer bright, and her face was covered in dust. It was obvious that she hadn't had a good time in the past few months. She was Luo Jin's daughter, and Luo Jin had done many bad things when he was in charge of Sky Crane City. Now that Luo Jin was dead, the people who had been bullied in Sky Crane City naturally wanted to take revenge. Now that Luo Jin was dead, they naturally wanted to find Luo Bing. Fortunately, Luo Bing was a good person, and some of the City Lord's mansion's guards were loyal to her, so they protected her as she escaped from Sky Crane City. However, she had been hiding all this time and hadn't had a single day of peace. She had always been Sky Crane City's little princess, and she was used to living like a prince. Now that her life had suddenly fallen from heaven to hell, she was at a loss. Luo Bing didn't know where she had heard the news that her father had died at the hands of Yang Kai, so she had set up an ambush here to kill Yang Kai and avenge Luo Jin. However, Her cultivation was only at the First Order Origin King realm, while Yangkai and his companions were all Dao Source realm cultivators, so they could sense her aura as soon as they arrived here. The reason why no one pointed it out was because they all knew her identity. The sword light was bright, but Luo Bing's sword didn't carry the slightest murderous intent. Her beautiful eyes were gloomy. Obviously, she knew that it was unrealistic for her to kill Yang Kai with her current strength. She had set up an ambush here just to seek death, and she was hoping that Yang Kai would kill her out of anger. However, she hadn't expected that Yang Kai would just take a glance at her and ignore her. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.